Oh, it's time to start achieving access to the road to Red Bull Wololo. One and all, welcome back to the channel for the qualifying day of the first qualifier on the road to Red Bull Wololo. Of course, KP joining me is Warman, back in Europe, feeling refreshed and ready to sink her teeth into some epic series. Familiar faces, up-and-comers, and only 8 slots across the next week and a little bit, because we've got the next weekend as well, to decide if you will be in with a shot of making it to London.
Now, this is the most amazing transition for me because I've been gone for about 2 months. I took a little bit of a break from AoE for a bit, and when I came back and I started looking at drafting and so on, I started to see we're using the snipe system, and I know we started that a little bit earlier last year as well, but it's a system that is now ingrained, and we've actually spoken to a few of the players. People love it. People absolutely love it. Most of them actually prefer it, and it gives us a little bit more of diversity in a lot of these matchups, and honestly, that's what I'm here for. I know when I left, everyone was still making Reddit threads about Tuklak Dynasty and how the healer elephants are ruining the game. Remember those days? But here, ladies and gentlemen, we see something different. And honestly, seeing GIF music against Kiljardi, I would not have had that on my bingo card last year. So GIF music here against Kiljardi, where do you land on this? You have tournaments every week. You should be used to this by now. So yeah, what do you think?
So GIF, he has a lot of potential. I think he actually thrives in the best of 3 environment. Best of 5s is an area that he still hasn't really proven his full breadth, but he's come a long way. This guy only really started trying to compete about, I think, a third of the way through 2025. That's when he started to think, okay, I'm going to do more things and play free civs on ladder. I'm going to start thinking, I want to improve this matchup, play on ladder, go through it. And then when he started to get into the KPMMs, I mean, we saw some great performances. He's able to take games, clean series off people like me and Micah. I believe he took a series off of Wham just a few weeks back as well, right? So a lot of potential there. Kiljardi, on the other hand, you know, starting to wonder if old man fell into a coma. He just disappeared off the face of the map for like several weeks. So there's that big question mark, you know, has the old man been incubating, secretly coming up with new source, or did he genuinely just take the longest grandpa nap across the holidays?
Honestly, with Kiljardi, both is plausible, but every single time Kiljardi comes back, he comes back with vengeance, I feel like. This man does not back down. Sometimes I feel like when he's consistent, he starts to level out. But when he takes a break and you see him re-emerging, it's always with a lot of fire in his step. So I'm excited to see what this holds as for us, at least now, when we have China against Byzantines, though. Now, sniping at Malians, very acceptable situation here for us, but getting Byzantines on the board, I know a few months ago, people would say Byzantines is one of the strongest civilizations right now, but I guess we're about to find out if that is still the case. But KP, please yap about this a little bit, because I would love to get a little bit of your insight once we get into game number 1.
It has me excited, because the thing you have to realize here, folks, there's something special about Kiljardi that we realized when we took to the King of the North. He warned us that he is best on China. Now, back then, there was a suspicion that he was memeing about it.
Yeah.
But this time, this age, China isn't about going late game. As we know, Kiljardi is a player that likes to play tempo, play aggression. And we're going to have to see if he can. First game of the day for our first series to qualify someone into the road to Wololo. It is going to be GIF music on the Byzantines, playing in the south, in the red, and then Kiljardi on, I guess, a delayed response. He told us it was his signature civ. He's here to now prove it. It's China time.
And honestly, I hope it was worth the wait, because Kiljardi is a name we want to see in this tournament. It's a name we've been rooting for. We can hope Grandpa can break through and absolutely dominate when the time is right. And Kiljardi, now is the time. We do see that in this initial scouting is not giving too much sheep for either player here, running very much around them. But we do see that GIF music is going to be running into some very juicy ones pretty soon there at the back. Well, Kiljardi is picking up another black sheep there on the side. He needs to make that turn and not run behind the base to actually capitalize on all of this. Now, the thing about you playing Byzantines, so for GIF music, this is just important about denying as much food as possible from Kiljardi, because we've seen what China can do when their food is sustained for an extra while at least. Now, what I would like to do is take a little second to just look at the spawns here between these two and understand exactly how the pressure can look like from each side. So with Byzantines, I feel like he's got a pretty open plan here with the gold being forward, and we see the stone here at the back, but no protective wood line there at all. Well, Kiljardi, on the other hand, that man, running around with quite a bit of sheep now.
He's like the wrong civ for what he got, actually. He got a double deer stack right next to each other on the side. But like when you're playing China, you don't want to walk out to deer. The problem with that is it makes you really efficient on tax drop-offs down the line. There is a world in which you can make that work, though, because the board's close enough. A delayed Barbican play could be a really clutch maneuver. And you do keep the door open more often these days, because a lot of Chinese players, even if they're going to go pro scouts, instead of immediately dropping the ball on that and just going, yep, no aggro, just greed, they'll try and open with a bit of military and then reassess at like 7 or 8 minutes. Whether we're going to get that out of Kilyadi when he's currently free on gold still, not so sure.
Now, that's kind of a question that I wanted to ask you as well. What is the current meta around pro scouts, especially for China? Because, of course, back in the day, this is something that was obvious. But when you're up against something like Byzantines, that also has that tempo, and they usually get to dictate how greedy they're going to be on all those cisterns. And with 2 on stone, he's going to be able to get quite a few up, but it doesn't feel as aggressive as getting the 5 up, letting the eco tick, because you don't want to give China that type of breathing room. So I'm really hoping to see a little bit from Jiff here to not allow Kiljardi to, just capitalize on that double deer pack on the side. Because, again, they're on one side. So once you can secure that one side, you get access to all that food. But at the same time, once you deny one side, your opponent at least, he's cutting you off from a major part of what you would be able to eat. So, Pro Scouts, right now, with China, what is it looking like in your tournaments?
We see a mixed bag, right? Like some players still just inherently go towards it. It is, I'd say, more rare to see it immediately done out of the door. There have been a few players that have been trying to innovate and not do it at all with things like those Barbican drops on a delay. The new maps like Tundra comes to mind for that. I would say in this type of game, if we are going to see Pro Scouts out Kilyadi, probably the type of play he's going to go towards at, say, 7 or 8 minutes after he's earned it. Kilyadi's a very big believer in earning a play, and when he sees the stone opening, he probably thinks there's maybe like a pressure point there because your opponent's going to expand greedy. My only concern with that idea is something that worked out really well for Jiff is if you look at his spawn, that back south side corner, you mentioned the tree lines weren't great for the initial spawn, but afterwards they're fantastic for Jiff. He's got that tree line which embeds itself towards the corner side, makes cheap walls, and then also secures the 8 stack of berries and the gold. These are the type of areas that become very hard to harass very quickly in games.
Oof, and that mercenary secret set of mercenaries you can recruit there. Getting a few French knights in the mix would not go down too badly here. You do see him moving out onto those berries early on, just as you should. So what you want to do in this case is ensure that your villagers are there so you can get that first mercenary pack pretty early on and try to do a little bit of pressure out here on the map. Now, with Kiljardi out here, we still see that he's 9 on wood, as we usually expect here from the China. So hoping to see a little bit of a production building coming out soon. Most likely, we do have a stable coming in hot, and the first horseman is also going to be joining exactly that. Now, with horsemen, you are forcing your opponent to, make spears in most cases. And with the horseman mobility, I feel like Kiljardi, the old man memes we make with him aside, he's very fast and he's really good at microing these units. And that's exactly what we see here. Limitanei opening. So Kiljardi, getting those horsemen out is great and all, but he needs to make sure he does not lose them to a bunch of Limitanei standing guard.
Yeah, I think the thing you have to remember, like, he may be old, but the way I envision Kilyadi, he's like Uncle from the Jackie Chan Adventure series, Like, he may look like he should not be able to move fast or do anything, but he always has that sneaky move up his sleeve. And it is going to be an aggressively based one. So we've got Rax follow-up as well. What's interesting is the amount of wood he's still gathering, which makes it kind of look like it's going to be a 1-1-1 with archers to follow up, which would make sense considering right now he doesn't have any answer to what would be an obvious Limitane play.
But I want you to notice something. Kiljardi's villagers is currently not dropping off at the mill. They're dropping off right at the TC, so that's just foregoing so much gold for this poor man. But getting a few spears in the mix as well. And this is usually a question I have on my forehead right now. Why are we going into spears when you know your opponent is going into them as well? Is this a situation where you just want to be able to contest the spears while using the mobility of your horses to raid in different places? But your opponent is just going to have so many more Limitanei, being the one that is majorly making them.
Yeah, it's the type of play that only makes sense for going to full 1-1, which we can see he's now doing. but it does just feel a little bit rough to lead with this instead of the archers. Maybe he was hoping to bait a bad choice, like maybe Jif gets convinced to go javelins, but until he confirms that second unit type, he's not going to likely commit javelin or longbow, and he already chose the longbow, so like your spearmen aren't going to perform very well. Knowing Kilyadi, he's the type of player that likes to like bait and switch here. You notice he's full and stopped at 1. So maybe there was an idea in mind here that he's going to double down on horsemen, forcing the longbow commitment because Jif saw the racks.
I was about to say, I think this might also have been an instance where Kiljadi assumed that Jif would be going for horses.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had scouted that barracks initially either, so this might have just been like a preemptive response, making sure, okay, hey, I just want to get the barracks out, let's go from there. Now, Wheelbarrow also coming in for Mr. Kiljadi, and still no villagers on gold, so you know he's just going to keep it pumping. But we do see 0 vills on food right now, and where are those boys migrating? Right to the deer at the top here. With his units being on Jif's music side, you know that those villagers are very happy moving out. They know they're not going to be in danger.
Horsemen arriving in clump here. Jif is getting around Limitani at the front side, but archers are ready to meet them. But the longbows are now out, so shouldn't really be too threatening for Jif initially here. I think Kilyadi is just going to try to scurry around, keep him blocked in. If he does scout to the south side, there is a big opportunity here, because I think Jif hasn't set up any defenses for that corner berry spawn.
And just like Kiljadi is the one going out in the deer feeling confident, I feel like Jif here is doing exactly this. Ooh, getting that tower, and that is such a responsible tower. Beautifully played here by him. I also see 2 Limitane here escorting them. So this is just showing Jif is playing it safe. He knows what the risks are, and he's very aware. But now Kiljadi getting a lot of horsemen in queue here. And we do see with 18 on food, he is going to be snacking on those deer. And still just letting the passive gold from the taxes actually do the work here when getting all of these upgrades. Hoping to see some military ones coming out soon and see what that commitment is, especially now with him spotting those longbows.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you see longbows like this, you're not expecting them to come out towards you. The most obvious thing that Jif should be looking for is castle. So Kilyadi's got to ask himself the question, can I beat him on that? Or do I just beat him on the timing? Because China is very capable, especially on deer, of reaching castle first, especially because of that build speed. So it looks like Kilyadi's going to kind of tater off and not commit too hard here, right? Like get the 8th horseman out, try and force a little bit of harassment and reaction. But the goal seems to be castle priority. And that's when we start talking about like Lancer versus Cataphracts here.
And this is an interesting position now, because, I mean, you can see Jif is making that commitment to Castle. He's like, okay, I've got the timing, Kiljadi not producing any units right now. So is this telling us he's maybe moving over to the gold? The horses did try to go for some vills, and they will pick up a few victims.
Did he bring out 8 villagers here? He did. I could have sworn he originally had 5, and then the Limitani to guard. He just had 8 villagers, so that's even more than that, actually. He had 10. That's minus 5-er. And Kilyadi well and truly happy with the outcome. Now, Jif is going to get ready to attack first. Kilyadi is this type of player. We see this all the time. When he sees one sign of weakness, he sees all the signs. Look at the recommitment. It's a full mass.
And instantly investing into that tower upgrade as well. As we see the archers even firing away at them, but they do respect the fire. And Jif Music might be able to age up pretty soon, but at what cost? You usually want to ask yourself, hey, is this age up going to kill me? And honestly, it might. It might just do that if Jif still commits to this, because all we can see right now is more longbows in queue. This man is committed to going to castle, and he is not going to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, the comical part is Kilyadi could just not build spearmen. They're not necessary here. Maybe when Cataphracts come out, but Horseman just gives you the all-in commitment you need. He is kind of pattering back a bit here. He's not, like, hard committing. I guess he's just waiting for the next wave. Because I don't see why you build an army this big with horsemen at this count to not go in. It does feel a little bit maybe defensive, which is not something you say of Kilyadi often.
Oh no, this man is definitely not known for his defensive playstyle. But right now, I think he's doing the calculations in his head. Grandpa, he has done the math before many, many times, and this guy knows I need to be careful and attack at exactly the right time. With the Golden Horn Tower now coming out with 16 villages, this is going to be a pretty fast age up. But it's also quite forward, which means, luckily, it doesn't get shut down, or it doesn't actually secure so many resources like we do see with their variant. But at the same time, every other resource is kind of cooked here, as we see the archers now moving in. This is the perfect time to attack.
Oh, he sees it. He scouted it. He knows about the Golden Horn Tower, so you know how this goes. You see the landmark, you hard commit into it. Archers already sniping into Limitane. Count really not that high. And the Horsemen, they get access to the Woodworkers. He goes straight across on the Golden Horn Tower. Jiff, where's the defense?
Oh, Jeff definitely just not prepared for a full dive here. The TC is doing work, and we see the Horsemen with the surround. We've got a few Limitane there in the mix to try and defend this, but it's not enough. That perfect focus here from the Archers. Even if Kiljardi uses every single military unit here, he would still be perfectly fine. These Horsemen still standing strong. Not enough Limitane to actually take these down, or maybe there was, but Kiljardi is just focus firing like an absolute boss. And that Golden Horn Tower does not go up.
Just burn it now. Like, you can force him, like, with this positioning, you can force him to cancel it or recommit. Because he's got quite a lot of torch damage, and, doesn't even need it. GG comes through. Kiljardi, we know he does not like playing deeper into the game, and this is a classic example of why he's so good at denying you that third age.
And this feels like a very strange position for Byzantines to be in, because we know Byzantines, they're just so good at handling most civilizations that, try to dive, and with all those longbows, you can usually snipe out so easily, but you do need that mass. And Kiljardi knew, I cannot let this man get the mass. And even just losing those few villages, that already sets you up for a pretty tough time. Military value lead, we can see Kiljardi here. He was in the lead, and he wasn't ever going to let it go. Just straight up destruction. Well played, Kiljardi.
And just envision the difference that going Pro Scouts makes there, right? Like, your timing attack's going to be a little bit weaker. You scale better by going Pro Scouts, but it sacrifices something early. We probably don't see those 5 kills happen so easily in the corner that it starts to extend a believable lead for Kiljardi. Like, this is what we'd like to see. Players are getting better at understanding that Pro Scouts, especially the nerfs that's received, is not all it's made out to be anymore. And also in this matchup, it's just a great read. Understanding that the moment that Jiff went Lombos, he has no right to attack you, which means you can go onto the map. You can get those better resources and not feel at risk at all.
And the fact that he read just Jiff being a little bit more greedy, apparently, guys, we're stuck.
That's it, guys.
That's it. Thank you for joining. It was a great show, KP. Woo. Honestly,
really tough
KJ, 3-0, boys, from the get-go. Now, while we have 5 minutes here, I want us to take a moment and just quickly look at the drafting system. We can see that people are saying very, very loudly, House of Lancaster, you shall not pass. People are not into the House of Lancaster playstyle, and I faced it on ladder. But then again, low conk 1 is definitely not what you want to be reading into. But apparently these picks and bans, that's exactly what I want to read. And what I read right now is Lancaster is in a pretty strange place. Are you seeing people let it through in some cases?
It sometimes gets let through, and most times it feels like a mistake, right? It's like, it's not that you can't beat the Civ, it just feels weird. The tempo aggression it has is still good, arguably in some ways better initially. Obviously, the whole idea is that it starts to kind of pitter off and be less effective as the game goes on, because the new manners aren't as good. Fair to say, Lancaster's still like a top 5, top 6 Civ. The Lord's timing, very good. The only weakness really is that it's the only thing they do well. So if you preempt and know that Civ is coming, and you have good Civ picks to deal with it, there are ways in which you can just kind of feed a loss to the Lancaster pick. But yeah, most players don't want to mess with it. The other big ones is like Sengoku is still bannable. Japan still gets banned a lot. Malians is first pick or first ban type material. The interesting one is actually the Ottoman priority, but considering front range is in there, Frisian, and also the nature of players like Kiljardi, and I think just from playing a decent amount of it, it does make sense to get rid of that, because Ottomans is probably like one of the S-class examples of how feudal healing can be OP. The timing attack they get with the units in unison is really volatile, particularly on maps like front range.
And that's what I love about the map pool, right? Every single time we get a map pool as such, you can see how those bans are just adjusted to them. What's interesting to me here is the fact that nobody wants to deal with water. And I mean, I expect this. Neither of these players are necessarily known for, hey, this man is going to be dominating on water. Not a priority pick for either here. But Japan being banned out pretty early on, I was actually surprised about this, because when I heard a few people speak, I thought that Japan is seen as overrated, but not... I don't know, maybe Kiljardi and Jiff Music have a different opinion from other people there in the top 8, and they're now joining that... One of them will be joining that top 16, so there must be something to it. Yeah. Now, you mentioned Sengoku is bannable sometimes, and also we can see it being a second pick on the side there for GIF Music. So Kiljari got to destroy GIF Music's prior pick, which was Byzantines. And this must feel pretty good, and it sets him up for a pretty good snowball for the rest of the series. Because looking at the rest of his draft, Aeobids, French, Zushi, I don't think he's got anything that he's worried about playing. He's probably going to be very happy with anything, but choosing Order of the Dragon here was an interesting one, especially on Frisian. How are we feeling about that?
So Order of the Dragon HRE is kind of a funky one because I've seen a few players at the moment with Order of the Dragon think the answer is to go 2TC against HRE, which can work. And then in response, I'll see like HRE players try and mirror the 2TC instead of taking the fast castle plan, right? So like I think HRE, you just try to usually greed to the FC here, from what I'm remembering. As we haven't been getting the last few weeks, actually. I think HRE is kind of like a bit more chill in the weeklies. But Order of the Dragon, people just keep experimenting with. It's such a weird civ in some ways because of the polarizing nature of the investment to get resources to push. But that's where it can make sense for a map like Frisian, right? It's like, I mentioned the 2TC strats, but alternatively here, you could think about go fishing. The weird thing is not many players have, but what I'm curious to see from Jif is if he's maybe a Minework boy. Because if he is, there is the potential to play out into ponds, play it into all pikes, go towards night spam, which has been growing in popularity ever since they made the change. Now that Aachen Chapel's not the only way to get your aura on all your farms.
And just making sure that you get an alternative option is ensuring us to see a little bit of a diversity in gameplay. And honestly, guys, let's see if the Minework might work this one as we are almost ready to go
You
in.
teased us. Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. I got really excited when I saw the timer, but at the same time, we do see those yellow flags just standing at the ready. Now, Order of the Dragon, we do see a lot more might work coming out for them instead of the Arcane, and it makes a lot of sense now especially. Is there any instance, especially on Frisian, where you would see players opting for the Arcane?
I've seen some people do it with the 2TC. Like, actually, I think like most of the time, Aachen can feel better unless you're planning to use Men at Arms, is the exception. Even though you get those nice discounts on like your blacksmith techs, the units you're thinking of, you're going like fast castle or chunky ones that like, you know, knights or whatever that have high damage. So you don't get as much value out of a +1 tech. So if anything, like, I don't know, I feel like my work is less popular now. Because there was a time where it was by far the most dominant because the Order of the Dragon Gilded Men at Arms strat was like ultra cheesy. Like, you go back a year ago, even now, actually, people still struggle with it. Like, the new source at low levels is Varangian Guard spam from Macedonians. But it's the same idea. Like, what you're realizing with the design AoE4 is, like, the casuals hate the same thing. They get cheesed by the same thing. It's always these Men-at-Arms strategies in Feudal Age.
And they do feel good as someone who loves those Feudal Age Men-at-Arms. But I do see, I wanted to look for a second at the snipe on English, though. We do have a situation where I think for the first time in our lives, English is not wanted on a map. So you don't want to face English. And why would you be worried about that if you are in a position where you get one of these civilizations that don't historically actually struggle with English? Already with GIF Music putting the house there, I'm not too worried about this being an Arcane. I think. I just need to look at the layout here for a second. All right, it's a little bit everywhere.
The layout needs to stretch out a little bit, all right? It's just like, you know, it's me a few months from now after the Christmas weight has been taken off. It needs to fill out its trousers because we have got Kilyardi in the lead, looking to extend it with Order of the Dragon. But GIF on our screens here, the most manly man from the Arleman, the highest ranking player out of that island, has chosen to take El Clasico, the HRE. And we are already seeing that he, despite the fact living on an island, is not interested in fishing. Whereas Kilyardi is all about that fish life.
Oh, that's the part of being Finnish, right? They grow up exactly next to where the best fish come from. But on the Isle of Man, I've never heard anything about fish around the Isle of Man. So, Kiljari, he knows the value of this. Jif, however, with him going for a faster feudal, this is going to mean that he gets to dictate a little bit of the pace of that game. And Kiljari, he has to react. The problem is now you do get that little bit of extra food, which is so important and can snowball so quickly. But with HRE, you get to decide so fast, and your castle age could be so quick, which just means that your opponent has to respond to something that could be very intense very quickly. Let's go see that sheep haul coming on in. Only 4 sheep coming out here for Mr. Jiff. And let's go see what it looks like on the side of Kiljardi. But he does have the fish, though.
He hasn't come back yet. Yeah, so because like he's extending on the fish, right? And then he's going to go a bit wider. I think he took center, and Jiff hugged his side. If we check the vision, we'll see it. Because it feels like Kiljardi must be several sheep ahead. Yeah, look, takes that central area. He did leave the stealth forest area. Sometimes you get a few sheep spawning there. And there's the loop. So you see how it's a lot safer. But this is the beautiful nature of going towards the fish. It's like you're now switching the way your economy dynamics work. You don't need as many people on food. You need people on wood. So the trade-off here is Jiff is kind of giving himself a burst timing, but has tripped himself in other ways and almost ends up losing the scout. That was a pretty ballsy dive. We'll get away with it, though.
Not even close, he says. We'll keep scouting and keep understanding exactly what we're up against. But we do see Kiljardi finally pulling off of wood here with 97 still in the bank, getting that 1 extra fishing ship on that lake. I would like to see if that was 3 or if he stopped there at 4 fishing boats on that first lake as well. But the Arcane Chapel coming in here for Jiff Music. Usually 3. Yes, yes. But the wood usage, that's why I wanted to take a look at that one, to just see what we are up against here with this man.
I think it's just he wanted the lumber camp, and then he's like just going to keep gathering casually afterwards, maybe. But we do get on, and this has become popular, just making sure you prioritize getting the lumber tax. So it looks really silly, right? Like you have a drop-off building. Why would you build the lumber camp? He wants to straight up start just munching through wood. So you already see it queued up the tech. Probably looking at like an archable strategy here, which would make sense for the dynamics. Like you can't really afford much in the way of food. It feels really ego chally if your opponent's going fishing you and not, and you're going to say, I'm going to be all about food units.
I just love the fact that he went and aged up with 9 to make sure that he gets that as quickly as possible.
The most German number, yeah.
It's 9.
I haven't seen it in a while, but I always refer to it when you use a lot of people to age up. It's the Mia Micah way, you know. Like when you see someone age up at like 15 in the feudal, like the Mia Micah strategy. It's we need more people like that. Yeah.
Now we do see that first dock coming out for Jiff, and the wood apparently not going to be a bunch of production buildings. It's just going to be the follow-up here. And I mean, at the same time, you have your arcane up a little bit faster. You do get wood a bit quicker now as well. So do you try to catch up with the fishing boats, or are you actually going to try and take them down here? He pulled off of gold completely now, so this is just going to mean that he is focusing everything on that wood, and I would love to see a good old production building sometime soon here to produce those archers.
I think you got to be a little bit suspicious though, right? Like you just scouted in, and your opponent is now switched onto stone with no active gold gathering, so like he's going to hang around here. This is really important. Like, is this a weird 2TC build? Doubtful, but he needs to confirm. Or is it just setting up outposts and now fast castle from Order of the Dragon?
And the problem now with Jiff going for Horseman, though, he's going to be able to figure that out in multiple places very, very quickly. This is not a situation where he might feel like, oh, I don't have the active vision on this. He's got the mobility now, and even though he's got a scout, things can happen in multiple places at the same time. And Kiljardi, he is the one who's going to need to respond to whatever Jiff decides to throw at him, because another horseman is coming along, and all of a sudden, this is going to be a little bit of a harder mission for him to have access to that gold. He gets wheelbarrow as well now, so making sure those villagers can run away quickly. But the tower coming up, horsemen will interrupt this.
Not a gilded horseman, so hard if they get dragged underneath the TC. But that's the beautiful thing. Like the way that Kiljardi's played this, it's not your classic fast castle where you've got all your food villages that can garrison. You're actually pretty weak on the static defenses. So it's going to be a nice little bit of pressure, but inevitably this looks like the strategy of Kiljardi is bulk fishing and then play for a castle play. In fact, if you look at the map, he done the please don't hurt me strategy. Skip the extra 2 ponds and then go to the far side of the map where your opponent is probably not looking.
And that's exactly been the case. I don't think he's been spotted here. Right now, the vision has been focused right onto that gold, and now getting rid of that second dock. I love this, because now if he goes and scouts the second one, he's just not going to see this at all.
Exactly.
So you can see with his vision as well, he has not seen that whatsoever. So he's just focused on getting that gold and shutting down this one little pond. But we do see him already building a military ship to secure those last 2 fish patches and 4 fishing ships here. I just want to point this out. I was looking at that wood very closely. When you go for 4, you deplete this so much quicker, but at the same time, it's just a huge boost of food, and that's most likely what this man knows he needs. But double stable also coming out. We just know that an Order of the Dragon Horseman hits a lot harder than anything else.
Yeah, I think maybe Kilyadi was like insulating for the idea of castle, and then he sees that this is an all-in pony commitment. And then he just switches it up. He says, fine, I've already got the food set up nicely at the back. And like to the point of the 4 and the fishing, I do wonder if the goal here in Kilyadi's mind is like, I might lose this pond. So if I just have a 4th to gather it quicker, you're arguing longevity versus getting the most before the burnout comes through. Because 4, it is a more justifiable play. We have to remember a while back, they buffed food on Shoreline to be a little bit bigger. I think it's an extra 100, so you get extra 300 in total. So it doesn't feel as bad as it once did to go 4 or 5 on a single pond.
Oh, I want to point out, he went to scout those other pods. He saw absolutely nothing, and he's like, okay, no worries. This is not an issue for us. Let's just go find some villagers. Absolutely phenomenal here by Kiljadi, being a little sneaky little goose. And Jif just underestimating his opponent's ability here to hide that economy. But the horses are going to be going straight for the wood line. We do see the horses going for Kiljadi's scout. That scout has to be careful here.
That one gilded horseman?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Leonidas right there. Just full Hodor effect. No one gets through.
Oh no.
Oh,
and
no.
Kiljadi, he gets alarms on every corner. This might mean he loses.
What? That reaction speed. That should be a second villager with the body blocks. Needs to move with it though. Ooh, doesn't quite get in the way. That was pretty damn impressive from Jif though. Like the multi-pronged assault, even though the first one done absolutely nothing, it had Kilyadi's full attention.
And that's the beauty of attacking on 2 spots at the same time. You want to make sure that your opponent does not get notified. And if he does, he's too busy focused on another one. Now the horses, the numbers are starting to get a lot scarier. And KP, this is not the tower you need when you're fighting 14 horsemen soon to be in his base.
It's okay. We have a button. It's a great button.
Wow.
You say that like a politician. We have a button. It's a great button. It's going to solve all of our problems. This button will make us the best German state in the world. No doubt about it.
Let me tell you about this button. The button, this is the greatest button.
I try to avoid making it so obvious.
But they do.
I was going to go, this button is going to make us great again, but I didn't want I want that shell over there.
No. We do see that Kiljadi, he needs to defend this. With those villagers in there, 5 villagers do not want to be going down. And the button has been used. The greatest button of HRE is not going to be enough with all those horsemen constantly attacking
Oh, God. If he gets the body blocks, that should be -5. But he let them scurry through. He gets 1, 2. Okay, so 2, but look at the pony count on the floor there. That's minus what? 8 horsemen, maybe more. And the health bars are not pretty on what remains.
And with you only having 1 prelate that is currently working on inspiring your villagers, those things aren't even going to get healed up. They're just going to fall like flies one by one. And now chunky horsemen, 9 of them soon to be, will be heading towards your side. Jif Music with his 12 horses, they are not going to be a match for the Order of the Dragon army that is about to plummet into his base. 18 fishing ships as well here from Kiljadi is just... This is going to be tough for Jif to handle. The ponds will eventually run dry, but when you have already 9 Order of the Dragon Horsemen, you're not that worried.
Yeah, you have to think about the destroyed value already. Is like, okay, yeah, you're going to run out of food eventually. Yeah, but so's Jif. They copy and pasted the same problem. Difference here is Kilyadi has taken this as an opportunity to boost himself. Look at the macro. He's starting to stockpile up a bit, so Castle could be on the table in the next minute or 2. Especially if Jif feels stuck in the corner, which, when you look at the state of things, how can you not be stuck here?
At this point, Jeff is going to get completely denied of all the resources because he now needs to find another answer. And he finds it. He goes for a few spearmen here, trying to just secure the side. But with those horses, they're still going to take a lot of damage without enough spears to back them up just yet. Kiljadi needs to be careful here. He cannot overcommit and run those horses into the spears. He's got the mobility. He needs to use it. If he wants to fight, he needs to fight against the horses only. The farm transition slowly coming in for him as well. With him having access to so much food already, this feels pretty good. And now 11 on gold just tells us we're going to have an evenly matched age-up timing here from both of them. But Burgrave coming out with 11 villagers. And honestly, I am excited to see what Kiljadi's next move is going to be. Is this just going to be constant aggression now? The Burgrave is forward. He wants this thing to produce and send it out to make things happen. But with 30 on food, Jiff is going to be able to catch up pretty quickly. He just needs to get an answer to armored units that will be heading his way. And 14 horses might just not be it.
Yeah, he's probably thinking the Gilder Men Arms, but like I'm looking at the comp. Landshrakes doesn't sound like the craziest idea here. Like one or two of those, it's a full melee blob, no archers whatsoever. So let's see. It's pretty pricey on the gold, and you obviously have very limited counts in your corner. Kiljadi, the moment. Okay, it's going to be a normie play. Men at Arms on the way.
Now, the Regnus Cathedral here coming out with 16 villagers. You know, Jiff wants this and he wants this quickly. He knows what's going to need to be a follow-up is an answer to Men-at-Arms. Because this is, like you said, it's just the normie play. It's exactly what people have been doing. Horsemen now going to get their veterancy as well. And this is just going to mean Kiljadi's horses are going to hit basically like knights for most of it. They are trying to chase down, but Jeff is doing the smart move. He's trying to move over to the other side of the map to ensure that Kiljadi's forces are going to be tied up, trying to chase him down. Archer ranges instantly getting added to ensure that he can make those crossbows, because he is going to need a lot of them.
Yeah, I know, I love this. He's already looking to deny relics permanently. He's rushing monks out. Also, remember, he put those double stables ages ago. Immediate usage here. Double Gilded Knight. Great start to raid at the beginning of this age, especially when you know that Jiff is going to be forced to come out on the map to try and get relics, but simultaneously be setting up a static economy in a very obvious location at that Art and Chapel.
Now, already patrolling, ensuring that that one will be saved just for him. We are going to be seeing a lot of relic play now with a lot more of these prelates going to be moving out on the map. We only see one being made by Jiff for now, but Kiljadi already having two on the board. And keeping in mind, you don't spawn with those. You need to make sure that you shut this down because you don't want to give this to Order of the Dragon. The thing about Kiljadi, he's using that Burgrave, and it does give you the value you need to already just negate the Regnus Cathedral by just producing constantly. But every relic you pick up is a denial on Jiff. And this is exactly what you need to be aiming for. Kiljadi now, he's got the mobility. He needs to make sure that that last relic does not get picked up by his opponent. 2 now going over to Kiljadi extra, which, no, Jiff is just letting happen.
I mean, he has no choice. Look at the size of this army. He tries to engage, but just gets scared away entirely. I mean, the Gilded Knights, you have to remember, they are the true medieval tank in this situation. The health bars and those things, very hard to eradicate. Jiff is trying to solve it now by going to crossbowmen. And now we're going to be seeing the land snakes. I love this detail. The extra gold injection. Lansk, still to this day, feels like the slightly statistically overtuned unit of the Dragon Arsenal. It's so tanky. It hits so hard. And a majority of the army of Jiff is still melee.
And the problem with that is you're just not going to be able to deal with these very mobile units, I say, as he runs right into the spears. But luckily, these guys are made of steel, and they will just drag the army deeper. Now, dragging that army deeper just leaves it open for a really massive push here on the gold. We see all of that eco just going idle now. He needs to respect this. The villagers running for their lives as a few will fall. And they do run through. What's the idle time? And villagers are going to be needing to run for a very long time. Keeping in mind, none of these villagers are equipped with wheelbarrows, so running pretty slowly as well. A lot of idle time here for Jiff Music, and this is not going to be the last attack. He's just going to be able to do this constantly. You already see his army rotating there towards the wood line on the bottom side, and the whole army engaged here are just trying to chase down these horses.
You realize the irony of saying that he's dragging the army?
Haha.
It's pretty effective, though. Like, just a few of these units are so obnoxiously tanky. The Gilded Knights themselves are just... I mean, they're basically one-man armies, right? Like, you have to address them. In theory, it should be easy, but when there's healing involved after the fact, you know that it can just go off, top off, come back in, and look at the switcheroo. The army is so out of position. It's going to be a double down on the idle time. He's going to wish he could have some overtime to get back what he's about to lose here. The workers will shift away from the tree line in time, but this is just bigger and bigger wins for Kilyadi, right? Like, the second relic is at least on the way home for Jif. But the idol is critical here when you consider that land snake wave that has not been revealed yet.
Now those horses are just gonna drag the army again to the other side. Order of the Dragon, we didn't know this is what it was all about, but that's exactly what's happening here. Now the horses trying to rival those very normal knights and doing a pretty good job here. Lunchknecht being revealed, but again, most of the army.
Like, it's not ideal. I wonder, Jif, I mean, he's started to get a decent amount of crossbows together here, right? What does Kilyadi need? Because he just lost quite a lot of horsemen on that dive. It looked casual, but we also have to remember, when we see like 4 horsemen go down, that's 8 horsemen. That's actually quite a lot at this stage in the game.
It is very expensive for them as well. And we do see that resources collected still pretty even between these two. Kiljadi definitely destroyed a bit more here, but at the same time, you have to ask yourself, was this the killing blow? And Jeff, he says, no, I'm going to wall up. This is not going to happen again. And we see a keep already out here as well. He's got the positioning. Kiljadi has the ability to take control of the map as well, which is fantastic. I feel like he just needs to find a way to do actual damage to Jif. Because, yes, he's got a lot of idle time, but Jif can recover. He's HRE, he's got that arcane, he's very much inspired. And the farms are just going to ensure that he has an insane economy. While Kiljadi, he doesn't have that transition just yet.
We do have a very hard commitment to Gilded Archers, though. You see the scale armor coming in. So he's respected the fact that Jif has actually diversified his comp. Still leaning to Lanch, though. It's interesting to see how long he'll be able to keep this going. I mean, he has moved out into the map to secure on the Sacred Sites, but like that hasn't secured an 8k gold, right? Those are much further away. And Lanch does burn a hole in your pocket the size of Switzerland.
Even with those discounts, definitely not something you want to be making if you don't have unlimited access here. Now, the horses, they cause a little bit of idle time. Nothing too crazy here, but, you know, with the eco kills being pretty much even, this is not... It's not great for Kiljadi. He needs to find just a bit more here. Jif now trying to launch a little bit of an attack, does not get another victim, and the villagers will still stay alive, building that house and going back onto the berries. But slowly but surely, the control on the map is going to be what's important, as those internal resources are going to be running a bit low. Now, if we look at the resources per minute here, Jif is at 1.7k food per minute, and as those fishing ships are kind of just getting depleted, they're getting deleted as well, as we saw the fishing ship counter going down significantly. But this also means that Kiljadi, that army is going to slow down, and like you said earlier, with all those horsemen, they being lost is not something that he can easily replace.
No, it's a little bit of a dicey position to be hunkered down the corner too long here. I mean, he's making an anchor point on the south side. I think Jif is just trying to get ready to secure that 8k gold. The problem is with this timer ticking against you, I'd be more chiefly concerned about the objective forward of you. Like, Jif does have military size. This is probably the best time he's going to find a fight, but he gets baited in. Needs to be careful of that melee blob. There's still 8 land snakes waiting in that formation, and the stealth forest can, in particular, make this area quite tricky as Jif's vision is heavily limited.
Those towers are a little bit reinforced, and the thing is, they're going to be firing 1 unit at a time, and that's great, but the army is pretty massive, and there's a lot more coming. So, like you said, probably the best time for him to engage is right now, but he needs to do this perfectly right, and he needs to fight. Ooh, that's an expensive loss between all of them as well, especially when there's only 12 of those running around. So, army value I see being pointed out as well. Kiljadi solidly in the lead. Just keep in mind, it's less units, and he needs to hit his attacks pretty hard and accurately to make this worth it. If Jif Music micros and gets those lunch snakes out, he is going to have a very expensive army fall pretty quickly, because those lunch snakes, they don't do too well against the huge amount of ranged units that we do have here from Jif. Granted, they are crossbows. They're not going to do that bonus damage, but it does need to be careful. 7 minutes on the sacred site, though. So it's starting to feel a little bit scarier, but that sacred site should be easy enough to capture.
It does tend to creep up on you quite fast, especially once you get under 5 minutes. You feel like you're already out of time in a lot of cases. So we are going to see a push soon. Jif is almost at max pop, and that should be in Fury's go time. The problem is Kiwyadi's actually competing. It doesn't look like it, but you have to remember the way population works with this Civ. He's contesting almost maximum population.
Now, with the extra bit of stone he's got in his pocket, we know that there's going to be another keep here at the front, or at least a bunch of reinforced towers. But we do see siege now being built forward as well, them fighting under the tower. This is the moment, but we'll see if those launch connects actually make a connection. We do see the kiting here, pretty well done here from Jif Music, but it does look like the army mass is just a little bit better here for Kiljadi for now, and the tower's doing some amazing work.
It's a bit tricky with those tower defense, though. Surrounding placements in particular, it is a lot harder just to break through brute force. And remember, we've got that Inspired Warriors buff in there. So Kilyadi, a very chunky firepower line here. You can see it coming through. The amount of yellow bodies hitting the floor. Jif has to back away.
And the army value difference is significantly more now. With that keep coming forward, this is going to get harder and harder. And Jif, not really sure where he or how hard he could have committed there. And goes in, goes out, just doesn't land as much damage as he needed. Kiljadi now getting very close to max pop too. So Jif spending every bit of resource he has, as he knows that now, like you said, 5 minutes, we already see the 5. It's not under there yet, but it's going to feel pretty scary pretty soon.
TikTok goes that clock. I mean, the difficulty to breaching these defenses. Like, how are you meant to do this now? You weren't able to take on double outpost. Now there's a castle drop. And if you look at the vision, Jif, he didn't see this. By the time he notices it, it's going to be fully complete. And you are just going to immediately get that brutal sinking feeling like there's no easy way in. He has at least got one trebuchet on the way. But remember, Kiwyadi, he's still got stone reserves that you can access around the center here. And he's already prepping it with the mining camp.
Now, getting a trebuchet is going to be great if you're not up against emergency repair. So we'll see if that emergency repair gets extended forward. But it does look like those houses are very much extended forward to try, to connect the lines. So these bad boys are not in the influence just yet, but they will very soon be.
Yeah, definitely in time for the assault coming, right? It's not like Jif is going for a rushed assault. Trebuchets is very laid back. And the problem is, we're down to 5 minutes. You can't be laid back. Panic.
Yeah, he is not committing to any more trebuchets, and that's the issue here. I think when you're in a position where trebuchets are going to be the only thing stopping that constant onslaught of the towers, you need to make a plan. You need to make it quickly. But no, he says, I'll just make more horses, more crossbows, more knights, and that will be enough. But Kiljadi, he is very comfortable sitting back here and just letting it work.
Stupid knights. This is what I mean. Like, they're so weird. They feel so bad sometimes and then so busted at others. It's such a polarizing unit in the Gilded Arsenal. He's going to keep just creeping in now towards the deer stacks. That's going to cause a bit of harassment and shut down there, at a point where Jif just needs to keep meat grinding units. And the outpost defensive, for a man who likes to play the game in the most aggressive of ways, I guess you could say he's aggressively attacking that clock. Because everything else is defensive.
Now, him pulling the villagers here to ensure that those towers are healed up is actually pretty smart, because it just allows you to keep that emergency repair for when the actual push arrives. So that secondary trebuchet is going to help, but you can see the villagers are repairing this tower with simply a little bit of wood, and there is a lot of it.
Where are you going?
To their death, actually. Kiljadi has a significant bank here, and he doesn't mind losing a bit. Villagers gonna get raided, but I don't think Kiljadi minds this. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock. Even if he loses these,
like, he lost one, Reika. He lost one villager to that raid. Look how many horsemen died. Oh, this Civ sometimes. I mean, this is looking pretty solid and solid by Kilyadi. Jif has got one big death push coming. The thing that concerns me is, like, look at his army comp. It is over 50% crossbowmen. Or range, rather. Like, half of it is crossbowmen. So you don't actually have much burn power on the infrastructure, other than the 2 trebs. And now, the dive coming in. A pause on the clock. There is still Landsnake in the mixer. Remember, look how quickly that front line just evaporates. It's gone already. Backline is going to be fine. That means you've got nobody to pause that clock. And the E-repairs means you've got no way of breaking that castle.
And sure, he could actually still clean up a significant portion of the army, but you then have to consider Kiljadi can replace it. He's not in a position where he's like, oh, I just lost units. What now? I just lost units. I've already got some in queue. This is going to be an easy repair. Those trebuchets also got a little stunned the moment they realized, hey, there's emergency repair fixing everything, unfortunately. So they're not too sure what they're going to be doing about this either. Now, more commitment to Horsemen here, and Jif Music, he needs to find a way to get as much as possible. That bell ticking now, that keeps going to be in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, but it's Trebs, right? Like, it's double, soon to be Treb. And the problem here is with the villagers repairing behind, 600 stone in the bag, he's going to get E-repairs again. You know, the thing about trying to Treb and E-repair castle, it just feels like they're taking the rocks you're hitting the castle with and then they're hammering them into the walls. Like, yeah, thanks, man. That reinforced the defenses. We're better than ever. And with 2 minutes left on the clock, there is going to be a desperation play now for Jif. He has to rush the dive in.
Now that emergency repair is about to come back, and we do see a lot of villagers on that keep, just keeping it alive. 1 minute 41, and Jif is going to give this one big push, waiting until the very last. We do see Spearmen now in the mix as well. When you're dealing with that many crossbows, you usually don't want to, you usually would go into spears, but there's just a bunch of archers here, and they do pretty damn well against that imaginary front line you think you've got going. Now, we do see emergency repairs up, but he is trying to dive. He's trying to make sure that this is the push. The trebuchet is firing away, but again, denied by that emergency repair pretty quickly. He does not have the front line to keep doing this, as these archers are just destroying everything.
It's just the Lansk as well. Like, there's never a real front line. It always just disappears, which means you don't have a tank for the second half of the fight, which is critical here. It's not enough to be trading out with the back line. You need something that can stand on the front and hold. And with it being Horsemen, I don't ever see that happening here for GF. With 45 seconds away, Kiljadi just revealed the Mango, which is the perfect solution to the second part of these fights. And remember also, it's Gilded Archers. He's got extra range resistance there. Knight's now getting a freebie charge in. They're going straight off the trebuchets. That's one down. Can easily secure a second before the finisher comes in from the crossbowman. And that should have reduced the DPS enough that that castle is never going down.
Those villagers repairing as much as they can. Boiling oil also now being researched. But the mangonels are going to be wrecking havoc. We do see that is a very clumped up group of units. You know, the third mango, he knows. It is what it is. 17 seconds on the clock. Jif does not give him the satisfaction of getting that sacred side victory, but in our hearts, that's exactly what it was.
Kiljadi, usually the attacker in this situation, forced to be the defender, but shows us that he is a robust player in all avenues. Age brings wisdom, and at this rate is going to bring a swift 3-0 for the Finn.
And I love the fact that Kiljadi read the situation. He knows, hey, I'm going to get the sacred sites. It's going to be fine. It's not going to feel like a big commitment. It's not going to set off any alarm bells just yet. And Jif waited and waited until it was too late. Like you said, without that vision in the South Forest, it definitely made things a little bit more surprising for Jif. And I don't think he realized how emergent it was. With that military value lead, we see it is one single color, and that is a very convincing red here. Kiljadi, though, in the next map, as we can see, getting Malians, which honestly, I did not expect anyone to let through. But Jif says, I would rather play against your Malians than against your French.
French is pretty good on Boldland, right? It's like a map. It's one of the few maps I'd say Pro Scouts is going to make up like 80% of the play still. There's some ways you can play out of it. But Malians don't need Pro Scouts at all. Like, actually, Kiljadi's draft of Malians made a lot of sense for the map draft. He had it for here, or he could also have accessed it on King of the Hill, where it's becoming more and more popular. But the Delhi response, not an impossible one, just a less frequent one. It feels like this is a pick that usually comes out in your Dry Arabias, your Lipanese. But, you know, it just shows you the priority in Sengoku, right? It just has to be sniped every single time. They have one of the best heavy cavalry units in the game, full stop. They have the ninja buff for free to enable, and they have easily got one of the best castle age landmarks in the game. and one of the hardest civs actually to stop with fast castle builds, because even if you block their gold, they've still got the sake brewery to get them online in the third age.
Now, when I look at this matchup in itself, I remember the days when Delhi archers would just completely overwhelm Malians, but I think we've switched to a different type of play here. We've seen a lot more things coming out of Malians, especially with the horsepower that they have. And I'm expecting a lot of that from Killjadi. We've been seeing him being very active on the raids here, not overcommitting his units, not losing anything to any run-bys that he may have overcommitted to. He has been calculated. And Jiff, him picking Delhi here, I would say is probably because he knows if he doesn't win this, this is where things end for him. This is the end of the road until next week. If he makes it all the way through, it's still going to be a pretty tough set for him to survive through here. So getting Delhi out now, you also have a civilization that's really good at raiding, and especially on Baldland, like you said, French is great here, but Delhi will also not do too badly, especially with that mobility that they have early on.
Yeah, there's still some hurdles in the draft I see that he's going to have to overcome. I think Killjadi, he set himself up pretty well for front range. He can actually prioritize Ibids and French. Both are great brawlers on that map. King of the Hill is going to be the interesting one for me now that he doesn't have the Malians. Shushi seems the obvious one, maybe like Shushi/French or Shushi/Jean. For Jiff, English is a classic on King of the Hill. I think he'll try to draft English, and maybe Roos there is the most obvious one. And that's an important draft point if Jiff can get there, because he is a prolific English player in my eyes. Like he's diversified, but when I discovered him, he was one of those classic 2TC White Tower boys, and he was thriving off of that build, even getting to the top ranks. So we'll have to see if we get treated to it, because it could all be over here in the Baldlands. And as we know, when you go to the Bald territory, statistically, the older man is favored. He has more experience with it.
Killjadi, though, he has the years of experience on that head, and we'll see exactly if he puts it right on the map with now that nice little Malian pick. And I think this is now going to be the battle of mobility, right, KP? Just two civilizations, absolute giants at raiding and overwhelming their opponents. That is exactly what Killjadi needs to show us here. Now, early game, how do we feel about the... Now I'm going to go back to a good old discussion called Pro Scouts, KP, because it was such a big discussion for such a long time. Do you get enough breathing room to actually consider that? Or is this just going to be something where you have to make do with what you've got in your base, at least in the early stages?
I think you don't care as Malians as much. Like, Pro Scouts in theory is really desirable, but ever since we saw the move to the ranch opening, which you use the gold you would have used for Pro Scouts instead, what we see is actually Malian players taking advantage of tempo, which is especially effective now with the newly buffed Sofa. It was a year ago they got buffed, but we're going to keep talking about it as if it's new, because it was a complete transcendence of gameplay. Malians changed from being a defensive civ to being an aggressive civ. And with that change, opened up a weak point for Delhi. A matchup that once upon a time felt like it was 80-20, 90-10 in some people's eyes, now feels like it can be a 50-50. So this definitely does feel like it's going to be a match of aggression. I think what's key for Delhi here is find that right timing into infantry and then trying to lock the map around the sacred sites. Because the cool thing for them is if Killjadi is doing the new breed of food builds where we don't see Pro Scouts at all, it means that Jiff will eventually get all the deer for free.
And that's something that I think a lot of Delhi players, they get to fall back on, which just ensures that that advanced push that they get just becomes so much more potent. Now, Delhi on a map with two sacred sites is not necessarily something we see very often. Like you said, it's something that you see a lot more on Dry Arabia, etc. But when this is a strong pick, you gotta pull it out. We do see Dome of the Earth Faith coming out, which is, pretty standard for how long now? 2 years? This thing just we don't see any diversity between these two just yet.
It's always one or the other, right? Like, it's always one or the other. That's the sad part. Like, it does gut me a bit. I wish we get to a point where it's like close to a 50-50 pick for each landmark choice. But I don't know. We haven't had many civs that historically get that. I think HRE, like we talked earlier, HRE is kind of getting a bit closer in some people's eyes. But these two are probably two of the most rigid examples in the entire game.
Now, Killjadi, though, is he going to be able to constantly shut down this type of movement that you see from Delhi in the early, at least when the research is done, is he going to be able to get that snowball going? We do see the mill already going up. And now the question is, are these cows or is this just a good old upgrade? When you know your villagers are going to be running out there on the map doing work. That first wood line there at the back, guys, that thing is... It's safe-ish, but good old Ghazi Raider, they do a bit of damage there after the first 2 trees are chopped down, and they slide into those DMs very, very easily. So
it's the Himiyama effect, right? That's the way I describe it. It's like Himiyama was the classic one for this prairie as well. It's like all these small tree lines are designed and actually spawn specifically far enough away from your TC, you do not feel safe. That's why picks like French have made sense, Zushi with the Russian cavalry, Malians, Delhi, Cav civs again. And we are going to be seeing the cow opening, by the way. Kilyadi was already prepping it with the gold. So we're going to get the free into the one ranch. That's just going to give you the early game economy. And then presumably we'll be looking at an immediate opening into stables. And then you can upgrade your scout, which means you'll be able to beat the enemy scout to start with and kind of prevent him from taking control of the map too quickly.
Now, not getting the early second pit mine makes a lot of sense because you need to make sure that your economy stays up to date here. We do have 3 there on the gold for GIF music, which just means we're going to get a lot of prelates here. Or what are they called? Scholars. There we go. Oh, completely gave it the wrong title.
When I first started casting the game, I used to call them the prelates prelates. I don't know why.
Prelates? Nice.
Yeah, like thinking back to the amount of things that just me and many other people mispronounced when the game first came out, it's kind of comical. You still have ones like today, like Limitane and Limitan. Like what's the one people say? Limitne.
It's Limitane, not Limitane.
Like Limitne is like I don't know. I like the focus on the nay because it's almost like saying, oh yeah, this is bad for horses. But
that's a sofa for the first one.
Yep,
we see a sofa as the first boy. Ooh, guys.
This is the meta now. This is the way. Yeah, it's like it's so powerful. The scaling potential just makes sense. Like any game you're playing as Malians now, you're trying to find a way of getting into sofa archers in the feudal age. Like when you look back in hindsight, it's like, why didn't we do this sooner? It's like what we always wanted. Instead, we do Javelin Donzo. But he's adding in the Donzo for good reason. We have to remember Ghazi get bonus against Sofa, and then on top of that, have healing to assist them. So you need some burst potential to make sure that Ghazi are not walking away from this fight.
And with a scout that's a little bit reinforced, it does help a bit because they heal up all by themselves. But when you're investing into sofas, you can't just run in, do a little bit of damage, and get out without getting poked yourself. And that's exactly what we see Jiff here trying to do, because he knows every bit of damage he does on the sofa is damage that's permanent. That sofa is just going to be weak from here on out. He can go back and heal those Ghazis up, but the sofa, it's going to stay at that HP, and it is going to be their next victim. So this is the constant back and forth that you're trying to do in this case. You want to go and do a little bit of damage to the sofas, pull back, heal up, and do it again. Now, if we're looking at these Ghazi Raiders, are their movement speed faster than the sofas? They are, right?
Yes, they are, which to your point, to really enable your point, is going to feel like the longer we have these little trades where I just hit you and then run away, between the movement speed and the distance between the health bars, your victory is going to feel so far away from you. And it does start to kind of light this pressure on Malians to just be more heavy-handed in the donzos. That's something that Jiff can try to take advantage of with archers, because the other cool thing is, so far aren't that tanky in feudal. You know, important armors is a castle tech. Archers will still be able to do half their damage into those heavy cav.
We do see a lot of yellow dots moving out now from the top and the bottom.
Oh,
these guys moving out. Yeah, he wants to do some work, but at the same time, we have to know that this is the weaker point where Kiljadi is going out and building that second pit mine. So the Ghazi Raider there at the back could be shutting that down pretty quickly. Jeff just needs to be very careful because these counter raids are going to matter significantly. The Ghazi Raider gets a shot off, but has to back off as the Donzo is in position. But the Sofa army, or a little bit of a raiding party at least, is going to be paying a visit there on the side of Delhi.
Nah, but the creep in, it doesn't really have a clear target right now. What's interesting to me is that Jiff is just going Ghazi Spears. I think this is just a much easier comp to use than Hampton Micro Archers, but it kind of feel like outside the healing, you're just building the worst unit, right? Like, you know, your Spearmen are technically worse than Donzos. They don't have the armor, they don't have the attack from range. And your Sofa are going to outperform Ghazi. So, like, it's really weird to see it from that light for Jiff. I think it's because he's trying to rush the sacred sites. That's how he can make sense of it, and I'd love to see him maybe even consider starting to try and wall across the center part of the map. But with these tree lines on the wide, it might make it a bit difficult. Nice raiding will find the worker. And remember, these Ghazi, as long as they're alive, they can go back and heal. As long as there's healer boys alive, which is not looking like the case now.
Now, the Sofas, they do a pretty good job at cleaning up a little bit here, but
Greedy.
Ghazis stay alive.
Are you kidding me? He's so greedy. He tried to get all of them. And he'll get none. Wait, no, Jeff. Oh, that was sick. He body blocked. That is going to lead to a double death, though. What?
Absolutely phenomenal sniping here by Kiljardi in the end, but it was almost a lot of alive Ghazis at a very high price here.
That was
Kiljardi
sick.
now, yeah, definitely. Jiff, I feel like he almost made that very insane play, but the Donzos, that's the problem when you're playing against Donzos. You just need to look at that cooldown to ensure that you can snipe out what tries to run away from you.
It's only 15 seconds, right? And if they're close enough that you get a charge off, you'll stay in range. And, you know, the other thing is, like, you know, sometimes we talk about, like, AoE4 in the early game. Like, the micro-expression is hard to emphasize. That was a sick piece from both players. It just kind of shows you the skill level they're working at, right? Like, this is very much, compared to other RTS on the market, a macro-focused one. But when you get the opportunity to flex that little bit of micro skill, it really shows. And you kind of need to in this matchup. Delhi, in particular, kind of always had this big emphasis on the field timing, and he has got that timing now. The irony is last game, Kilyadi took him out with a 6-site victory. Jiff has started the ticker, and with this many spearmen coming through, it could be a win condition he tries to lean into, but he has just opened the door to encourage Kilyadi to start producing archers.
And Kiljardi is going to be raiding there at the bottom. He knows that, hey, you are trying to secure the sacred sites. Let me go and do something with this. With the amount of units he has here, he could take on the spears, and that's exactly what he does. Now, sacrificing a few of those would definitely not be worth it.
He lost one. The villagers... Okay, he's going to split past them now. He doesn't want to waste more time. And formation shuffling again. He will get the scholar as well. No? Okay, the sofas die. This is really too expensive now. It's not worth it for a final hit on a measly scholar.
And now he may have killed a handful of spears, but those could have been a handful of vills. And right now, you're Malians, you have the cow economy, you're technically already ahead economically, but now you're going to get raided next. We do see the Ghazis now in position, waiting. Waiting.
Yeah,
that
he snuck
was
that.
Perfect movement.
Unfortunately, I don't think he expected to get that close. He started to go to torch the houses. Kilyadi with the quick reactions will pull back. Does scout out the archer transition coming through at the very infancy of it, and also gets the body blocks in from the Ghazi to strike down 2.
Pretty good pickup here, but the Sofas are looking for their own. The problem is, those spearmen don't throw spears. So unfortunately, they will not be getting the Sofas, but the Ghazi is just keeping him busy. Now, these guys should be able to run away almost unscathed, but one of these Ghazis desperately needs to get back to base. But he loses focus for a second, turns around, and
look why.
loses.
But look why. Look at what's coming.
Defender.
Think about the economics here. Like, how is Delhi affording this so quickly? Usually talk about Malians outrageous, but it's because he's playing the cows. 17 out of 20, but really solid timing. And what I love to emphasize here is the fact that we've got compound defenders. You don't like, if you've been watching esports in AoE4 throughout 2025, you've not got used to seeing this landmark. It's been dead for a long time. He's trying to bring it back, and it's a good map for it with those double sacred sites.
The problem is, Jiff just sacrificed a significant amount of his units here. He's only got 2 Ghazis left, and you just hit Castle, but like I said earlier, the question we want to ask ourselves, is Castle going to kill me? And honestly, it might. He's getting an elephant now in the Q2, but up against all those Donzos, the elephant is not going to be happy being the front line here. The villagers now getting repositioned as they're going forward towards the deer there for a little bit of extra food, but the army is already getting into position, and if he turns right, he will just ensure that he shuts this down. But Sofas do go elsewhere. He does know that there are Sofas in the area, though.
Yeah,
Ghazis do need to...
Where is... Jiff kind of missed an important detail here, didn't he? Where's the
relics?
Food? Like, no, not just relics. Like, that's definitely one, but like, you can kind of excuse that because the sofas. But like, we haven't seen pro scouts at all. Right? So like, the food in the corner is running out really fast. So if he doesn't get a castle drop that secures some more food, he's in a really bad position. And the flood is coming. Kilyadi's on the way of Corral right now. This is where the sofa numbers can just inflate at a crazy pace at a point in the game where Jif will have to spread wider.
And Jif just doesn't have the units to defend even putting up a creep right now. We do see a significant amount of Donzos here. Able to snipe out one more Healy boy trying to make a living there. And we do see just pings going off everywhere, which means that Jif is just going to take this very small army he has and spread it around. Now, spread it around, sure. When you have 19 units, it does not feel good. Barry's now also completely depleted. And they don't really have a second place they want to go just yet. But we do see that that stone has been spent, and I would love to see where that keep is going to end up. Ooh,
it's
right
a pretty defensive one. Yeah, but he did gather the exposed stone first, so he's going to have a second one coming. But like, this still doesn't solve the big question I just posed. Where are you getting your food? Where are you getting your
Nowhere.
Next
week.
Apparently so. GG. Kilyadi just gets it swiftly. 3-0. Jiv. I think it's like, okay, this is why people don't compound defenders. It's really expensive on the economy when you only have about 50 workers.
And getting a compound of the defender, it's great when you have control and a few units to at least give you a little bit of breathing room. But Kiljadi, making this a pretty quick first set. We've been live for a little bit over an hour now, and we're done with our first best of 5. Kiljadi, deserving it so much. Just getting into this road to Wololo. Absolutely wonderful to see our grandpa joining us here today.
Oh, we're trying to go for the Wololo. You know, just gotta get like a little cane there. I feel like actually, now to think about it, I don't know if I ever saw anyone role playing as the old Wololo guy, the priest at an AoE event. I must have missed it.
That's a good point.
Like that,
No. I feel like maybe one of us needs to pull it off. I saw a few of us in the chat. I see a few more Twitch partners in the chat. Guys, our AoE Twitch partner numbers are expanding. Sassy Meow Aces. Which one of you are gonna do the cosplay here for us? The grandpa with the Wololo and your little relic in the hand? Yes.
I mean, like, Meow Aces can do it. She's in the UK, right? So, like, just go to the main event, play the part. We've got a few people in there. Like, Myriad could travel to do the part. Myriad, of course, is going to be playing to try and be there as a player. I think we've got him coming up towards the end of the day, Numidan versus Myriad, which I'm particularly excited for because Myriad 3-0'd Corvinus, which surprised me considering that Corvinus just gang-bushed Vortex in the weekly and almost beat him as a 3-2 scoreline. So, like, Corvinus has been cooking, and yet Myriad still dismantled him so cleanly. And yeah, like, just look at that. Kilyadi, Jif, it's going to be Kilyadi through first. But Numidan versus Myriad, I mean, an interesting journey. The Gento the outcome, not too surprising me. That's a guy to keep an eye on, by the way. Gento has been achieving pretty consistent placements in the top 100 at the moment. It's another Hungarian player. I thought he was Ukrainian for a long time because he made his account there, but we actually have 3 players on that side of the bracket from Hungary.
Well, they're hungry for a spot at Wololo, right? So these guys, I honestly am excited to see what Numidan does with Myriad, though, because Numidan is someone who's been playing very passively for a while. I feel like he'd been taking a break, coming back. We do want to see some new moves out of him. Baltoon versus Scarlet Devil, though. Scarlet Devil very nearly not making it through with MSN almost taking him down. I'm excited to see what MSN is going to do next week as well. So MSN, definitely someone who has been improving a lot lately. But Baltoon versus Scarlet Devil, I think a lot of the people here... Baltoon is a fan favorite. Let's just make that very clear. But Scarlet, this man is spicy. And he is definitely someone to watch. He sometimes takes down the top of the top. And then we don't see him for a little while.
Yeah, he just goes and hibernates and then comes back. And then it's like, yeah, I think it's like when strategy that came out of team games work really well, he looks really good. That's the interesting thing for me about Baltoon. Is like, because that's pretty much what he loves to play. But Scarlet Devil, what to say about this guy? It's been a bit of a weird journey. I think there was a point in last year where it's like, okay, yeah, no, dude, this guy is almost on Louis and CSO's level. You know, he's going to be number 2 in China within like 3 months. It has calmed down a bit. It almost felt like he may be given that second in China just because CSO stopped playing. But at the same time, it didn't feel like Scarlet Devil was improving at the same pace that some of these other players were. So this is going to be a real big testament for him because we have to remember, like, he's the representation for China. Louis MT declined. He's not going to be there. So when you're thinking who could represent the East, and it would be tragic if no one was able to there in Londinium, Scarlet Devil is now the one.
And that's a pretty big load to carry because keep in mind, that's still only the top 4. And to break through and qualify into the top 4, we still want to see China being represented. Absolutely. Seeing all the continents coming together, we have some favorites from America. We have our favorites from Europe. And honestly, Europe is looking quite dominant now. Wham and Puppy Paw already have some pretty big uphill battles. But Scarlet Devil, this man is going to need to fight really hard and make this look convincing. Because Baltuna, we have seen him absolutely obliterate people, especially with these picks that he's been handed. And that gives us a second to quickly look at the draft. So, Sengoku, the first ban coming in here with a Japan on the other side. So, a pretty solid message we get again from these players. House of Lancaster next, and Ottomans, because of what you said with the maps that we are seeing constantly in this map pool with the Front Range and Frisian Marshes, both of them giving Ottomans quite a bit of an edge, which neither of these players wanted to face.
Yeah, it's just there are elements of the draft that's like one player being maybe team focused, one being 1v1 focused. I don't want to like be too harsh on that though, because I'd say both of these guys are big team players. It's just the fact that like Lancaster and Sengoku get allowed at all, right? Like to one player entirely. The sacrifice on the other side was Japan, and the most interesting one to me is Macedonians. I think Macedonians is one of the most snowbally civs in the game. In fact, when the DLC came out, I was like, mark my words, when the dust settles, this will be the broken civ. Because there's obvious things with the other civs, right? Like healer elephants, very obvious. Sengoku, ninjas, all these other things, very obvious. Macedonians is so much more subtle at first until you start thinking about the implications of having double the armor upgrades, of having the best heavy cav unit in the game and paying the same price for it, having a tempo landmark like Hippodrome that gets you into these different arcing strategies. And players have been exploring. I've seen like the Canadians diving deep into the way of the spear. We've seen a lot of the Europeans leaning very hard into just horsemen into a fast castle type build. There's even the Varangian Guard cheese that on the ladder right now is the easiest way to ruin a game for anyone whose rank is lower than Conk.
I have been a victim to this, so I just want to attest to that. And Twitch chat, I know you guys haven't had any problems because all of you are probably stuck there in Conk 3. But guys, we have a pretty good matchup here for our first one. And this time, we let something through on both sides. Baldland getting both our French varieties and original in here, ensuring that there's going to be a lot of night-on-night action. And I feel like this is Baltoon's happy place, but you have to ask yourself, is it his happy place when he's not playing on an EU server? Because there is that little bit of delay for both of these players when you are playing on another server, especially in a knight versus knight matchup, where every millisecond counts. You pulling your knights back in that moment, just not getting that extra shot off, is going to make a massive, massive difference for these guys here.
I think the bigger concern is that he picked John Dark. Like that's
What?
It doesn't get picked very often right now. It's like one of the rarest sights, you know. Like if you saw Jean d'Arc and you like came from Warcraft 3, like, oh boy, a hero unit, finally for me, I'm gonna play this game. You're like probably the only person on the ladder doing it at the moment. French has just been kind of growing in popularity. The interesting part is, like you mentioned, Ping. I think that won't be as much of a problem for Baltoon because he plays higher ranked team games, which means he's primarily playing against Chinese players.
Okay, so he was born for this, basically.
Yeah, he's molded himself in the lag, you know?
Okay. Scarlet Devil, though, we'll have to see. Well, if Scarlet is also a high-ranked team gamer, then he might be... Oh, actually, they do play mostly on their server in that case, then. But, JD, like you said, it's not something that you very often see, sure. But in a France versus JD, I think that's the one instance where it does make a lot of sense, especially on a map where you look away for a second and all of a sudden there's a knight on your wood line and you lose a villager. And that's exactly where JD is supposed to also have a shot at doing so. But I guess I would pose this question to people in chat, and specifically if we have our high-ranked Twitch chatters, right? Where would you regard these two? Are we rather going for JD in a French versus JD or French in French versus JD? I think most people might land on French, but... we'll see what Twitch chat says to us, because, you know, KP, they're all high-ranked.
Oh, yeah,
you have
of
to
course.
trust them.
You know, like I hear like if you sub every channel you sub to in the Twitch AoE4 directory, you also get like 400 extra elo. It's just the way it works. So it just keeps powering up. You know, it's stacks, it's compounding. But like it's an interesting one because historically, like this is a very volatile matchup. It usually comes down to like the first few nights because if you screw up your positioning and lose Jean, you kind of lose all influence. But if you have good positioning and you protect Jean, all those knights get low. Now it's a one-hit wonder. Snipe, right? Because usually you go range form. So there's a micro skill expression to be had here. Like this is the nice thing is like, you know, if you're talking perfect micro, you're probably favoring French. But how often do you really see perfect?
Let's see what that early game looks like for us as we are almost ready to hop into Baldland. Finally, the answer will be answered of which knight civilization is better, but I see Twitch chat saying it's French. So let's see if you guys are right. Scarlet Devil representing here from China and Baltoon from Sweden. Let's see who is going to be the one making it through to our next road to Wololo.
Oh, it's going to be a thrilling one between the two. It feels like it's been too long since we've seen the Baltuna in action. He's fishing for an opportunity to be in the main event for that road to Wololo. We have to remember, 8 to qualify through these qualifiers, but only 4 that will make it at the end of it all. It is a vicious and not easy path to make it through to Londinium this year. And, you know, you're already seeing the stacked qualifiers, right? Like Baltoon versus Scout Devil, we just had Kilyadi versus GF, got Numidan, Myriad coming up, Voldemar versus Scatterbrain. The cool thing is just to see the old guard that are already there, and then the new guard coming through. And the curious part being who is going to end up where.
Now, I would really like to see what the situation is with these wheelbarrow openings, but I do see it being researched there under all the upgrades for Scarlet Devil.
We had to make it interesting. Like, can you spot it?
Can you spot it?
Oh, you made it easy now.
It's right there. Ah, come on. We like to challenge. But we do see the food going over to the side of Baltoon a little bit more. And when you are in a knight versus knight fight, that is also usually a major, major factor. Who runs out of food first? That's a big, big question. Yes. And at the same time, let's take a look at our gold spawns to see how easily they're going to get clapped by a little knight raid. This one, Baltoon, he's not living in the Swedish mountains, let me tell you that. That poor man is right on top at the front where anyone can strike hard. But at the same time, Scarlet is not in the best of closed-off positions either. I like that it was a pretty even one with regards to how open the golds are, at least. Especially in this matchup.
I mean, like on this map, like to put it a different way, it feels like he's living down in Malmo or somewhere, right? Like he hasn't got the mountain ranges near him. But at the same time, like it's a bit weird for Scarlet. He has got that gold a little bit inside the tree lines, but the corner gold isn't really that easily secure. So like there's a lot of exposure on both sides. What's interesting is the scout patterns that went through here. You know, Baltoon just getting a little bit more because he went wide first. But Scarlet did mostly recover. I think what Scarlet was trying to do is sniff out any critical detail about like A, the spawn so I can raid, but B, you know, how many people has he got on gold? Because if you see that early on, you can then theorize whether it's going to be like a wheelbarrow opening. The fact that Baltoon placed a mill but didn't go wheelbarrow is a little bit suspicious. Like, you know, you obviously want pro scouts, but you could have delayed it. I think we're probably getting PS on both sides, though. Like, this map, there's too much deer. And the deer is way too far upfield in a knight v knight matchup to not bring the deer home.
Now, with the deer play that some people do like to do here, and of course, when we're talking about the food, you need that food to just continue night production. This is usually where the pick-offs happen and where the night numbers start to matter. But let's go see, one thing I really love about this, when you're not playing a mirror match, or I'm calling this a mirror match, but you guys know what I mean. So, when you're not playing a mirror match, you usually get to choose, am I going to go for that knight first, or am I actually going to go for a nice little pro scouts and just make as many as I can, quickly get one knight out after that, and then ensue with the raids, ensuring that my opponent does not get to move out too much. We do see a little bit of a pop cap here for Scarlet Devil, but the timing is just right. Oh, there we go. Baltoon now aging up, instantly queuing up that first knight, and here it begins, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if Scarlet Devil's first knight is going to go for the aggressive, or if he's just going to go and absorb that first shock that we see from Baltoon's landing a little bit first.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Baltoon, I think this is like a 2-night opening into maybe pro scouts afterwards, if at all. Like he's going wheelbarrow on a delay, The interesting thing here is, like, wheelbarrow is much harder to achieve in the Dark Age for Jean than French, which is why you usually skip it. I think the curious part to me is still the fact they just built the mill so early on. Because, like, the idea is, by the time you're teching up, French are going to have, like, an extra 1.5 villages. And you're sacrificing a villager when you do tech up as Jean. It's a really weird, contradictory state. I remember when some players came back to the game, I was talking to them about it. They're like, well, I know how to pro scout with French, but the setup for Jean just feels so much weirder because of that slight economical difference.
Now, Scarlet is playing it quite safe here. We do see a tower coming up on the gold pretty quickly. And that is 100 wood that could have been spent on something else. Every single time that you make a decision, you have to make it actively. And that's what I mean. Scarlet is actively deciding, hey, I need this tower. While Baltoon is just going for the straight-up knight investment. He does get the charge off and does not get a villager, but that's a very low villager who will be very much up for grabs a little bit later. And the next knight also getting a pretty good connection here. So very quickly causing a little bit of havoc already. And Scarlet Devil, he's making the knights, but he's just a little bit slower than Baltoon right now.
Man, it's a full load death stare. You know that kind of moment, like I had a short come up from Malcolm Middle recently, like where they hear a story about someone super gluing someone's face to the floor. So both of them just stay up until they just, like, they can't keep their eyes open anymore because they're like, I'm going to super glue you. It's got that feeling about it. Like, neither one wants to go pro scouts because it feels like if he does, he's going to get his face super glued to the floor.
Well, pro scouts is quite expensive. That is going to cost you at least a night. So when you are a little bit behind on that, you do not want to take any of those risks.
And the
Scarlet
scouts,
Devil,
right? Like it's production as well as costs. It blocks you out. But I've got a pause coming through.
a little bit of a think for either. Baltoon deciding where those knights are going to be going next. Scarlet Devil gets to reflect on his decisions as well. Oh, never mind. Reflections done.
Reflection's over. This is like the impatient Buddhist monk. You're like, oh, I've meditated for 12 seconds. Back to work.
Now, the second stable being added here from Scarlet Devil as well. John, by now, she probably already has blessed one of those buildings, ensuring that knights are just a little bit cheaper. So we can see exactly... What did she... Wait. Is she not blessing anyone? No one has been blessed.
What the fuck? I don't blame her. I don't blame her. I know what they're going to do to me in the future if I'm her, okay? And if she has foresight, why would I help out the people that are going to, like, burn me, you know?
Maybe the cooldown. It's not instant. I actually thought the moment she ages up, you get one of those charge. Okay. So we're still waiting for that first charge.
I'm trying to remember, actually.
Almost there.
It's been a while. It's like one of those things you usually instinctively expect to see. But the worrisome part here is, like, look at the difference in economy that's already starting to appear. Like, you can see how Scarlet is going to start pulling ahead at this rate, right? It's 4 more villages already.
And there's a knight there looking at Baltoon's... Yeah, looking at Baltoon's golden line. He's just waiting for a little bit of an opening here. Sees no victims on the berries, potential ones. But at the same time, like you said, there's an economical difference. Scarlet doesn't really need to already. Scarlet is ahead in villagers.
Yeah.
So the question is just now, what are we going to see with the food here? Because now we're getting to a point where the sheep is running a little bit dry already. But that's a lot of knights, and Baltoon could get a pretty good shot off here. Not all those villages are going to fit inside.
That's the wheelbarrow, though. Just want to respect the Jean. The thing is, like, Jean kind of wants to be in a position where she's hugging a tree line so she can't be accessed. Because otherwise, like, Scarlet could try to run past you. In fact, the onus is kind of on him to do that as this goes on, because if you do just choose to do a big melee fight, we always have to remember Divine Restoration. It's a critical ingredient in these early engagements. And considering at this point they haven't really fought that much, you wouldn't be surprised to see your opponent doesn't have Chivalry yet.
Now, with Baltoon floating a little bit of extra gold here, with 9 on gold, is there ever an opening for you to actually get that little bit of a pro scout play? Or I don't think so. I think you're just having enough to constantly produce here.
You either have to pro scout or you're going to have to outpost secure onto deer. Those are kind of your options, right? I do like the idea of just going to the far southern side or the far northern side, because then you get the deer and the boar, so it's like outpost value. Whereas if you outpost the center, the only upside is that your army will be closer to reinforcing when you get attacked there.
Now, what I like to see is that because the game is not used to seeing this many knights in the game, we do get the slideshow version of knights.
Oh yeah,
So,
it's
guys,
just what it is. It's like it's an interactive story. So literally, you get
Yes.
1 second every time it pauses. We go, will you go right or left with the knight? And the problem right now is like it's just assuming you're just not quick enough to answer. So look,
So
now you
we're
got now
gonna-
you got enough time. Is he
Yes.
gonna A, go to the south side, B, dive north side with Jean full force, C, run away because he's a coward, or D, A click underneath the army? Okay, it's gonna be an A click into the army. Divine Restoration came in really early there, actually. And Scarlet, he
Yeah.
wins that fight. Easily, right?
Just like that, pretty quickly on. JD did get a little bit of experience here,
Okay.
but he doesn't overcommit. Now, JD's healing back up, but like you said, Divine Restoration was a little bit early, and the Knights weren't low enough to really get the value from there.
Yeah.
Him just trying to do his best to make sure that that gets some value, but JD now, she's going to be very exposed against all of this. We do have a scout standing a little bit far back here, but these Knights aren't healing up anytime soon. Chivalry is being researched, but it takes a while. The villagers, though, looking kind of juicy, but the Knight numbers is on the side of Scarlet Devil, and one of them getting picked up.
That was
Disgusting.
greedy. I mean, it's a select all army classic, I think, right there. Like Scarlet. And this is why a lot of players just like to garrison in the TC with the Injured Knights, but sometimes you forget. I've literally seen games where someone has piled 15 horsemen inside of a TC and forgotten about them, and it's lost them the game. So that's the type of moment that holds in your head. But, you know, Baltun, he has got Chivalry coming in as well. He's keeping that pressure up, but reminder, he has to. It's a 5 eco lead. It's not going to get smaller.
And Baltun does not really have an answer to any of that just yet. Sure, ooh, the Chivalry is ticking, but the Knights are looking for a little bit of a charge here. He does not want to take this fight just yet. JD, they're trying to back away, takes counter charge a little bit.
Yeah.
But
That's
not
really
looking
nice.
for a fight just yet.
Because, like, you don't want to engage with your Scarlet because there's an immediate damage buff there, we have to remember. Like, that's why it's always encouraged to be second to charge where possible.
So when I look at this army now from Baltun, he's focused on the food there at the bottom because he knows this is going to be a problem for me too. I'm already out on the map trying to get food myself. So this is most likely where I need to land to stop the night production. So the gold being mostly ignored. We have 15 on gold right now, and most of the villages here now being protected by a bit of a wall. JD, she's standing a little bit far back, but the Knights are quick to surround, and quickly she's going to be able to help pick off.
They can get to Jean.
She's going to heal.
So you go around the back. She is very tanky, though. The fight is clustered. It's a bit of a concave. This favors yellow. Remember, red doesn't have all of his knights here. So has to break away, but that means Jean is going to be going down. You cannot protect her like this. Sniped, short of being able to get the XP for level 3. The military mass is something that Baltun needs to be careful of. He still needs to retreat all the way home just to mirror the knight count. He turns for a short-range charge, but good micro by Scarlet to keep the trades even.
Knight versus Knight fight, and it's just looking like French is doing it so much better here with the Knight numbers just being in the lead right now. But now we're going back on defensive arc, and Baltun is going to have the reinforcements in his base. Scarlet does not want to engage into this because if he loses those Knights, it just so quickly turns back into the favor of Baltun. He's going to let JD come back passively though, and that's a great idea, right? We want to make sure that our JD comes back in time. We don't spend that extra gold on her. But at the same time, she doesn't get the time to regen. I believe during that time, you don't get the... Yeah?
Oh, sorry. I was curious about that because I think Baltun saw the deer move through the fog and reacted to it. That was actually really important because Scarlet was trying to sneak a knight out at that very moment. Because, like, in the current state of things, his food is a problem. He needs to start strangling Baltun a little bit. But to your point, like, sorry, you were saying about JD when she's dead, like, XP, etc. She doesn't get the XP, right? And I believe the cooldowns don't continue, at least, like, Consecration doesn't. So it's pretty punishing to, like, be dead often. But the XP grind is looking good. Like, I gotta say, Baltun's position in this game, despite the fact that, like, it feels as if the trades are just getting worse for him, it's kind of expected to. Your goal isn't to be ahead on destroyed army value. Your goal is to be competitive and get level 3 Jean.
Him having to invest in a wall that is the length all the way to China is going to be a little bit expensive there, but it also doesn't secure as many resources. We see it trying to just secure that little bit of a berry bush at the back and ensuring that those raids are not going to be too simple. But with the Knight army, all with the villagers on the berries on Scarlet Devil, that's how you know the man is starving. He doesn't want to sacrifice his own knights to go and raid because every single one he loses is just going to make sure that this army gets scarier and scarier. But Baltoon is also still going for the food. He knows exactly where to hit, where it hurts. And Baltoon having 22 idle now, so this means that those food sources that these villagers were on, they were definitely not in the greatest of places. Now moving to those back berries too, and the wall will do a great job at protecting.
Oh, Knight does get in. Just the one. Yeah, I like this approach. You just don't want to send much over. It's just too risky when you're playing Mass Knight and Mass Knight. Gold has been mostly harvested. Scarlet has already braked off to the backside corner. You see the Knight count. I mean, the interesting thing here is Jean is close by. She's in an open field. You need to be very careful because if she does get seen, it's immediately gone. But the reason why Baltoon is confident is the scout did get sniped, right? So Scarlet should be blind with this main army.
And not seeing that Jean is going to give Baltoon a little bit of time to also reposition because he knows exactly where his opponent is. He knows where that second gold is, but protected by walls. So, of course, you don't just have easy access. If you go in deep, you're committing quite a lot here. Those 3 knights, though, they pull back knowing that this is not going to be a safe place to be. But we do see those berries getting depleted at the speed of light. And Baltoon...
Wait, Jean? Whoa, whoa, boy, whoa. He has to fight now. Baltoon has to defend the Jean. Goes for the clash. This should easily be level 3, though, because Scarlet, he can't afford to just break away and go straight after the Maiden. So sticks to the clash. Going to have the rejuvenation available, I believe, so she'll be able to pump in a second. There we go. Level 3 Jean summons the Riders, and now the increase in DPS. Baltoon, he has got the potential firepower to start winning this, but needs to be careful with the fragile state of Jean. The good news for him, his food is still unharassed. The bad news for Scarlet, his food is now on the front line.
And that deer pack right in front there is exactly where he most likely does want a little bit of action soon, but he doesn't want it with a bunch of knights. JD having a great time.
Like, this is the thing. Like, you just have to now run. Scarlet's numbers aren't impressive anymore. He's going to have to gather here, though. The problem is, like, if he leaves, he has no food. So Baltoon just turns it into a meat grinder that is designed to grind Scarlet into pulp.
And these knights, we see the numbers falling like flies. Baltoon being ahead now, 15 knights to 4. This is going to be game 1 for Baltoon, taking down Scarlet leveling the field. There we go. So Baltoon doing an amazing job here at showing JD is viable. You just need to raid a little bit better.
That's weird, because people say, like, if like you shouldn't JD while gaming. That's drunk while driving kind of thing. But this form of JD is good for you, healthy for you. I mean, I got to give it to Baltoon. I think he out-microed. There was some great charges in. He was always kind of preempting and then also pulling away, getting short-range charges off, which meant that Scarlet couldn't trade with him. Other thing you got to keep in mind, tempo, tempo, tempo. This matchup is all about who can make the other dance like a monkey. And the problem here is it felt like Baltoon was the cowboy shooting at the feet. Scarlet was just dancing for him the whole time. And just an elegant read, just the way he approached the areas that he fought in, his understanding of where Jean can be allowed to stand. Like, we'll probably see if we've got a little bit of action replay. Even that final fight, as he approached the food, he hugged towards the gold because pathing gets really weird around gold outcroppings. The idea being is that Jean can't easily be accessed. And even though it looked like a slip-off where she's hanging around a bit too long, he understood at that point that he'd done the hard part. He'd grinded the XP to the point of victory. And, you know, it seems easy, right? Like, you look at this, you're like, why didn't he just send 2 knights to kill her? She has 225 HP. You don't kill her fast when there's a huge knight fight going on and you both have the same count.
Now, getting French out for Scarlet Devil is a pretty good feel, especially with a civ like JD. So,
look at this.
I think...
you see that approach? It's like the approach, he chooses the gold specifically because you can't just 8-click into it. You've had it, right? Like, you try and 8-click into that fight, 5 knights are running around that gold vein like idiots, and you lose the fight because numbers no longer make sense.
I just love how he instantly went between, but at the same time, is this a question of where should Scarlet Devil have put more knights onto Jean in that moment, or was it never going to be enough? Because the moment you do, you lose that DPS on the knights. So
I think it's earlier.
I guess just doomed from the go.
Yeah, I think it's earlier, like, you know, especially when that outpost up early on, maybe you just have to take a little bit of risk. There was a really good fight initially where the trade value was, it looked mostly even. They both lost 3 knights, but Baltoon also lost the scout. And I thought that was the moment where Scarlet would try and sneak a knight out and start raiding. We only saw that knight sneak out much later from Scarlet, and I think that's the problem for him, is despite the fact his economy is better, Baltoon never gave him an opportunity to go and raid at all.
And Scarlet Devil did play that a little passively in that case, protecting his villagers because he knew the value of having the night mass together, but at the same time, was that worth it in not being completely present on the map the whole time, causing a little bit of idle time? Because Baltoon had access to a few more deer as well. Don't really know where that would land in the end, but guys, now we have our next matchup. And our next matchup, we actually prefer to play against Sengoku instead of Byzantines, apparently, says Baltoon. He does not want to face Byzantines on Dry Arabia. Rather give me Sengoku. He's going to go take care of the Yatai on his own terms. But getting China? That's not a bad situation whatsoever.
Yeah, this is an interesting one to think about, actually. Maybe if Baltoon's not playing like a pro scout build, that can be a bit difficult, though, right? We saw the opening of the last series, it was Dry Arabia, it was China versus Byzantines. In that matchup, you could not go pro scouts because you could just go on the map. You didn't have to worry. This is different. Sengoku prioritize raiding, always. They're always opening Yari. It's very rare not to see that. So Baltoon's going to have to kind of weave that into the plan. He might be forced to be more defensive and more reactive because of that.
Of course, it feels pretty hard to do damage to China. Sengoku does have the answer of just having very early military and very early presence on the map, even when investing into something like the Yatai. So they do have an answer for most of what's on offer. And the problem is, if you don't shut down those Yatai in the first few minutes, they already get the eco boost from the Matsuri. So, yeah, Sengoku... I've had a few discussions about Sengoku in the last few days, and I didn't realize all the edges they had until I realized they have rocks, papers, and scissors, and you don't have anything you can do about that unless you just play better. But China has a civ that might have the ability to do so with just having that little bit of extra income, especially early on with your imperial officials. We'll see if that is going to be enough. But very strongly saying, I do not want to face Malians yet again. So another prio ban very quickly from Scarlet Devil. He did not want to deal with Malians on Baldland, and he doesn't want to deal with it on Dry Arabia. Is he going to let Malians see the light of day, or is this just going to be a permanent Malian ban?
It might have to be. It's a solid pick on King of the Hill and Front Range. I can see a world in which, like, to try and slip the Malians in, he could prioritize Malian Roos for King of the Hill. Both of them are very desirable civs there. For Front Range, probably Malians or Macedonians, and depending on what Scarlet has, the Macedonians might actually prove to be more threatening, but a lot of players have been sleeping on that civ, so I would assume he'd just let Macedonians through. But, you know, I'm curious to see how Baltoon wants to approach this. You know, like, Sengoku's such a weird civ. You feel like you need to shut down the Yatais. You can't really do it in the Dark Age. You don't ever want to be in the Dark Age as China. Let's see what he can do. Game number 2, Baltoon looking to extend his lead. One game up here. We head into Dry Arabia, but Scarlet Devil has the exact type of civ to get you back into the action. It's Sengoku time.
These two choosing the colors of red and yellow drives me absolutely nuts, especially when we have a red flag absolutely everywhere to try and follow. So definitely going to be messing up these names quite a few times. We see the first Yate with a perfect opening, of course. Scarlet Devil, this is something that I love about Sengoku. It's just that house that you need to delay to get the Yatai out at exactly the right time. That feels good. We see it going straight on the board, pretty close board as well. So it will already start ticking pretty quickly. Now, Baltoon going for the standard Chinese thing, which is just aging up normally. And Scarlet is playing Sengoku, right? So most people say that you go for the 3 Yatai, which feels greedy in a lot of cases, but it just makes mathematical sense because you get so much food back. It pays off so quickly. So is this something you've been seeing in your events as well? Do you see people only going for 2, or is it always the 3 Yatai situation?
So, sometimes you feel justified in 2. The idea there is, like, for example, this is Pro Scouts. Going 3 would slow you a little bit more on starting to react to that play. I'm more in the 3 camp, from the logic being, if you've moved your villagers over to wood already, the idle time of now sending them back to do something else for like a fast attack feels a little bit contradictory. You don't really see that much difference. You see less efficiency that way. It is going to be informed partially by spawn, though. Like, if you have a really trash spawn, and there's, like, for example, if you get deer plus berries and then boar on the other side, like, great, do that, and then stick the 3rd one at your home. Like, here, it's not the best in the world. Scarlet has the deer to the south side. He has the boar to the north. I don't think the northern deer is close enough to the berries that he could cluster that. So he's going to get a little bit less efficiency there. But sometimes the spawn is just way too good to resist the free. Like, insanely good. Like, you look at it, you're like, I think I can get 180 food per minute here.
That feels absolutely disgusting to play against. But luckily, Scarlet here, only putting that one on a little deer pack. It does make sure that 180 will not be on the cards just yet. But Scarlet now, he's also a little bit ahead with the sheep. And this is something to consider, because that third Yatai is going to be snacking on all the sheep that is in range as well, once the scout brings them back home. Yes, that's what I was about to say.
That's the catch.
Yeah, and with him not spreading, if he decides not to spread it out too evenly, they're going to deplete pretty quickly as well. But let's go see. That first age up, pretty standard by this point. Everybody going for the Cocker Township. There's no question about it. It is just so good. Nothing else needs to be considered.
Sorry, what was the landmark called again?
Cocker Township?
You sure there's definitely the name?
Should I say it? Coca Township.
Yeah, it's Coca. I remember, like,
Coca.
I done what you did, and Winston, the very first time this Civ came out, was on my ass straight away. He's like, no, you're just dirty-minded. It's a Coca. I was like, oh, it's a Coca. Hey. I love some of the pronunciations.
Oh no, guys. I can see it in chat already. I'm going to keep calling it the Coca. Yep, cock.
Just commit at this stage. Love to see a good big old Coca Township coming through. 40 seconds out. Has been heavily nerfed. You could argue that, like, the Coca has deflated in size and power compared to where it once was. Used to have a lot of uptime, but as we know, is like as you age, you know, and the game matures, you tend to have a little bit less, you know, pump constantly, and that's what we've seen here. It's gone from 100% uptime to about I think 40% uptime on those ninjas now.
I would even disagree and say the uptime has been significantly less than 40 for a lot of players, as they just use it defensively. So it depends on the matchup here.
They just shoot out straight away and then they just disappear, right?
Hello, boys.
What are we up to here?
We are just spawning them. See, this is interesting for me. So when we have these, you don't, of course, you don't need to save them in a lot of cases, because why? You can just send them out and go and raid a little bit of villages. Go make sure that they just get peppered up a little bit, as you're not expecting that aggression too early on. But actually, Baltoon says, early on, aggression, of course. And that's exactly what he does. He sends out that first horseman. And now he might be in a position pretty soon where he's like, oh, I should have probably used these defensively. Peppering up the villagers. Here they go. See if one of them goes down first.
Are they peppering them up or...
Oh, he just ghosted him.
God.
Just like that.
That was the best magical show we've had in this village all year. I can't wait for them to come back next season.
Oh, that was almost an amazing body block there with the scout as well. Pretty good job there by Baltoon. Taught himself a little bit about how much body blocking will be necessary, but the first one does make it home. Getting all those resources from the ball. He doesn't go for the Yatai because he realizes he's not going to get too much value from there. Goes for the second one to just pepper it up, do a little bit of damage. But Scarlet Devil, he's getting more and more horses. And we know exactly what that looks like in the right numbers.
The number is meant to be infinite. You're happy if you get a reason to build even more Yari here. And the follow-up is also kind of worrisome. Like, I think that the way that Baltoon's approached this dance feels necessary to stop your ties, but it also feels annoying to have to do. Because, like, there's a reason why people don't Dark Age rush Sengoku. Like, it's kind of pointless that Yatai has 370 HP. So the idea here from Baltoon is kind of cool, like go for the Horseman alongside the Pro Scout. The negative is a lot of what you've now done is just enabled the Yari Cavalry that are superior. What is interesting is the fact that Sengoku chose to go the Spearman instead of just one unit comping. Because arguably, with the way that Baltoon has to play this, like going after your Yatai, defending his base, playing Pro Scouts, you could have just gone for solely a cavalry-based comp.
And then you would have the mobility, you can attack in multiple spots, and Baltoon is going to be the one needing to react with those very, very slow spears. We do see him stopping making any horsemen from here on out and just constantly producing spears, with all of those scout numbers now significantly increasing. But with double deer pack on the same side, we know what's about to happen. And that's just control over one area. And the problem is you get control on that side and all the deer are inaccessible.
Yeah, and the other thing we have to remember is that early daimyo just super effective. Attack speed is more effective on melee units in general, and on top of that, it's just the unlock of the extra movement speed. Like, that's why I thought he'd just only go cavalry, because you just can't be caught. I still question the choice to make that the level 1 Takeda attack. Like, getting a 10% increase in movement speed caps these guys out at 2 movement speed.
It just ensures that they can make your life a living hell. And they're ready to do so. You can see with the numbers we have here from Scarlet Devil, this is getting to that point where you just put all your horses together and you just constantly raid the villagers. The spearmen will do the work on top of the deer, and you just go live your best life there at the back. So it's getting there. But now the spear's in position to protect that pro scout, get every bit of deer carcass he can. Now, a lot of spears here from Baltoon and Q, as we just see him producing. How many barracks is this man on?
I would tell you, but like I'm a Dota player, so I could probably calculate it for you because I'm used to looking through lines on maps this much. But yeah, we've escalated up to double racks. It's Archer switch now. It's a lot of bloody spears from Baltoon actually, which heavily enables the Sengoku switch into Yumi. You also have to remember those Yumi are fast, very hard to catch. Curious to see like what the arcing strat here is for Baltoon. Like with the Pro Scout's detail, in theory, you just want to try to skip out to castle quickly. I think he's really paranoid about this Sengoku timing. Because it does feel like when you see Scarlet adding in spears, he's going all in. It doesn't feel like a castle bait.
Now it does look Sengoku is going to have a pretty good time when it comes to constantly getting upgrades behind this as well. With only 2 on gold, he's just getting enough to constantly keep up, get every single bit he can. He goes up for the next one as well. Now getting that ranged defense, and that is just going to make sure that this archer transition is not going to feel that good. I say transition, but there's only one archer out here right now, and Baltoon is over.
You don't know. All right, he might be like Robin Hood of China. Okay.
Working really hard, but a few horses do get caught out. The thing is, they're just going to run away.
He's baiting him. Look at the village. He's just burning it right now. Like, okay, minus some wood there. I mean, pretty crafty, actually.
We've got a few archers here trying to do some work.
I wonder if he could take this fight, actually. Like, Yadi, really freaking frustrating. And the Yumi, it's just the kite potential. Like, the Spear Crown... Wait, it doesn't feel like they're all here for Baltoon. I think he's got some guarding on the left side. Goes to the clash now. Hard commitment. The Shinobi have spawned, though. Came from the Stealth Forest. Frag Grenade's coming out. And it's going to be a full stand ground motion out of Scarlet. But there's not much in the way of cavalry left here. Just a small handful of Yari. And questions suddenly in our minds about whether this was the right move for Sengoku.
I mean, he got the village, but at what cost? The village... His goal was completed, but the problem is you see Sengoku doing so well, and you're like, oh, I can just keep pushing. I can just take this fight into all the spears. But definitely not. It looks like that archer transition came at exactly the right time. Baltoon being so fast at sniping out the spears that were making his life difficult. But Scarlet just not doing the same.
Yeah, so fast at producing as well is the other thing, remember. You've got the supervision, which is so easy to do. Like, that's the thing that's always made China so controversial. It's like the speed, the ability to get units out, not just get economy in the first place, is what makes them so vicious. And, Sengoku, like, I always feel this way about, like, man, what if we had a Hojo clan play here? Like, imagine the spin with extra movement speed, for example. But, most players, they're always just going for, Oda into Takeda, just to get that breach of damage. Did he actually have the archer damage increase on Sengoku? I don't think. I don't think he did. He didn't even have blacksmith tech. Okay, so yeah, if we just click on the estates, we'll see it in a sec. But there's just a pull for more deer. That also means minus value for the Yatai. And Baltoon, I mean, as long as he doesn't go too far upfield here, I think he's in a pretty comfortable position.
Especially now with the constant food trickle he's got his way as well. The archers are just targeting the horses, which is pretty surprising here, because this just means that he is just letting them A-move. And that's the issue here. You're letting your units A-move, which puts them in that awkward situation. But now the horses' numbers do start trickling in. The spearmen are remade, but apparently just not fast enough. And the archers now learning what they need to focus on. But another one might be going down. Ooh, I jinxed it, KP.
The daimios get
Survives
away.
another day.
Yeah, they're gonna stay alive now. And what's crazy here is like Baltun, in hindsight, is probably thinking, oh, if I just got the blacksmith tech quicker, like that's the reason why Scarlet was able to turn that fight around. Is look at the tech difference. Baltun done that first defense, and I think he got a little bit overconfident and forgot that the blacksmith timing is what has historically made China feudal just so disgusting. He's only now doing it.
Well, we also saw the movement speed on the horses was not upgraded just yet.
No.
So,
But
those
there it is.
horses.
So he just got Steel Dowry into Higayumi. So he was missing both of the techs that would make Yumi good.
I'm actually quite surprised because he did have the resources for it at some point, and still chose to rather go for the basic blacksmith upgrades here and there. But now it does look like this is going to be a constant push in because you feel that pressure. You're up against Sengoku. They do have a little bit of extra economy because of, I say a little bit, those yatai is a ton of extra economy. And you're not a China in, in Song Dynasty. You don't get the faster villager production. So this does feel like it's more important for Baltun to land and do damage, and he just hasn't been able to do so just yet.
Yeah, but like
a lot of horses, though.
To the point that you're tied, is it actually that much food? Because the deer are gone from the front side because Baltun took them. And
it's not about the food. It's about that boost, KP.
What do you mean that boost? The boost that you get from getting extra food?
Yeah, the boost around the Matsuri. The 30% boost on your
got you.
villages.
Yeah, you mean the eco booster. Got you.
The eco boost, yes, you do get the food, but that one has paid off for now. Could we
Got you.
actually take a look at the Matsuri? Are we at 30% already?
He should be probably 25. Oh, no, he's got the full 30. Full salute. Yep, it's come through.
Yep. So the next one is going to make things very, very important here because with your second one, you're actually just, getting that eco a little bit more spread out. And that's exactly what you want to ask yourself. Where am I going to put that one next? Is it going to be a lot more susceptible to raiding? And honestly, I don't think he has a good spot. His
You can pull it back
very
towards
open.
the corner, right? But that's wide. And also, hold on a sec, towards the corner, Baltun catches Scarlet a little bit late on the reaction. No, guys, the yatai is not that important. So the villagers will be able to walk away. Tech ups inbound on both sides. Baltun will trigger it first. Sake Brewery is on the way for Scarlet, though. And that is the landmark I was talking about. It is possibly the best castle landmark in the game.
Now the villagers are finally going to be a target, but not for long, as the reinforcements have arrived, and Baltun needs to be careful not to lose all these horses to all of that. Oh, the shinobi's slowing down everything, and Scarlet, he has his eyes set on another village. The wood losses are going to be intense this game.
So is the gathering on this sake brewery. Look at it. You don't realize it, but they're just letting the harvest mature before they sink their teeth into that sweet, sweet rice turned into alcohol. Please go on the sake brewery.
No, it's
really
very
good.
difficult, especially when your gold is pretty close. When you age up, your villagers tend to just go back onto the gold, even if you right-click on the sake.
Yeah.
So I guess it's because it's, related resources next to each other. Sorry, guys, I lost the ability to speak English in South Africa while I was gone, so we'll regain that with some time. Villagers, again, running for their lives. A little bit idle here, but a horse should be able to
Clash
poke
in
the
the
back.
center too. Like, this is a multifaceted deal from Baltun. So he's just looking for brute force down the center here. Numbers are looking better for him. And also keep in mind, like, numbers are deceptive. Most of Scarlet's army are trash tier archers. Admittedly, they do have decent damage stats. It's just their health is a little bit lower. And also, where's the heavy cap? Like, Scarlet hasn't even queued up a single knight. The only one coming through is now. By the time he has his first in the field, Baltun could easily have 6 or 7.
And that is exactly what he's going to be facing. We see a ton of lancers already here. Just sacrificed one of them. But now a villager also paying the price. Finally, Baltun gets a kill on a vill. And the man is back ready, feels aggressive, and he is going to push just a little bit. But he does need to be careful here not to lose too much.
The ninja. He hit them on the side here, but they're wasting all their frags on 2 spearmen. That's not good. Concave comes in, Baltun. It will start brewing in. These shinobi are not doing anything that useful. They literally have spent the entire time on 2 spearmen, allowing Baltun to just plow through the main fight.
And they picked off a few of these lances, but at what cost? Everything else is still going perfectly fine. His samurais are not out yet. One is about to pop, but these samurais are not going to be a match for the huge amount of archers that we see here from Boltun. He does not have +2 ranged attack just yet, but he's got a few crossbows in the mix, which should help his case significantly.
Not just that, I think Baltun just snuck some knights into the deer line on the back. So, raid damage being done while attention is being drawn to this west side. Just kind of splitting the map up, being frustrating, and that immediately gets the GG out of him. It just took 2 knights slipping in. A 2-0 lead building now for Baltun, and Scarlet running out of places to hide.
Scandinavian boys looking good today. We have our Finnish Chad making it through in Boltun right now. He's hoping to be number 2 to make it through for our road to Wololo with already 2-0 up. We can see there was a little bit of back and forth. Scarlet Devil overcommitting in that early game quite a bit, losing a significant portion of his army, and just not really playing Sengoku the way we've seen other players do it, with the constant raiding, the movement speed abuse, I will call it. He just kept the army together, felt confident enough, and A-moved. And that was the moment, I think, he just lost the game.
It felt like Scarlet had a very different idea in mind than what most do. I mean, first of all, he focused too much on parlor tricks with the Shinobi early on. But this was unusual. It's not that Sengoku can't do feudal lins. It's just that most players in this matchup tend to lean towards the idea of castle being more important. So you play Yari to raid, you force your opponent to overreact, and you tech. He done all this to kill a village. Now, he did kill that village, but look at the blacksmith text. This is what I was talking about at this stage of the game. You had the melee 1, you had the daimyo aura, you had the undermesh, and he still lost the battle entirely, right? Like, the outcome afterwards is just horrible for him. And from that point on, I just didn't really see the way. And now, with what's coming up, I'm a little bit dubious here. Scarlet Devil has got English on front range, so king of the board, technically. But Baltun has got that infamous Japanese.
Now, Malians, again, just being said, no, we're not dealing with that. Byzantines, no, not dealing with that either. And honestly, this seems to be the new way of banning. If you don't have enough bans, you just make it up through the snipe system in that case. But Japan versus English, I remember the days, KP. Japan used to get destroyed by English, and then it kind of became an S-tier civilization, and English was the one left behind. When you have a map like Front Range, how does this matchup play out? Have you seen this matchup on Front Range?
This one rarely comes up, I feel like. Both these series can be viable here, but not often being drafted at the same time. I think part of it's because Japan has a lot of other places they can be. English does make sense here occasionally. English is really strong. You have to remember that the Dark Age rush plan, like if you go for it, but English pull into the boar, okay, so you're going to walk spearmen one by one into a bunch of short bows. A little bit dicey, but you could technically push him back. I remember a long time ago watching a Japanese player do that. He sent his spears in, it scared the English player away, and then he went onto the boar himself and built an outpost. It's there's that kind of tug and pull, but it almost feels like that requires your opponent being too greedy here. Interesting thought, by the way, Warman. You mentioned it already. Scandinavians, I think we mean Nordics. I just realized we could this could literally just be King of the Nords, because every single series has a Nordic presence. We are on track for it to be a day of celebration for the wintry lands.
Finally, people get something to celebrate. We see our producers celebrating preemptively.
No Norwegians qualifying though, so
the rest of Scandinavia representing. Very, very nice. But Scarlet Devil still has House of Lancaster in his deck of cards. The thing is, I also feel like it's a civilization that would just get sniped. But when you get into a position where you have Byzantines and House of Lancaster, which one does Baltun choose to face rather? But keeping in mind, Scarlet Devil was the one choosing this map. So he must feel confident enough with these two on this map to actually make it work. And to be fair, we've seen some crazy stuff from English. This is no longer the age of one-dimensional play. English has a lot of choices. They have a lot of styles. The problem is just front range is so limited. You can run around, but it's so limited in the sense of if you make a mistake, your opponent is just going to move out and actually end your life. Especially Japan, with those mounted samurais if they decide to go for something as spicy as a fast castle against an English?
Front range is a very aggressively oriented map. If you choose to be too greedy, you forfeit the mid map, and the problem with that is the tug and pull enables a kill. The boar spawn between your two bases. Think about the value of that. You've ever played a map where like your economy is on your production line towards the battle. You don't have to be paranoid about defending. You don't have to set up loads of outposts or leave an army at home because you're always close by. And that's the momentum you see. It's like the best way I can describe this map is when you watch it play out, if you had heat maps, it's a tug of war. That's literally what's happening. Like we're just yanking across the same stretch of land. The north doesn't matter until like post 15 minutes. So if you are greedy, it can often backfire. I don't think it's impossible for English to be like 2 TC here in greed, but you are kind of just putting the ball in Baltin's court to win or lose the game.
Now, English is luckily a civ that can not let Japan run away and get away with what they usually do because they get that free king in the early game. And I'm guessing we haven't seen longbows. KP, please correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't seen longbows in a...
On this map, you can. On this map, it's feasible.
No.
Like, seriously.
Like this.
It's weird as well because there's actually not that much wood, but a counterpull timing is viable on front range.
Okay. And the discount adding some little bit of extra value. But honestly, I would love to see a little bit of longbows. The thing is, Scarlet is someone who raids and knows how to do it well. Guys, we are ready for game number 3. Is this going to be a 3-0 for Mr. Tuna? Was Scarlet Devil going to bring us a reverse sweep? We will see in our, I would say, age-old matchup, but just English. Oh, I missed seeing English in tournaments. Welcome back, English. We've missed you. I'm sure all of Twitch chat is sitting here like, yes, English in tournaments. Love that. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like none of them are truly saying we've missed you. I don't know if that's the choice of words the most that what it went with. But this is an interesting one because I think, if I'm not mistaken, actually, like I saw English do a council hall rush just the other day with Beastie and the KPMM. So like it's still viable. It's on the menu. Curious to see if Scarlet is going to go that way. Like apparently he's a big fan of just like 2 TC strats here. But like if you 2 TC, what stops Baltoon from just fast castling?
And 2 TC doesn't do much against a bunch of mounted samurai in your face.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about mounted samurai. It just they're knights, right? They've got a little shield and everything, but they just feel so smooth when running into your wood line, when running into your second TC and just barely taking any damage. So Scarlet Devil is not going to be able to be greedy here at all. So he's only got 2 on gold though. And I don't want to read too much into that, but usually if I see an 8-2 on English, I see a little mining camp being dropped on the stone, especially when they're that close. Oh, KP.
Oh, it's that. It's happening. Yeah. I mean,
it's happening.
It felt like it was inevitable when you didn't see a walk over to the ball, right? Like, if you were going all in, you play for the ball, you go council hall, you rush in afterwards. It's like, but now, like, as a result of that, like, keep in mind you do not have much food safe in your base. Yes, you can create farms. They're very cheap. But if Baltin reads this correctly and just plays up map ball, he can start pushing into you pretty fast or just going for that greedy tech play. The curious part here is, like, in particular, the wood detail. I think, like, when you look at front range, the idea of 2TC English isn't impossible. But the problem you have to tackle is that the white tower value should be minimized compared to Dry Arabia. Because there's not much resource on one screen.
The thing is that white tower, right now, it probably will get placed forward there, securing one of those wood lines, the gold and the berries. But right now, the Abbey of Kings is the one that's stacked at the back there of the gold. Which, pretty interesting placement there for him. He's using those 2 gold villages to build it, trying to minimize the idle time from them as much as possible by just putting them to work. But that's 2 villagers building it. It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
And we see 5 on gold from Baltoon while aging up.
I think
so
we just see
know
fast
what's
castle.
happening.
Yeah, like you could maybe have just been one on the current. Actually, I think it was Louis and Scarlet that came up with like a really, really efficient 1 villager Kura build to get castle very cleanly. So, you know, kind of reminiscent of when you were seeing H3 with the 1 villager on like a mine work. But the idea here should be TC drop on the gold. But once again, like you don't get as much value with that type of strategy. Remember, those gold veins are only 1,600. They're not a full 4K.
definitely not going to help you survive against all this mounted samurai that will be pouring in towards you. But Baltoon, now he's already so close to having enough resources to make that jump. And that's the crazy thing. We're 4 minutes into the game. He's already close to 300 gold. Yes, we're going to need to find a way to get more food, but also being very responsible about this. He's got
the
5 on wood here.
Yeah, he's already got Tawada as well, so like it's a nice switch. And you know your opponent doesn't have as much food long term, right? Because remember, you only get 9 sheep each. There's a very small amount of sheep on this map, and they all spawn close to your TC. And then you get a free deer stack. After that, you know what it is? It's like you're not the spoiled prep kid that just gets Ferraris and for their life, right? This is like, hey, you're 16. You need to move out of the house now because we need to rent your room. You should probably get a job, and you can start providing for the house. Thank you.
Maybe sometimes when you go on these rants, I really find myself asking, where do these come from? Where are they sourced from? Do they just come from your soul? Is there a lot of...
I must have had a deep life. Like the amount of stories we've had is like at that point you got to believe in reincarnation.
Now, when I'm looking at the plan here for Scarlet Devil, he has nothing on gold. So he's not going to follow this up with a 2TC into going fast castle himself, trying to get that white tower to do the work. He's going to fight this. And I don't know how I feel about this.
How?
Which, honestly, yes, how are you going to fight this? With your feudal age spearmen against mounted samurais, I feel like this is a pretty tough position already. But that second TC is coming in now. And usually the question is, can English get that white tower up to survive at least the initial onslaught? And that's usually when they recover and do quite well. But this now, we're going to farms, boys. We're getting farms, we're getting food, and we're going to fight this thing in feudal while Baltoon is just living his best life as a Castle Age Japan player pretty soon. Getting all those, he's going to be able to get those relics without the pressure.
I mean, there's a king. It's a little bit annoying, but yeah, the king has to somehow cover all the relics. And with the design of this map, it's very hard to do. So Outpost, just smart read by Baltoon. Tech Up's going to start soon for him. Scarlet, I wonder if he should just straight up win deer. Like, I don't know. This is an underrated detail. You have to remember English recently received a buff where they get increased gathering rates around campfires. So he could have like went out to the deer with like a 2TC strat and then dropped a campfire to boost his gathering. That would have gotten him a pretty competitive timing with White Tower.
I'm really glad you mentioned that because I completely forgot about this. And I'm guessing someone in Twitch chat also did. So you guys remember that if you're playing ladder. But that king, you can see how beautifully this man is playing. Baltoon just body blocking that charge with the scout. Disgusting.
It was so casual as well. Like he didn't move more than you needed to. You know, like it's like when there's like kind of nerding out about Star Wars and Obi-Wan is like, wow, he doesn't move more than he needs to, so he never gets burnt out. It's like, wow, he's a Jedi master.
But look at this. Scarlet now, he did not go for the, hey, I'm going to go for castle myself and try to survive this. He went for, I'm going to make farms and try to fight this in feudal into, I'm going to go for castle. So this man committed a little bit, pulled back, and he's back to committing. Now floating gate is coming up in 38 seconds, and the problem is, with him not having any spears, it's going to be a really tough time for him. Well, starting off the Uma Bannerman, love that. Yeah. Already getting some presence on the map.
It's going to get all upgraded, right? And like, you know, I'm starting to think Scarlet Devil believes that housewives myth, that when mounted samurai see farms, they have to burn them. Because like that's literally the only thing that's going to be defending his base at this rate. Like there's nothing else.
Well, hopefully there's some kind of plague or pesticide or pest in
that's the strat. Yeah, so like you set fire to the contaminated farm and then the fumes kill you. This makes more sense
exactly. Now. That's the only way that this works. But Baltoon, he's ready. He doesn't have that mounted samurai queued up just yet, as he was idled out.
The Uma's already heading to the base. Like the Uma's literally already on the way for party time.
And Scarlet is nowhere near smelling a white tower just yet. He's going to sniff it, but it's going to give a very faint odor. And he's going to lose a few villages getting that thing up. So Baltoon's mounted samurai now in queue. We can see that thing coming out at the speed of light. Uma Bannerman going to be going straight for the goal.
Party time.
Which just...
Undermesh just came in. You just don't really do any damage. Look at the health bar. Look. Oh, wow. You've tickled me. This is that person who fails to pass first grade 8 times. And he bullies everyone on the playground. That's his immediate GG. There you go, guys. Your classic 2TC Mass Farm English 9-minute GG. It's just you will be the one GGing.
I'm making this on a build on YouTube. So guys, if you want to check out how to do this English build, please hit me up. But seriously, we do not do this that aggressively, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot just let the horses ruin your day. And that's exactly what Scarlet did here. Boltoon, though, he played this like the Boltooner. He is the champion, now making his way all the way through from the qualifiers to the next qualifiers. He will represent Sweden as a 3-0. What more can you want?
I mean, the speed run in the end as well. Just like I said, 9 minutes on clock. I thought we were like 8.5. It's the irony, the beauty as well is like this. Like I said, the first arrival back in this super fast castle strat was Louis and Scarlet cooking it up mid last year. So it's kind of ironic that it comes back to bite Scarlet in the ass a little bit later. But props to Baltoon. That means we're on course for the Nords to just demolish everyone. Should we just call the rest of the day? There's no point at this point, right? Voldemar's got to beat Scatterbrain. Numidan's got to beat Myriad. Sorry, lads. It's just, I mean, it's all about themes. But
we need Myriad to qualify. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to cast next week.
No, we need him to not qualify so he can cast. Because, like, you're thinking short term. You got to think long term. If he doesn't qualify and then doesn't qualify again, you get him to cast more. If he qualifies, that's more weeks where he can't cast. So we're biased.
At the same time, I do want to see Myriad destroy people. I'm really excited for that. But Numidan is a big one to face, guys. So we'll take a quick look at the bracket to just see what's up for the rest of the day, because I'm sure a lot of you are asking, oh, what now? We do have a first qualification, boys, or first half here. Boltoon at the top there, taking down Voldemar versus Scatterbrain, though. I am not sure which way this goes.
Yeah, it's like,
oh my goodness.
It's Voldemar, an impressive stomp over Sass, but like Scatterbrain has been his kryptonite, some of the KPMMs in the past. That, of course, is going to be our final series today. But what we're going to do now, we're going to head into a short break. When we come back, we have got that one there. Numidan versus Myriad. Both of them looking fierce and unslayable. Neither has dropped a single game. Who will be first to break? Tune in just a few minutes when we find out with our third qualifying set of the road to Red Bull Wololo. Welcome back to the road to Red Bull Wololo. Half of the day complete, and so far the Nords are raising those banners high and celebrating as 2 more join the main event's road to Wololo. Of course, from that, only 4 will make it, but we still need to decide which 2 are going to make it this weekend, Warman. We've got an opportunity for a Nord sweep, but maybe our strongest representation to say no to that, Myriad, is looking fierce at the moment.
Honestly, I've been rooting for Myriad for a very long time. This man, he comes in, he looks so good and strong, and finally he's gonna take down the top dogs, but then he gets beaten by someone who is also very similar, and that's Numidan. Numidan, actually know quite a bit about him as a player in general, and I'm a little bit worried about him coming in and out and in and out. Sometimes he stays in the scene for a while, and you see him taking people down again and again, higher and higher. But then he leaves, comes back, and then you're unsure of where he lands every time. So I think for Numidan, he needs to do this. He took another break. He came back. He needs to do this for himself, because we want him to stay. We want him to continue. But Myriad, he's been consistently at, I would say, more or less the same level, with every now and then having a little bump. So at the same time, I love to see Myriad casting. So there's 2 sides to me, right?
Yeah. I think for me, the easiest way I can put it is if, I think Myriad would probably be Red Bull Wololo champion if he just quit smoking. It's all those smoking breaks, you know? Statistically, it takes so much time out of the day if you're training. He knows. I'm calling him out on this, right?
Well, him and I still have an arm wrestling set that we have to finish. I beat him once, he beat me once, so we have a best of 3 coming up. And I'm really hoping he keeps smoking so he doesn't have any time to train. Rather just play some Age of Empires.
That also just proves the point that, you get better at AoE 4 the less arm strength you have. That's that's peak gamer muscle. You know you're going to be S tier LAN when you flex like that, and you swear there's no movement at all.
Okay. Yeah, someone needs to give Beastie that note, because the man's been bulking up, ready for Wololo to face one of these chads.
Is he hoping there's a pre-brawl matchup? It's just fighting Marine Lord physically before we get into game?
That's the way to take him down. But guys, Dry Arabia, we have Byzantines. And I mean, Byzantines finally seeing the light of day. I'm sure Byzantines is very happy with this. Finally getting a little bit of action here on our Dry Arabia. With Mr. Myriad now on HRE being let through instead of Japan, I believe the snipe was. So HRE, I'm not sure where it fits into the meta right now, but right now Myriad says it fits as a tower rushing civilization. So hello
against
there.
this civ? Hell yeah. This is a good one.
Exactly.
Right? The battle between the Roman empires. What a way to kick off. And also just look at the spawn for Numidan. His Byzantines in the red. He got berries, gold, stone, all on the same side of his base. This is a painful one. Yeah, this is actually probably the best spawn Myriad could have asked for.
And Myriad, he now being the man who is going to invest quite a bit, he is going to be able to land a pretty heavy attack here. And I think when you're the Byzantines, you are so focused on, hey, I need to get the berries, I need to have access to the berries to get my oil boys out. The thing is, Numidan realized this. He's like, hey, I do not have a good spawn here, especially if I do get rushed. So let me go on the berries from the get-go. So he is going to get all the oil he would need to be actually able to make those mercenaries, at least the first batch, if he keeps gathering from here. But the gold is interrupted, and he gets poked out just a little bit.
You've got Akrotoy, right? It's like, oh, wow, you got a spear? We got spears too. But the more important thing is just the armor. So you just ignore the fact you're being stabbed in the face. Somehow that works, you know? But, if there's anything we learned from gaming, if a small lingerie set can give me plus 500 armor, this isn't unreasonable.
Now, him needing to get as many berries here as possible, it's a tough spot, because now there's 2 spears, and Akrotoy has already been activated, right? So your spears are not going to be there, and they are going to get the knight pretty quickly. The villager here now building that tower, and there's not much that Numidan can do. He just needs to take it and move on with his life. Villagers now pulling back a little bit, and the spearmen need to be careful.
Yeah, it's really tight here. There's some interesting details to actually analyze here, though. One, Numidan actually didn't put the mill as deep as it could go by the looks of it. The other thing is, some players tend to get the further off berries first and then come to the closer ones. He chose not to here. I think that's a specific choice against HRE because the spearmen come out a lot quicker due to the movement speed. So I think he was like, it's not even worth the extra walk time. I won't be able to get that much. So just a cool little detail there because like lots of players will just try to keep the safe berries till last because they typically overlap with the TC range.
Now, luckily, he's got a lot of oil here in the bank. We already see 400. That feels pretty decent, all in all. So now the villagers are going to get a little bit more idled out. And now with every poke he gets, this starts to feel a lot less safe.
He needs more, right? Like, I mean, especially if you want to have options. Like, for example, you could try and sneak towards the neutral post. Usually those, I'd say on average, like between like around 450 plus, aren't they? So like Sipahi would, for example, be 450 for free.
Now, the food situation is a little bit rough here for Myriad, as we can see that he only has a handful of sheep here. Numidan is the one who's going to be under the TC, just eating from every bit of sheep he needs. So that is going to be a little bit harder, but with Myriad being the one who's in charge, who is setting the pace, he's going to feel a little bit more confident moving out. The problem is, usually that would be the instance, but you're up against Hippodrome, and Hippodrome just means that Numidan instantly has access to that available, what is that thing called? Mobility. There's the word. I found it.
Marching drills? Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're talking about Byzantines, right?
I was talking about Byzantines with the horses,
Oh, sorry,
the four
my bad.
legs. I counted them one by one. So, yeah.
They have marching drills too. They're so fast. So, the triumph ability, which can make you really fast for a fight as well. But, like, typically that detail you hold on to as much as possible. You're looking for triumph to win one fight. I always call it like the nuke. You're just always holding on to this super weapon, waiting for the explosive moment. Myriad, of course, is going to be exploding his economy. Aachen Chapel now on the way.
And we do see those spearmen, they're just going to be living their best life there, as we see the investment going towards the horsemen instantly. So Numidan now, with those horses, he's not going to want to mess with any spear action that he's got over here, but he's going to need to make something happen, at least with the horses. Now the villagers are ready to fight back and moving out to those berries. They want to get that first set of mercenaries. Spearman here is not going to be able to fight for too long, as there's more than enough to help that horseman take him down. Now, pretty good damage here, but the horse will survive.
It's like pretty good damage, but then you remember that's a counter unit, and if you do the maths on that, it's like 80 resources versus 120. So actually, like, you're pretty happy as Numidan with that initial trade. And also, it has now secured the berries to get additional goods going. Now, I wonder if he would go for the neutral, if there's a good option in there. Because, like, the idea, for example, finding Magadai with Hippodrome on that is disgusting, although rarely seen.
Now, with these two horses, he's going to be able to be the one to move out. And like I said, the food is going to be our issue. Could we take a quick look under that TC of Myriad and just see what he is dealing with? Yes. So this poor man, he does have the berries in the range, so that's pretty great. And he will be all right for at least a little bit longer. He's trying to get the upgrades he can afford for now, which is wheelbarrow at this point, and a lot on wood. So we'll see what the follow-up is, but more spears are being made, which makes sense. You're up against the Hippodrome.
That's a very early triumph. Yeah, very early triumph. I'm a little bit surprised.
Just wants them healthy.
Now, it does mean, though, like, the next fight, you don't have your big strong point. In theory, it's, like, not the longest drag right now, so if he feels like he's going to find 1 or 2 kills, it can justify it. And he is getting in position for that. Farms coming in this early for Myriad can feel a little bit greedy, but it's just the nature of this civ. With the Aachen, you eat through the sheep way too fast.
And with the lack of sheep that he also has, this feels like a necessity to just extend the lifetime of those sheep that he does have left. And we see those villagers instantly getting pulled off onto them. So the farms are a pretty big investment. And I think a lot of people would say, like, yeah, that is greedy. But at the same time, it's also the way that he keeps that pace going without stopping and running out of food completely. Because he knows that Numidan is the one with mobility. He's got enough now for his first set of longbows. And this is going to mean that sniping out those spearmen is going to feel a lot better. Now, Myriad here, getting that house in the arcane... Is that in the arcane range? That's usually where I like to leave a little bit of leeway, but not going for the tower.
He would have had, like, he could have had 2 farms there, but, like, it would have been half in range, and depending on where, like, your farmer begins, you might not get it. I think they usually begin the right side, so he should have been in range.
So-
But yeah, like, sorry, go ahead.
Vortex. Yeah, Vortex is one that tells us it's not that important. We're not going to let the game last that long anyway, right?
True. Yeah. Like that's only important for those like 30, 40-minute boomers. Okay, I got somewhere to be, so we're done in 20. But for Numidan, like this is a very aggressive timing, right? First longbow group's gonna be coming out soon. I probably could just think about going into Limitane when he sees the horseman. It's not the worst idea here. Very bulky unit you get access to. The villagers. Yeah, that is the confirmation. I think that's the first time he's seen the ponies.
Now, with that, the mobility gets matched, but the problem is there's walls. And this is a very easy area for him to... Ooh, I say there's walls, but they're not up just yet. We see one of these villagers getting caught out. He will get the kill on this one, but the horses are in range.
Or not? I thought he was going to attack the horseman because then the villager would have an entity to like reap off the horseman from Myriad, right? But yeah, just -1. That's pretty rough when you remember both sides have a heavy reliance on percentile scaling here.
Now, with the spears here, they're trying to get in. They know the major composition here is only horses. And going for that secondary gold, you don't want to let your opponent have that. You have the knowledge that he's not on gold just yet, but that's a lot of horses for only 3 spears. They can do a little bit of damage, but you can see him running back instantly, trying not to lose all of them. But they are pretty much cooked here.
Yeah, they just walked into their death. I thought he was going to hug the tree line to minimize the surround, but he just pretty much fed free spimmin for nothing. Horseman does try for the kill again, but it's just a solo horseman. The walls have gone up. So Numidan should feel safe in this area now. I think he's got maybe 1 gap on the far south. Yeah, looks like it. So he has left an opening. But considering the military mass here, I mean, we have an archer switch coming from Myriad now. But Numidan should be looking at a new longbow mass probably like 2.5 minutes from now.
That's a pretty scary army composition already of just horsemen. Even with the few spears he's got there, activates Triumph ability and quickly gets that surround while healing them up. Very well done.
Not just that. He just revealed the archers. Like, this is the infancy of the composition. So now, Numidan knows, okay, I'm winning with horsemen already. Now I'm going to just build even more. Like, this is brutal. Look at the surround. He just can't move away quick enough. Minus more ponies. It's about to be a double up in military in favor of the Swede.
Quickly cleaning up absolutely everything. Myriad overextending here a little bit into all those horses, feeling confident with the amount of spears he had in his army already, but it's just not enough when you're fighting against a lot of these horses. We do see them now going straight towards the wood line, but they should be careful not to overextend here. Numidan sometimes does go a little bit deep, but pulling back perfectly and just getting every single trade he can to work swimmingly.
Yeah, he has no undermesh, so it's a silly dive to commit to. Like, you know there's still going to be spin coming up, but man, this is what Numidan's so good at with this Civ. You know, Numu kind of has a reputation for maybe liking the late game a bit too much, but I think Byzantines is one of the pristine exceptions. If it has to go late, sure, but his first 15 minutes is among some of the most aggressive I've seen out of any Biz players on average.
This is a lot of horse investment already into someone you know is going spears, but he knows it's working. He knows this mobility is really what matters. Gets the I was about to say the surround on the scout, but no. They want to go straight for the tower, gets the tower pretty quickly, and will be able to get control back of that gold. He already has 4 gold there at the back, and probably doesn't feel like he needs to worry about this too much, but he did just get the upgrade, which means he is going to be able to snack on a lot of gold for every villager he kills. Now, there's no dead villagers on this table for him just yet, but soon enough, maybe he decides to go that way, especially with the amount of horses he has.
Honestly, just you could play for castle pretty confidently here. You'd be able to reach castle with at least 15 lombos, and then you get Golden Horn Tower just vomiting out more. It's a really good position. So I think we'll look to raid, but I don't feel like Numidan has to hard commit in for an end game state. He's already got a pretty convincing lead.
And now, with the few horses he has in queue, you see he's keeping his options open as well. The horseman here trying to get a little bit of damage done, but there are some backup horses ready to fight. Akratoi is doing work, and the villagers poke really hard into that horse. Numidan still's got a horseman in queue, but he can decide to go to castle any second now. He's got the oil for another set of longbows as well, so probably at a pretty happy spot.
Horseman just trying to be a little bit annoying, but yeah, Numidan has committed to this idea. It's a little bit greedy for him to be on the Ford berries. He's going to have to pull up fast there because the archers are marching forward. Myriad is not looking to mirror a castle play. He's looking to take advantage of the expected Byzantine timings. A Civ that usually likes to be going castle between like 11 and 15 minutes at the latest.
Now, luckily, the tower here is providing the right amount of protection with the reinforcements being close by. But the archer mass has pulled back. Just like when you mentioned it, the thing about Myriad is he tends to focus his attention a lot into one spot, and that archer push would have been absolutely deadly. But just facing against someone who can attack on so many different fronts, it's showing that, hey, this is maybe the way to take him down. His archers trying their best, they're doing a little bit of damage, but they are barely tickling.
Yeah, he just got forced all the way back by that horseman rotation. Like, that's exactly what Numidan needed. There's now no counter dive when he techs. And remember, Byzantines is like one of the hardest civs to post-tech punish because of the fast speed at which they get their upgrades. If they have an army existing, veterancies come in half a minute. It's very difficult to get on top of someone in time. It's why civs like China have also been very potent for those type of defenses.
Oof, but with the right amount of archers, you can possibly clean up a lot, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Oh, that was almost perfect from Myriad. Doesn't quite get the full envelopment. Numidan, though, at this stage, I think Myriad probably suspicious that the tech up must be happening. Atri are fast. I don't know if they'd be fast enough to cover the map here, though.
The thing is, with the farm transition he's making, it's still going to need a little bit of time. He doesn't have the food to easily go for castle, but if he stops producing, but he's still making a men-at-arms switch here. The Myriad not looking at going for castle himself, even knowing that there's a tech up coming. He says, I'll fight this with my units in feudal. Let's mix in a few men-at-arms and make this a lot harder for him. He's still got a lot of horses on the board, but so does Numidan. 18 horses is not going to make this an easy one for him at all. The archers will try to snipe down.
Numu needs to be priming the third group of Lombos. He hasn't done that yet. He just got Steeled Arrow coming through. Gold gathering is also a little bit lacking here. He invests in a cataphract instead of going for the veterancies. Okay, there we go. So he does have the veterancy for contract coming in. The horseman will not be upgraded though. And this is dive point. Myriad needs to punish somehow. Hippodrome activated. The Triumph to juice him up. The Spearman. A bit of a weird aggro drag to the north side because he's trying to just protect. More defensive, in fact. First, the cataphracts has come out. Archers are sniping that backline of Lombos just to keep the Spearman going for longer. Numu has no real range firepower left here, and Myriad still has a bulk of archers, but the horsemen are starting to break in. A lack of spears will allow Numidan to survive this dive.
Oh, and that was such a close one as well. The archers still need to attack move as much as they can, but both of them decide to back off. Numidan not overcommitting here. He already lost a bit, but none of those villagers were ever in danger, apparently. So lost quite a bit of army there, but he just needs to sit back and keep making units now. Gets +1 range defense only now to ensure that he doesn't die to all these archers. That is a pretty impressive mass that he needs to protect himself from.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed the way Numidan took that fight, considering the lack of tech. Like, Steeled Arrow coming in really slow, lack of veterancy commitment, even though you've got 18 horsemen. Double Cataphract now able to chase across there. It's going to be really important. Myriad not rushing Castle, understanding that he needs to get more Spearmen up, as Cataphract are vicious raiders.
Yeah, that is a very smart move here, considering the horse numbers are significant, and he still gets to activate the Triumph ability, even if he does try to be a little bit spicier. 2 horsemen paying the price of the villagers, activating Akratoy, and nobody going down. So Myriad sacrificing those 2 horses, but at the same time, it's not just about killing villagers. It's about ensuring that your opponent's army is stuck on the side of his map. And right now, he was able to do that for a little bit, delaying it with a few seconds, but this is going to be a pretty tough one. Regnus Cathedral coming out now, and the horses are rotating exactly to the side where they will do damage right onto the food, as we see the yellow dots all around those deer.
That's so slow. Yeah, that Regnus, because look how far back he pulled. It was the deer workers from here. So there's a long walk to start teching up here. The Kata's now already in position. Not just that, Numidan behind this, prepping to go for relics. A little bit trickier with the Lombo detail. Like, without Grand Winery, you don't rescale as fast, but that's where Golden Horn Tower can rapidly make up the numbers, which is concerning considering Myriad's comp is simply Archer Spears against likely Cataphract Lombomen.
And Myriad's moving out very confidently, but Triumph gets enveloped. It's instantly activated, but he does need to snipe out the long... Ooh! Beautiful damage here by the Cataphracts, but just not enough. The thing is, now they start tearing away. Longbows are sniped out, and these guys are not replaced that easily. Very quickly sniping out all of these, and the Spearmen staying alive. Beautiful play here by Myriad. Absolutely phenomenal.
Look at the cannons, though. The cannons on the follow-up, right? That's the thing to keep in mind is like Myriad doesn't have many spears left, and the cataphract numbers are still scary. Like this is one of those weird games where it looks throwy to lose the lombos, but the heavy calves currently not being answered that well. Archers aren't even moving away anymore.
These archers need to be able to kite one down at a time. The spearmen now at the front lines, they will have a little bit of breathing room, but it doesn't even look like they are tickling them with the +2 range defense, really doing work, charged right on top of them, and actually doing a significant portion of damage here. Now, Crossbows in the queue, but they could not be coming any quicker. Kata's doing an amazing job at this, but Myriad, does he keep a solid
Watch
head?
the food. Watch the food. Like, this is the problem. Now he's going to have to start idling farms. Myriad can't easily get out of the day. He snuck a few villages north side, but this cataphract count is quite suffocating. He needs to get about 5 or 6 crossbowmen together. The TC can be a clutch detail, but the workers, where are they going? No, don't seed farms! At this point, they're fertilizing them with their dead bodies. Chases away now, but I'm a little bit dubious about the state of things here for Myriad. Food doesn't feel good.
Problem is he's trying to gather from these farms as quickly as he can, but the Kata numbers are just too much to deal with too quickly. And he's got so many on gold and on wood, but he just doesn't have an answer to constantly fight against this. It doesn't look like +2 ranged attack could be coming in anytime sooner. Myriad realizes that is going to be enough. Numidan looking very aggressive.
He does. Byzantines, man. Byzantines, French, like this guy, if he's given an opening to be aggressive, he will take it, and phenomenally well done. Hippodrome, a little bit of a rarer sight these days, but it shows you the potency. It's still packed when you know you're countered on that opening.
Now that villager graph telling us absolutely nothing, as no action took place today, except for one single horse kill, and at the end of the game we don't count that, but the military value lead. Myriad had a pretty good opening here, and I think with those archers, he may have overextended just a little bit too much, overestimating the ability of handling these cataphracts, but honestly, still well played by Myriad. I felt like he understood what Numidan was doing and quickly tried to transition out of that, but at the same time, Numidan playing Byzantines in a way that we don't see most people playing it so aggressively, like you said. He's just everywhere at the same time and capitalizing on that hippodrome, already ready for that type of play when he knows that he's susceptible to those early rushes.
Yeah, especially the economical state. Like, according to the charts, you know, you see it here, it's like a 3k lead in terms of collected for Myriad at this point, but the destroyed value is what matters. Numidan kept him in check, and when you think about things like that triumphability and the premium units you're getting, it makes up the rest of the difference. This defense in particular was phenomenal. Myriad, you know, it felt like he was kind of overkilling the lombos because he couldn't split the archer damage. I don't think he quite realized that it was a lack of undermesh ever coming in, because he probably could have killed them twice as fast. Whether it changes enough about this fight, I'm not sure, because that horseman heal is kind of ridiculous when you're just archer balling like this. But can't take anything away from him. Numidan remains a scary player. He was consistently throughout 2025 on people's mind. The start of 2026 is no different.
Now, the upcoming game in front of us, guys, this is the first time we see a little bit of blue, except for a little bit of Frisian marshes, but that doesn't count when you have Holy Island in the pool, and Myriad is the one choosing this one. So with Myriad choosing Holy Island, you can see him going for that French and KT play. KT, not something that people are fearing as much as before on water, but Numidan says we are not going to be handling that at any point. And at the same time, sniping that Zushi. So Order of the Dragon seeing the light of day yet again.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Like, he had to know Knights Templar was going to get sniped. I wonder if Myriad has been practicing a tool like Corvinus, because I know he's one of big believer in like Knights Templar, Anatan as well on land. So maybe there's another map we see it on. Frisian Marshes is the obvious pick that comes to mind. Not as much just about land, but the fishing. But the French pick is curious. They have some quirks on a map like Holy Island. One knight does a lot of damage, and then you also have to remember that docks, it's like saving 50 wood, because they do give housing pop as well. So it makes that beginning play a little bit cleaner for French in conjunction with the extra workers.
Makes sense. I think with French, you also have that big question mark of, is he investing in a knight? And when you have fishing, it's so much easier to do something like that. That question that you have on your mind also forces you into a position where you might need to invest into a military building instead of investing into a ship. So in turn, you find a way to slow down your opponent just because of your landmark as well. And if you don't invest, very quickly a night can rain upon you, and you may be holding it on water, but all of a sudden your villages are in shambles, you are in shambles, and you cannot focus on two spots at the same time. So Myriad, I really hope to see him utilizing the advantage of having a production building in feudal as part of his landmark choices.
It's like a multifaceted detail, right? So you save 150 on the stables to make that play, which then makes me think about spending 150 to do something about it. Another fun fact to think about is like you can kind of lean your economy to get a Hulk out and a Knight out because the cogs that you build as French are 35 food less. So they're less intense. You're getting like a 10% resource discount there with the French. So really cool little detail, but definitely feels like this is a tempo matchup where French can't really just sit on their ass not doing anything.
Oh, yes, but Myriad, he looks like the kind of guy who will do something with it. That's the thing. I think a lot of people, we see them picking civilizations like French and not being active enough. Myriad just needs to show us that's not him. He's the guy who's going to be active and take control of the map, making sure that you don't have an easy time with your boosted economy and your arcane on your wood, just making sure that the ship battle goes your way. So I think him idling out that wood economy is going to be critical in actually trying to take down a civilization such Order of the Dragon on water. Because you guys, we've seen it. It's the only place where Order of the Dragon actually gets to shine every now and again, is when there's a little patch of water all about on the map. But ladies and gents, we are ready to roll in. So let's go see a little bit of water, take a little stroll, a swim on Holy Island. Or we're going to awkwardly look at the camera while we're waiting for it. Never mind, we're going in!
Splash in the pond. I mean, you can't say you went to Londinium if you didn't dip your toe in the water. We live in an island after all. Myriad, no stranger to that. Live in the Britlands himself. He's going to be opening up Holy Island with a French pick for game number 2. But Numidan, something more expected here with the Order of the Dragon in the red. Both players immediately moving out for their dot commitment. So no weed opening Dark Age rush from either party.
Which is understandable, right? These civs aren't really your, hey, I'm going to rush. Ooh, hello there, thought that just left my brain. Is that so many sheep? That feels good. Numidan, our Swede, not going to be going hungry anytime soon. And makes the right gamba as he's going down towards maybe finding a few more. He spots it, keeping a close eye on that scout and not being a greedy goose like most of us would be.
He could lose out on this sheep game, though, towards the end. Like that, that top north corner. It seems arbitrary, right? Like, why are we talking about sheep? They've got fish. Honestly, go back a year and a half, yes. But now we've seen players improve to the point that losing water doesn't immediately end the game like it once did on this map.
This is something we've seen for the last, I would say, year and a half. It's been happening more and more where they lose the water, it's, like I said, not an auto loss, but it's still a pretty big loss to not have access to the water. I don't know if I've seen either of these names in that situation just yet, though. So a lot of our veterans, they've played that a million times, lost water a million times. And that's usually, in these qualification matches, we don't see people edging towards water. People are not like, hey, I want to play a water map against my opponent, because it's so easy to lose these by making one single mistake. While players at the top, and when I say the top, I would say the top 8, maybe even the top 6, are just so much more comfortable fighting it out on water. They know exactly where their shortcomings are and how to fix them.
Yeah, and it's also like there's been almost a willingness to sometimes admit I've lost the water, and what players have gotten better understanding is like when that moment arrives, they stop with the sunken cost fallacy. They're like, okay, this is kind of cooked. I could just try to edge my way back in from a bad position and burn thousands of resources. Or I could be mindful of the fact that now to win water, he still has to burn thousands of resources that I could be putting into land.
Now, getting a little bit of land control is pretty deadly for both of these civilizations. So it doesn't matter which civ wins or wins water in the end. I feel like here, you can get overwhelmed so quickly. Especially, you're playing against French, right? They have these insane knights that is just going to idle out anything they end up on. But at the same time, Order of the Dragon, any unit they send your way will do exactly the same. Now, between these two, let's see. I love to see the fact that people are on the shoreline fish now with that buff that was added as well. So Numidan really already utilizing it, while Myriad, on the other hand, is still going for that deep sea fish, saying this is just that little bit better.
It depends on the placement, right? Like I think Myriad's deep water fish is a little bit closer than Numidan's is. That's always the tricky part as well. Is like sometimes you just don't know. Players really feel this need to send their scout right against the edge of the coast just so they can see deep enough so the dock placement is optimal. It really doesn't seem nitpicky, but when you're playing at this level, anything but.
Now, with the amount of fishing ships we see out, pretty even here. Numidan just that little bit behind at the moment. And we now see both of them edging towards that feudal age. And Numidan going to be able to click that up a little bit earlier. While Myriad, on the other hand, is still very happily just that one fishing ship ahead, making his life still very, very great and full of food for those chunky knights that will be following. The Arcane Chapel is placed. Let's go check it out on the wood line to try and see exactly how raidable it will be. Ooh. He plays it pretty safe. Not the greatest for late game, or mid game, but pretty safe in this case.
Kind of wondering why he didn't just like jam it against the tree line though. Like it doesn't really buff anything extra by being an extra tile close to the TC. And like being further away wouldn't leave you any more vulnerable or less vulnerable rather against French knights.
I feel the reason he did this is already because of the lumber camp, right? But he doesn't feel like this game needs to go on for too long. So that woodline is the only woodline that will need to be inspired, and at the same time, that arcane is going to inspire every sheep that's under the TC that is already in the influence. Maybe placing it a little bit further away means that all the dead sheep are not going to be in that inspiration range. So if you're playing,
if you look at it, like what I'm saying is like if you just jam it next to the lumber camp, you've got more efficient drop off in the wood. You also reach deeper in the wood in case it goes deeper, and you can fix the sheep issue by just dragging the sheep around, right?
Yeah.
Like this. Which is at pro level, if you're not doing that with Atri or the Dragon, you are not playing the Civ efficiently, right? Like that was like an error that was fine in like 2021, but players start to catch on really important where I place my sheep in prep of where I'm going to place the Arhan. So yeah, definitely curious. Maybe he wants to leave room for a production building, or maybe he just wants to like wall it in and he thinks it's like more lean. You can essentially keep the palisades closer to where your villages are if the Arhan isn't blocking you.
Now, I want you guys to notice Numidan is making one ship, and he has a lot of gold in the bank, though. So that kind of gold level spells problems for a lot of people. Now, we just see that Myriad going with that knight and a military ship opening here. Numidan not making another... Oh, I was about to say not making another ship, but no. The man has decided another ship.
Still a lot of gold. Like, what is he up to here? He's got a spearman coming in as well, which makes sense for the knights. Archer ship is going to be able to get opening rounds. I think he saw like the opening was a little bit slow for Myriad, and now he's trying to exploit it with the extra boats. Because, you know, like what unique gold techs you have. Extended lines is one thing. You're not going to go for fire stations because you like winning games, and it's a pointless tech. I'm not sure exactly what this gold is meant for other than aging.
Oh, apparently getting every bit of upgrade he can. Wheelbarrow maybe in there as well, and just making sure that those raids are not going to hit as hard when they need to run away. But it is a lot of gold to float, especially... The thing is, we've seen a lot of players with that much gold, they just go for a ton of demolition ships. But the spearmen are getting upgraded, Springold ship now fighting against the galley, and Myriad needs to back away here. He's got 2 knights, though. So those 2 knights are going to make things a little bit harder if he can control them well. So we see the wall already coming up from Numidan. He knows how this matchup plays out. He needs to make sure that this is not a problem for him.
And there you go. You call the demo ships. They're starting to queue them up now. Myriad hasn't really committed much on the boat front, though. Like, going double knight is pretty crafty. He's following up archers. It's land commitment. I like this. Myriad is going to get exposed to the Guild of Spearmen. But, like, if he's just switching archers in a rush, that's not the worst thing in the world. And remember what I said. Like, the idea of forfeiting water isn't crazy when you consider how hard it is, how expensive it is to push your opponent off of water entirely.
Remember what I said about people not choosing this because they get overwhelmed? This is one of those instances. That spearman is going to have so many casualties because there's no direct answer to it right now. Villagers are now fighting for their lives. Water is being lost as Numidan is able to split this apart. The knight did not find a raiding spot, and one of the villagers goes down, but this was a pretty big idle time and means that Myriad was not able to produce on water for quite a while, at least effectively.
You know, I'm impressed that we're seeing Order the Dragon get the kills on economy. Like that's not really how you envision this matchup going. And Numu is investing more into land now. We've got Pony follow-up. We've got, what, demo ships creeping in. He's trying to just bait Myriad out a little here. It's double cog already. Only a single archer ship and triple demo available to Numidan.
Now the moment happens. The moment he looks away, those demo ships are going to get a deadly connection. One goes down, another one does get a pretty good shot off. We do see one trying to make a connection, but demos don't get their full efficiency just yet. Would love to see what those knights are up to, but right now we just have a ship-on-ship fight. Springald against a whole variety here. But
yeah, he didn't quite get the archer ship though, so that's a full retreat now. Too much damage taken. But the state of the economy is like the kind of crazy thing. What's happening here? I know, like, is that count correct? 51 to 37 sounds a bit extreme.
and it
With
might
two
just,
kills.
It might just not be counting. No, it might not be. Ooh, it's just a
It should
straight
be.
line graph.
Yeah, because like I know this UI, it tracks army differently, right? But economy, like gilded villagers are one villager. So
It's the fishing boats. He just doesn't have as many fishing boats as they just showed us. There's a lot less fishing boats from Numidan. Numidan has not invested into that much fishing compared to Myriad. So Myriad just has a better economy right now.
it's such a big difference, though. It's pretty crazy. We have got Myriad switching Grust into archers. I think Numu just really had this ham-fisted land idea in mind, and you have to remember it's really expensive. Like each of those horsemen costs the same as a French knight.
Now the problem is Numidan might actually struggle a little bit here underwater with that difference in economy, but at the same time, Myriad, he got pushed off of his gold, and that just means no optimal units for you on water either. So now Myriad having those two knights, they haven't really done any work here just yet. Not that we have seen, at least. We don't see any kills over on his side, and Numidan is the one with the villager kills and the only one to have any of them. But yeah, 55 to 41, we do see 9 fishing boats. I think that was a nice little refresh.
Well, calming moment here. We have got the walls up to secure Numidan's tree line. That's never going to be a threat for him, in theory anyway. Not unless Myriad wants to hard commit to things like Undermesh. He's holding a lot of food. Does suggest we're going to be seeing a creep up towards Castle soon. Or, like what, you could just double down on mass night production?
I mean, with the amount of archers he has, he's trying to respond to anything that might come his way, but he didn't have access to gold for the whole time, so he does need to be careful here on the water. The thing is, you can see him making a few more ships here. But the problem is, if he loses this fight, things are going to get out of hand pretty quickly. Numidan still has a decent amount of ships trickling in, but it does look like he has a lot on food himself as well. Now, trying to land a good attack, and another villager going down. Perfectly raided here by Numidan.
Yeah, and I think like there was a clear plan in mind for Myriad, but like these raids on the gold, you can see how it's misconstrued his economy. He's got way too much food, a little bit too much wood. The gold just isn't there. It's a little bit tricky. He's going to try to go on the offensive. I like this. I feel like Numidan, you can't let him dictate flow. Like if you're distracted reacting, you're going to have mistakes slip through like this. So we'll be marching forward. Some of these boats are so lazy they don't want to sail. They just want to be pushed.
And this is what we talked about a little bit earlier about French not... They can't be in a position where they are the ones sitting back. You have to be the one that's active. And right now, I'm not feeling that activity from Myriad. He is trying to push out now, but at the same time, there's a push on water, and Numidan is the experienced one here. One villager going down, a second one should go down.
Spears.
And-
They were a little bit slow to react. Yeah. He was super freaked out about the archers because like part of the problem is Numu didn't gather a little bit of stone or anything. He hasn't got any emplacements there, so it's not a threatening tower.
And Numidan seeing that massive army on land means that the army on water is going to be significantly smaller, so he knows that this is his moment to go for it. So with all of these ships trying to push forward, needing to make sure that those demos are well hidden so that they can sneak right through and explode. But we do see that more ships are in queue. Myriad doubling down on the water yet again, and we've got emergency repair up and running again. Very nice.
Yeah, or in this case, distract the entire enemy army button. It's pretty effective. But what's not effective is Numidan's gold access. He could tech. Wouldn't really be able to afford anything, though. So this is pretty damning. With this spawn, I mean, he's going to be wishing he got the French spawn. It's going to be a Burgrave, as usual, with the dragon. a very little gold to work with can leave you in a pretty dangerous position once you hit castle here.
He's got one villager out there on the bottom trying to mine as much gold as he can. The singular man to rule them all down there at the docks. But this is not going to be enough if you want to make a lot of units, which you're going to need any moment now. Numidan now going for the age up though. This is a tough spot because Myriad has invested everything into units. And you haven't. Going right for the gold, the second gold now. So just going to be enough for an upgrade or two.
He can hide near. He can just hide near the coast here and then come back with that worker. Like that worker right now. I kind of like the idea. It's kind of like when you have a like online vlog that makes you $20 a month. You like don't report it to the tax man. Like it's not that much. Maybe they won't notice. Myriad is the tax man here. He did notice, and now he's looking to seek damages for what's owed. Knights diving underneath the TC.
Ooh.
Limited spearmen. This is a scary position for Numu to be in. He's not doing any damage on land or on water. He's fully reacting right now. Knights are going to pull back. The shiv's out from the workers. The spearmen, they don't last very long. The archer count, I have to eradicate them. And it does feel like the knights should be slipping through momentarily. The idle time alone for Numidan feels damning here. He has got double outposts to the west side, so we'll be able to keep some workers alive. The fact that he hasn't actually lost anything additional so far just shows you how stupidly tanky they are. But now the knights do get on top of them. Workers beginning to fall. And that archer ball still big enough to deal with the trickle of spears.
We can see the spears here coming in one by one. He's trying to do a little bit of damage here. The TC fire doing a bit of work. But is it going to be enough? Some of these knights are now falling. And eventually they will need to back out from under here, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. But Numidan doesn't have anything to fall back on. He finally did lose a few villagers here, but now the water fight is going to be in Myriad's hand too, because he knows that, hey, I've been producing ships. You have had an idle economy the whole time.
And Numidan's like done nothing with this. He now has to rebulk spearmen. He's sitting in his base with less fishing. Myriad can just tech. And at that point, what does Numidan have?
A dream, KP. This man has a dream to be the third Scandinavian player to make it through.
so we're running like a Swedish Martin Luther King here, basically. He's like, I believe. Order the dragons love water. Why can't we not be a water drake? I mean, it'd be impressed for Myriad though. French on this map, not something people instantly think of. Guildhall coming in, which is going to lock him in for a later phase of the game, and not just that. Myriad, he's ready to dive onto that gold when the moment arises. Like, the big problem here for Numidan, he doesn't have any stone gathering, so there's no spring or defenses to make this undiveable.
And those spearmen that he's making, they are usually not the answer to a mass of archers here. Even though they are Order of the Dragon Spears, and yes, they are Castle Age, they are not going to be a match for if Myriad is able to snipe them down, which he's shown us he can do well. Those knights, they were a little bit too careful in that fight initially, but they did get the job done. So there is a bit of room here for Numidan to have the perfect fight, but even then, the amount of archers is starting to become just too scary. Knight upgrades instantly being clicked. Next up, the archers, and more archers are queued up. So you know that this man, he wants to take a fight pretty soon, but not just yet. And Numidan is out there to try and fight the army that may be overextended. In which case, they already moved back. Smart boys.
I mean, Myriad, you can tell we live in 2026. He built the Rams and then worried about the cost of investment. He's like, Ram isn't cheap these days. I want to keep these things safe. So he pulls them back instead of just sending them in. Does bait the spearman upfield from Numu. I mean, you have to play for relics here now if you're Numidan somehow. Oh, there you go. First monk queued.
Getting that first monk out is going to be nice, but the problem is he needs access to the rest of the map, and right now there is no such thing as access for him. He's got one safe one in the base, but the rest of them are going to be hiding behind these armies. The knights need to be careful not to go too deep. Archers just ready to focus fire anything that dares step in range. The problem is they are getting picked off here by some of the towers, and emergency repairs coming on out. They're still doing an amazing job at picking off each spearman. The numbers are just plummeting.
The spearman is just kind of concerning, right? The count's not very good. He has at least got guild crossbowmen coming in, but they're wasting their time on the archers instead of the knights. So, like, Myriad's technically trading out what he needs to. He is finally moving deeper with the ram. Hilariously, as E-Repairs is about to run out.
This felt very...
Okay.
It didn't feel complete, KP.
No.
This didn't feel complete at all. It feels like the knights, they didn't know when to commit. The water is completely idle. Nobody's doing anything on water. People just think, we're like living our best life. Got an army here. That's great. But right now it's a land fight. And
yeah, I thought these were big 16 gigabyte sticks of RAM, but it's more like he stuck 2 gigabyte RAM sticks and tried to run Windows 10. I don't really know what he was hoping for out of that. He has still got good economy, but part of that just feels like it's because he was so focused on the fight, he wasn't reinvesting.
that was a Temu ram, KP. That was just a Temu ram. Yeah, it's a Temu ram. It is what it is. Temu, sometimes it looks great on pictures. It has a lot of potential. It has the stats, but then the moment you plug it in, you realize it's not going as fast as it should, and that's why today that RAM was brought to you by Temu. May you also.
That's where you send the reporting. You're like, it's not working, and then you show a video, and they say, I don't see the problem. The RGB turned on.
No, I am a little bit surprised that Myriad is still standing behind and not really doing anything with the water, but so the same to say about Numidan. And I think this is usually your difference in players. With Numidan and Myriad now trying to qualify for this, they are people who don't necessarily play water all that much. But if you saw a Puppy Paw or a Marine Lord in this game, that water would be on fire. We would just be seeing alarms on every single corner. And when your attention is focused here, it's really, really hard to do it like that. So these two, let's see who will win the land fight or who will be the one to actually move out with the ships and make something happen.
I just like to imagine there's like in-game text being typed right now. Like, don't you think water sucks? Question mark. Like, same. What if we just don't? Yeah, because like everyone's expecting us to. Maybe we just ignore each other there? Question mark. Deal. Land map it is.
And very quickly, it becomes a little bit more relatable. Everyone on ladder sitting here like, oh yeah, this is how I play Holy Island, yeah. Now the gold expiring here means that he needs to move all the way down. But if we look at the relics, Myriad still hasn't picked up any.
No.
And Numidan is the man who has a 1 in the bank. Second one is a dream, but we'll see if he is able to nab. Definitely not. Says Myriad, I will be sniping anything that dares step close to my relic. And it gives him a little bit of a warning sign that he needs to go for them as well.
Guildhall is ticking up behind this. Like, Myriad doesn't actually need to do anything. Like, he could... I'd say he could go have a smoke break. Probably not a good idea, just in case something happens. But, like, you could probably just watch the screen while puffing. I mean, he's up to 700 food already. When he comes back from that, because he tends to, like, inhale very quick with those smokes, he'd be ready to go in.
KP, he actually just finished his cigarette, and now that he has his other hand available, he says, oh yeah, I have boats. Let me move out. I can do this. So with all those demos, he is...
He's got... He demos on every single one of those boats. Myriad has carved him up into chunks, loaded him on there as like an honorary tribute, and now is sending them in. They are going straight towards fishing and also some guards.
And now Numidan wakes up. He's like, oh, here's my fellow Swedish brother, Demu, on all these ships. The demos going straight for the Spring Old Mass, and they're splitting up.
We're friendlies, we swear!
Oh my God. Explosion.
Mass detonation.
Archers completely forgot about their existence, but it doesn't matter. He won the water battle, and all of a sudden, the water belong to him. And just like that, Myriad takes control of this, shuts down the food economy from Numidan on water too. And very quickly, this will be a nice little cleanup for him.
Cinematic moment from the movies where like they just chuck petrol all over the house, and then the final puff of the smoke and the flick of it to create the flames. Really just what happened here. Myriad takes full control of the water. It was a very ham-fisted approach on land. Numidan was fully distracted, and Myriad was pretty much just throwing knights away by the dozen. But it just doesn't matter now with the following up eco states. Numidan is now on limited food, heavily behind on economy. Myriad, he's got a nice stockpile, a boon in reserve. Already 1,200 food in that guild hall.
Now, he is spending his resources, but he's not spending the gold. He knows the value of this, but we do see that keep coming up, which means all those units are going to be so much more discounted. And moreknights.com is in session. now going directly for resources. So these guys now finally going to be ready to fight this because those 11 spearmen are nowhere near and they are so immobile. Look at those guys desperately trying to get back to the base, but moreknights.com is on a journey and they want to find kills. So going straight for that wood line. Arcane Chapel, you're next.
Just as he's setting up farms as well, just spit in the eyeball. Wololo moment. It's the only move, right? You gotta try for it. The men-at-arms is just gonna be ignored because he's actually really tanky. But like, there's no counter-offensive here. No, that castle drop. Numidan just has to pull back now and defend against this.
He just completely forgot to raid with the knights. Knights, what are you doing? That blacksmith is not going to change the game.
Blacksmiths are important. Technologies win games, Warman. I read that in a guide somewhere. And Numidan still doesn't have Bloomery. Okay, so very obvious strategy here. Denying the Bloomery.
But those knights need to be landing on economy. Yeah, sure, we took down every bit of villager or every bit of worker there on the water. But Myriad, he knows the importance of water, but you also need to get the I don't know what that was. The eco between it all.
I'm having a stroke right now. Like, what is good? Do I need to call an ambulance?
Yeah, the water.
The Nits seem to have come in here, but the Illagers, poor performance.
That's an attempt at a British accent. Sorry, Brits. I didn't mean to offend. But there's a
Jesus Christ, like, education is on the downslide, but we haven't got that far yet. That's post-apocalyptic Fallout levels of education. Sorry. Ed Alice coming in now. Cheeky little Ed Alice in the center on their own.
And now the crossbows are going to need to perform miracles, but the Red Palace is not being built with a lot of boys. And the trebuchet getting its first shot off means this thing is not refundable in the full sense. He's going to need to commit to this bad boy, and it's going to need to be clean. But the knights, they're getting right on top, pulling back to the crossbows. Don't just pepper them up. Going right back for the next charge with the spears, they really need to be careful. They do get sniped down.
Oh man, look at those Bomars. The Bomars are doing great here. They're just trying to deal with the knights. We'll get the snipe in. The Boucher has proven to be a little bit annoying on like the damage done, because remember you take more on the construct, and it isn't spored up, so it's doing a bit more damage. But do you want me to stop now?
No, I was not sure if that was actually your accent or if you were just memeing me at this point. So 50/50.
Right. Well, we pretty much wanted to go for English anyway, so we'll just do the rest of the cars like this. So, right, we've got the Expo and Expo. It's a little bit on Expo's A coming through, but I feel like the Arble Tray A need to really get those upgrades in if they're going to feel good about this, because we are about to see a situation in which the double down on Knights is going to be pretty effective, but I do wonder, where is Numu getting his food from? Like, how is he getting eggs and omelets for everyone in the kingdom?
Now, in this case, Numidan is snacking on a little bit of farms there under the TC, but it's not much to write a story about, and definitely not something he's going to be able to use to replace. So, you know, this poor man, he's going to be firing away at that Red Palace, but that thing is being rebuilt with just a little bit of wood. A little bit of wood.
A little bit ood. Little ood in the groove.
And Myriad is looking a little bit low on the army supply, though. He's the Imperial boy, but he also needs a little bit of units. He's trying to stack those up, but this poor man doesn't have emergency repairs, though.
Well, he does have a lot of archers coming through, and of course we know those lovely boys, they get their ilk bow rings, and they're able to shoot you from an R. So we're going to have to worry about that, because Numu is relying on those peers to keep him in check.
All right, KP. You have defeated me with all your accents. I'm actually so impressed with you. I thought I'm usually someone who is a little bit of a Russian accent connoisseur myself, but I feel like you threw me off so much I can't match you at all. But look, there's a spear. He's fighting. Wow.
Oh, spear to deal with the Frenchies. And it's gonna work. Look at those cowards running from me and my big polearm.
Sometimes you can kill my villagers, but that's not matter. I am a French player, so I will not make a big plan. But the Red Palace is not even necessary.
Oh no, you seem to have eliminated my first landmark. It's okay, the princess is in the other castle. Goodbye. Au revoir.
Oh, Myriad is actually in a tough spot here, KP.
He
All
is.
beings aside.
like, memes aside, this is weird from Numu, but working. Spear plus the crossbowman. Myriad, like, how has he got one? He's got double the food income. I think he's just waiting for the big techs. Sorry, waiting for the big tarks.
He's got one big tech coming in, and it's on a bunch of archers. So these archers are going to need to fire. So that's exactly what they're planning on doing. That keep needs to be repaired. The problem is, that is stone, my boy. And stone is expensive in this day and age. Especially the age of the Imperial, and you not having access to any of it. Now the archers moving out.
Hold on.
They're about to do
Considering-
it, KP.
Yep, it's time to rain merry hell from the skies. Numu, he was switching mangoes. But you know what? Like a Scotsman, there's not going to be enough fruit in that diet. I don't think he can get into it quick enough. And the Knights do try to dive in. A little bit ambitious considering literally Numidan's entire composition counts Knights. If Myriad just ape-clicks archers, he should win this game now. Sorry, archers.
The archers are going to be able to fire everything down, and elimination victory will not be in sight for Numidan as the army is dwindling and he doesn't have the food income to actually remake anything. Trebuchets now all paying the price, but the Knights go down with them, poor guys. They really did not have a good time this game. Poor Knights.
He's been so hyper-fixated on the threat of that Red Palace. It just feels like Numidan, there was a timing in mind, but Trebs aren't the quickest to breach here. It's a reduction of both armies down to zilch, but after that, there's the "Ooh, are my lover" feeling. Where is Numu going to get the next wave? Like, I don't think he has the economy set up to.
Let's go take a look at that Arcane Chapel, Mr. Observer. Ooh.
Oh, God.
Actually, let's look away. Let's move away from the Arcane Chapel. I don't want to look at that.
As a farmer, I disapprove, all right? My lover, I feel like we haven't weeded out their area and used it to its maximum potential.
I'm just a little traumatized from looking at that farm. Oh my goodness. It was only 5 KP. That's a hungry boy.
We could, hear me out, we could delete the walls and build more farms, but like at this point, I think Numu wants the wood for more siege.
And that's exactly what he gets. Another mangonel. The knight numbers are still increasing.
How is this still close? Like, I'm pretty impressed by Numu. I think in Spy Warriors, like, this is a pristine game where you kind of like highlight it as a critical ingredient. Myriad may be a little bit over-eager, like his knights just want to touch tips the spears, and that's never advised. Like, remember, Gilded Spearmen are elite levels of damage, even in Castle. Kind of crazy.
This thing is not fixed, so it is still mostly dead. And
he's
now
literally, he can't. He has to spend all that time munching stone just to keep this one up.
And the numbers from Myriad, they're replenishing, but are they going to be fast enough? It does look like that's the case. Numidan is not able to restock this whatsoever. He's trying to get as much
Numu's gonna get rid of that castle. Like, this is a problem. This is a pretty big problem. That's discount's gone.
Now he's going to need to pay full price with that 1.5k food economy. So, to be fair, it is what it is. He deserves.
Wait, you mean he's not going to buy one and get one free?
Not anymore, baby. Not anymore.
No bog-offs.
We do see that these siege units are confidently moving forward, and it's going to be a little bit scary. We only have 13 crossbows in the army, though. Spearmen is standing a little bit forward. Mangonels are peppering where those archers.
The knights from behind. Hold a sec. I think we may have downloaded too much siege.com. No, there's simply not enough bodies here. Finally it happens, but it took a lot longer than I think Myriad was hoping. Numidan has been smashed.
Honestly, I wouldn't say smashed. I would say beaten. Because smashed would feel a little bit more aggressive. And I don't feel like Numidan was punished enough for the civilization he was up against. And Myriad, great to him. I'm really, really happy that he's won this game. But he needs to take from this and say, hey, I need to do more damage to this man because Numidan doesn't die. He's a cockroach, and the cockroach mutates and can turn into something really, really scary. So Numidan looking really good in this game. Myriad, with that water economy, was able to replace constantly.
Oh, I mean, props to him. Shows that French can work on this map. Not something that people would have thought of firsthand, right? All the Dragon, Zushi, China, all the classics. You're right. Like, you know, smashed was the wrong choice of word. It should be plastered or maybe hammered or bladdered, trolleyed, legless, rat-arsed off your face. I don't know. But it means we are not going to get a clean stomper through for the Nords. There is a challenge being posed. We needed to see this. The Nordish people, they already have it going their way. You know, you hear about like the perfect complexion and all this crap, like Swedes and the Danes and everything. Someone has to stand up, and who better than Myriad?
And I mean, from Hungary, he's known many different times in his life. Now he lives in the UK, very opposite of the Hungarian culture. And
he's literally
had to
changing
adjust.
flags every game, by the way. It was literally UK when he lost, and now it's Hungarian when he wins. I don't know what we're trying to say there behind production.
We have a favorite, boys. But behind this now, Numidan realizes, hey, I need to be careful with this. And I feel like Numidan has played enough games on water to know the importance of keeping this going. But he might have already known, like, hey, I don't have enough ships and I don't have the resources to actually take this on. So I'll just use my opponent's passiveness and try to hold out as long as possible. Myriad definitely allowing himself to replenish when he needed it most. So that red palace, though, that's still the MVP of this game. That poor thing. It really tried.
It got built. You know? Like we can debate whether it is worth building, but I mean, I think this is maybe slight combat Myriad just being kind of in chill pill mode because he's so far ahead. In conjunction with Numidan just playing really well from a bad position. Like, you got to give him props to that. Just shows you as well how good Gilded Crossbowmen can be, and also how effective Gilded Spearmen can be when knights just keep playing into them. You know, like, in theory, Myriad should just be able to ape-click his way to victory, but you can see that sometimes AoE4 is not that straightforward.
Now, what's pretty interesting is we won't see a mirror match on mirror match, I call it, but in Baldland, another JD French mirror match, because we had a situation where we had to use French on water already. So unfortunately for us, we will actually see knights against not knights. And now we have that against Japan. And I'm actually pretty excited to see what this is going to look like. Because now JD is something that's phenomenal, as we could see, with knights on something like Baldland. But what does Japan do in this sense? Is Japan going to have an answer to actually handling these knights? Because most knight civilizations, they just thrive. It doesn't matter how you play against them, unless you can do that really heavy damage early on, especially with the tower rush or anything like that. But I don't know how viable that is on a map like Baldland. And I would really like if you walk me through it, KP. What can we expect on a Baldland, especially against French?
I mean, with Japanese, like, in the theory, a spear opening's not bad here, right? Like, you're going to want spears against knights anyway, and if it is a Ford Gold, it gives you a clear blocker. The challenge is you can't really stop Jean from getting enough gold to tech up usually, because Jean herself is a giant beefcake. I mean, like seriously, for gamers, they can't fathom the amount of muscle density that woman has in her. 150 HP, easily deals with spears early on, and kind of holds it back to buy you time. But like, Pro Scouts seems very desirable here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a semi-fast castle build out of Japan. Just feels like that's where they're strongest here, right? Like, you get Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai do very well against French knights because French knights still have like that weird deflective armor thing, if I remember correctly. The classic argument I've heard about like French and Jean being good here is just build arbitrary. But on a map like this, very much easier said than done. You want to be playing heavy cav. We're in a heavy cav meta, and that's where Japan can feel really strong still in these type of matchups. If
you get there, right? That's the problem. Yeah. If Numidan allows it. Thing is, Numidan has played so aggressively up until now. We can see he was the guy getting the villager kill against French, which is, like you said, that's not the kill you expect in this matchup, and that's exactly what we got. So Myriad, he knows this, and he also doesn't want to play against Malians. We see twice in the series already getting rid of that Malians, but saying JD is the better bet. Knight civilization on this. It's probably better than dealing with a bunch of sofas anyway. So furniture can be a little bit devastating when they are spread around everywhere, being so cheap. So now, Baldland, the map with the wood lines being a little bit too far to make sure that the knights can slide into those DMs and destroy the villages very, very quickly.
All right, perfect. And now we get to do accents of the different civilizations. I've got dibs on Jean. You can take Japanese.
You know
I look forward to the cancelled Fred. Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately. KP, I did my DNA test, and I don't have any Asian... Oh, actually, I do have Melanesian, but I don't think that counts. Off the coast of Australia, there's this little island. I think it's in the Indo-Pacific, and it's called Melanesia. But I don't think that exempts me, unfortunately.
It's closer than me, love. I'm 100% British beef, so
Oh, no.
take it away with the axe. We've got a Rax opening here, so looks like the spear is sharper than the pen. It will be that rush to try and deny the gold. And look at the gold of Numidans. It's a forward spawn.
That is the worst feeling in the world. The question is now, is Numidan gonna get a little bit of extra gold for a little knight? Or is he just gonna back off and get an archer or two to make sure that he survives this onslaught?
I mean, like, the idea of having an outpost here would suck. I think you just take the gold, which he already has. Like, look at the gold income. He knew this was coming. He went 4 on gold pretty early. And he just wants to get enough to have, like, 1 knight on the tech. Or it could just be about the wheelbarrow, which isn't a bad idea either. But, like, Myriad isn't hard committing. It's just your classic, I built 2 spears herder. So, no outpost follow-up that's going to be a pain in Numidan's ass.
Now, that's pretty good. Numidan here getting just enough. Ooh, and PC firing back. That poor spear going back with a little bit bruised, all in all. But Myriad now, he is in the leading position now for a little bit, at least now. Because now, when you have... I said now way too many times, sorry guys. These spears are going to control the gold, but they would have to control the other one as well to actually get their real efficiency and shut down Numidan. And Numidan, I feel like he's someone who doesn't get shut down too easily. We've seen him not die, right? So, this bad boy, I'm expecting some great things from him. All the way from Sweden, you can expect great things even when the winters are extremely cold. And with no gold, that might just be exactly the case. So the natural follow-up here, I would just say, probably just getting that first knight out and then going straight for your archer composition.
I do love it when we say things like all the way from Sweden, as if we're like already at the LAN, and he's not just sitting at home at his desk in Sweden with like a little heater lamp underneath to keep his toes warm.
That makes a lot of sense.
He made quite the journey upstairs to his PC to be here today. Question
He
mark
has
is,
worked. Big
No,
flights
go
being
ahead.
taken. The travel time on this man, he worked for it. But yeah, now this is the pretty standard early game setup between these two civs. And I see Korra Storehouse only being built with 1. And that signifies one thing. Oh, no, never mind. I do see more on wood now. For a second, I was like, are we?
No, that could be. It's just like you get the wood for the outpost in the house, and then you just chill. Because like you're expecting knights, right? So
Wow.
this is the classic middle finger to Jean, isn't it? Oh no, you have a unit that gets XP and can scale really well in feudal age. What happens
What
if I
about?
don't play feudal age?
And that is going to be a nice one to have, but, KP, we know how easy it is to get a knight kill over here, especially with these wood lines. They're not going to last very long. So, Myriad needs to be so careful. Those 2 spears that he's got, we do see one of them already hovering past the second goal, but he needs to find a way to not lose anything to a knight.
The most important thing to me is what is Numidan drawing in this Pictionary game? Is it that a castle? I think that's a castle, like a bouncy castle.
Is he
On the
telling
minimap?
us? Is he telling us the game ends in castle? Or
Myriad
is he telling
has
us?
drawn a cane, like a candy cane, but Christmas is already gone, so he's out of season. Yeah, I think what Numidan is saying here is he will win the game by Red Palace dropping Myriad.
See?
That's pretty deep, KP. What if it's just the fact that he's going to build a keep on his production buildings, and it's going to be? Oh no, never mind. Does it work the same way for Jean? Do they also get a discount?
They get.
No.
I think they don't. No, they don't get the discount from that. I think they got a discount on the keeps, remember correctly. They're still cheap with them. But if you remember, because a long time ago, you had to build those castles to produce your unique unit, and it was so dumb. And they fixed it. Double outpost, by the way, which shows you the respect that the French being given, and that's a lot of stone being gathered, by the way. So I think Myriad is just trying to prioritize the Daimyo level 1, because one Uma Bannerman can force a lot of defensive reactions out of Numidan.
And that is a pretty safe call then to make, because you can see with all of that, he should have both of them in place. And Numidan is It seems like he's quite heavily making a variety of units here, as the archers are already coming up, but he stopped for a second. Is this just because he's pausing? Oh, more scouts. No, he's going for a scout. He's just getting all the food in the world. He's going to keep this pump going. He did not want to waste any food on anything but scouts. So expecting a lot more archers coming out of this. But that is a very safe gold right now for Myriad.
Yeah, and it was always the plan. Like with the one on the wood, the one on the Kurarava, we knew where we were going with this. Like he might want to consider gathering a little bit of wood now before the night count goes up. Because after the fact, like these tree lines, you mentioned it, like knights can slip in. Not just that now, it'll be archers that will be able to slip in. If you have no wood, going castle means you won't be able to build knights.
Or houses at this rate. And does he even have a stable?
I don't think he does. I'm pretty sure he does
needs
not.
Wood. He needs wood. Oh, and you can see him going for a little bit of a sneaky wood here, knowing that there's going to be some visitors here at the back, and that's exactly where they go. So, pretty safe movement here. JD fighting that war, poor guy. He just wanted to supply food for the army, but unfortunately, he will be paying the price, and JD will get that little bit of experience to edge her a little bit closer, but she is still so far away.
When she downswings, her like red silhouette actually like means that the sword gets covered in blood. Very,
That's
very
pretty
immersive.
five-head.
Yeah, that also is probably what's going to get the age rating for the game changed accidentally. Whoops. You wouldn't realize that. Like the game is what's the age for the game? It's low. I remember I talked to devs about this because people keep asking for like a blood and gore pack, and that's the reason we don't have one. Is so that it's rated, I think, only mature instead of like 16 or 18 or whatever.
Okay. Because there's not that much violence. That makes a lot of sense. We don't have a lot of blood on the field.
Yeah, only hundreds of people dying, massacring of innocent villages, wildlife abuse, but somehow we're still rated for mature.
All strategic. Now, the stable, he just has enough wood to be able to do so. The knights not really landing anywhere, and the wood line just being left to being chopped. I'm actually quite surprised about this. He has the knight numbers. He is able to swarm around him, but he decides to pull back here for a moment. And he does have access to a lot of food, but it just doesn't feel like we're watching a French variety civ be French variety civ.
That's because it's Numidan's French. Numidan is like probably the single biggest enjoyer of late game French I know. And if you look at what he's doing with the map right now, you do get that feeling this game's going to go deep.
Guys, I hope you brought your popcorn. We're going to be here. This is actually, I just want to take a moment to thank Choom for this moment. Because Choom in our stream chat earlier was like, oh, this looks like it could be a short day. And yeah. So unfortunately, guys, or fortunately, because of Choom, he jinxed it. And now
I thought you were going a different way. Like, yeah, because Choom is French, and therefore he's responsible for all French players that play late game. I thought that was where we were going with that.
No. He just jinxed it. He jinxed it, guys.
Seriously,
so
this guy has traumatized me, by the way. Like, I've watched him go late game against China with Sean or like French, and they'll go 2 hours long. And this is where this is the type of civ where Numu gets the reputation for liking the late game.
But then you see him in a game where he's just constantly raiding, constantly being on top of people. And then
that's
you're
just
like,
a bait.
Okay.
That's the whole logic of Bruce Wayne in the day and then Batman at night. Like he's just hiding his true self. Like,
oof, look at all those pictures.
Yeah, exactly. You just hide it behind all the squiggles. You can't actually see the Batman even when it's obvious. It's like Clark Kent just puts glasses on as a different person.
Now, JD, here, she's running around with all those war experiences on top of her, but now there's a one mounted samurai and a one spear, and they're looking for some damage. The thing is, Myriad, we saw him last game. He's not constantly raiding. He's not able to get on top of the vills. So those mounted samurai, I feel like they're just going to be used defensively for now. But Numidan is edging his way towards castle while producing knights constantly. I say this, jinxing it, with him making another knight there in queue. But more mounted samurai joining that party, and Numidan is going to be in for a little fight soon enough as Myriad is edging his way forward very closely, trying to find a little bit of damage. But he's just going to find some walls.
And Numidan's going to find an age up. So pretty much what we're expecting here. Because remember, like the player mentality is, what do you counter jump arm with? Arbitrary. And I mentioned that if you play this fast and aggressive, the map is very wide. Arbitrary seems very silly. Walls, on the other hand, are crossbow's best friend. Also the worst enemy, actually. It depends on whether they're on your side or not.
Now, I see someone also asked the question, why do casters sound disappointed about the prospect of light on gates? We're not disappointed, not at all. Don't get that wrong. This is one of those instances where Numidan is famous for something. And Numidan is famous for long games. We've had series with Numidan, a best of 5. Ooh. Wow, almost a connection. It could
Did a
go
monkey enter the cast? What was that?
I got excited about an engagement. So no, he definitely pulls out the longest type of games that we have seen in any of the other pro players' matchups. So this man, he knows how to give us a long game. And that's why when we talk about Numidan, we know these games can go very, very long. Guildhall now, though, he's ready for a long game. Guildhall is a landmark you choose. If you're not planning to end it right here and now, you don't need those night upgrades.
Or if you just want to win in general, no matter what you're doing, right? Like, I don't know. I've seen
Unless
like
you have 26 nights, right?
Yeah. It's very rare. Rules to seems to be the answer in players' minds. But like, I'll bite the bullet. No, I'll stand by the unfortunate. Like, okay, I am fine with late games. It's when it doesn't feel earned. Like, if your game strat is like you come in, you're like, I'm gonna sit in the corner, I'm gonna build 3 TCs, and I'm gonna like, you know what I'm gonna do in the background? I'm just gonna kick up a series of Supernatural. I'll be finished before the game is over. I love Supernatural, but at the same time, like you've set an expectation there straight away. It's like a person who says they're going to take you on the best date of your life, and then you're just like, what they meant is the longest date of your life. It's just a 5 hours of you sitting there watching like sitcoms that you've already seen 15 times and aren't funny anymore. All right, that's my problem with late game. Numidan is spicy around the castle timing though, and I love this from Myriad. Look at the switch. It's just knights, great. Time to add in Onimusha.
And that is going to be a nice addition to this army, because now you're actually going to have an answer and a way to kill these guys, because your mounted samurai just aren't doing the damage to take care of these French knights. Guildhall at 100 food already stacking up. Yeah.
Think about Jean and the worst unit she can encounter here. Onimusha just eviscerate her. She's melee Jean. Although you may want to avoid giving, like, okay, this is like when you go to the zoo, you do not feed children to the bear. Okay, right? That is the equivalent of feeding children to the bear. Jean is not going to be as threatened by the Onimusha if you let her get level 3. Still pretty threatened, but less so.
These knights are actually picking up a lot here. Myriad, I think, losing a little bit of focus there on all of the units he has to control. Because when you have all these samurais, you do need to be careful with these Onimushas to just not, you know, keep binding them all together, have awkward movements, and with those 2 spears running slowly, this often tends to happen. Yeah.
These 2 Dark Age spearmen. Just let them die. I'm not like anti-spearmen, but like they're weighing you down. So now able to move like a real army. We do have the buff coming through from the Bannerman. Very beneficial for the Onimusha sniping out here.
And honestly, now with the Onimushas here, this feels a little bit harder for Numidan, but he's doubling down. He's like, I just need more knights.com. And the gold just running out. Now, Onimusha's going to be able to have a little bit of a beefy front line here, focus firing the knights, but it's still a scary amount of knights. The samurais need to front line here. We do hear JD leveling up now, and she calls down her riders.
Yep, Summon's ponies. Really good against the Onimusha. A little bit rough there, because like Myriad, it gets a tiny bit more breathing room. He can snipe melee Jean. Remember, because it's still melee Jean, she takes a lot of damage. And that's the awkward trade-off. That's why most people go range Jean instead.
Because of the crossbow extra damage that you can do?
Yes. Yeah, it's because you have heavy tag. Heavy tag like contradicts minus range damage in a really big way. Like, look at the damage she's already taking from a small handful of crossbow ladies.
And the crossbow ladies aren't being constantly remade here, with the gold access getting lower and lower. Now this is going to happen on both sides, but the difference is Numidan does have a back one, and all of a sudden, this like Numidan's army is a little bit scarier for now, especially with JD. Ooh, never mind. I'm jinxing it every single time.
I was about to say, like, you've now walked onto the... So we've walked onto the firing range. I have 5 LMGs and you have 5 samurai swords. Who is more threatening? Right? Like, oh, no, okay, fair away. You have 20 people with knives. I've got 3 rifles and 17 people with knives. I feel like we're going to thin out your knifers before you reach us.
Oh, this is some really good micro that's going to be needed here from Myriad. You can see him not being too comfortable with this, but he does snipe out so,
Yeah, he's got
so
Kaburuya.
well.
He's got Kaburuya, so like it's much easier now. Before this, it was really weird. You had to keep sacking knights a lot quicker. So now you can actually kite away more efficiently. And it's a long way to go before Jean's a real threat from the XP factor anymore. Like, sometimes it's relieving to give her level 3 like this. Sometimes.
Sometimes, okay. Well, you can see even though she is taking more damage, she does take a while to die, does go down, and now the knights want to back off because you don't want to lose these without actually getting experience for Jean. Numidan now making more knights, and Arbs finally joining the party. But Arbs, how do they do against those Onamushas? Probably just standard crossbow versus crossbow, except yours only have 2 legs. No,
it turns out 2 legs is better than 4. Because, like, you're paying more for the Onamusha, and then on top of that, the Arbitrary can have the V-Straw. So, like, Onamusha basically have to be raiding then, just to be better than Arbitrary. If your only goal is direct fight, then Arbitrary will be better.
Now, Myriad is kind of getting into a position here, like he did in the first game, where he just needs to do damage to his opponent, but it seems like he's just trying to take the fight against the military the whole time. Now, this kiting is working really, really well, but now with the Arbs, this is going to start getting a little bit harder, but that's a lot of mounted samurai, and still more on the way.
Not
We
just
have
that.
to take a look at the food, though.
I think we have a Yorishiro drop in the TC from Myriad. He's building a worker lead now. This is not French. This is Jean. That's the kind of contradiction you have to deal with. It's like you are going to begin to fall behind on economy. Your only boon, of course, being that guild hall, which at this rate, Numidan is going to need just to build more units.
And he's going to be able to do so because he's the one that has the farms already. Like you can see on the minimap as well, the farm little dots forming everywhere. Numidan now trying to do that transition as the food is running very, very low. And the gold should be expiring there at the top pretty soon as well. Now on the Japan side, they most likely already have that farm transition up and running, especially with him having the bannerman. We know the TC is also making the farming and gathering more efficient. So this food is going to feel a little bit more stable for Myriad, but Numidan does have a bit of breathing room. If Myriad gives him. Yeah.
Yeah, if he stops throttling him or smothering him with a pillow, maybe. It's like the lack of map presence. But Numidan knew that this was going to happen. He made a clear choice when he walled himself into the corner. The problem is, like, we've never seen the moment where it's like, okay, now he raids. And the trade-offs has been now Myriad's building worker lead. Myriad can play pocket economies. Myriad also can play for relics. He's probably getting 4 of the relics off this map.
That's amazing because Myriad, he hasn't focused as hard on getting the relics in the previous games, and now he's just making sure to get that control. With Yoroshiros as well, it's just going to secure that income for the late game especially. Now, we do see a forward red tower here as the villagers are starving and just desperate to get some kind of resource. But this looks like it's going to be a big fight, and I don't know if this is the fight that Numidan wants to take. Not
I
at
think
all.
he can take the fight. Like, given the horseman switch coming in, it's... So this is going to be revealed to him very early. The other thing is we're finally seeing Myriad get the extra melee attacks. Something you always have to remember with Japanese. And also the other trade-off that's annoying for Jean. You're not French. You don't get those melee attacks for free.
Now, with this huge army, he is going to be able to snipe things out here and there, but the Arbs are doing a pretty decent job at this. The horsemen numbers aren't significant enough.
Oh, the cleave! The Onamusha stepped up too far. Divine Restoration coming through. The Sacred Site still locked in, remember. Myriad won't have to walk far.
Now, that was a big loss for Myriad either way, but the problem is the 1.5k food per minute is making it seem a lot less scary. Numidan pressing the button, getting every bit of food that he can from that... But he's
And
not
now
ready.
build knights. Yeah, like, this is the depressing part. It's like, great. So we're going red pass, right? Well...
We don't have any gold. We don't have the food for this. But he needs
And
to
Myriad
find a
has
way.
built a proxy base as well, which I love that detail. Like, he's stealing the golds and building a base here. It's the perfect move.
Oh, the villagers are standing here at the front. They're going to be a little bit of cannon fodder here with the Onomushas firing away. We see the keep trying to be placed down, but
he's in his own way. Like, just move the units. He can't build it. Numidan! His own people just griefed him.
Oh, and they keep griefing him. The villagers are just standing there idly, desperately trying to get a keep up. But Myriad just absolutely dominating here. Onomushas getting control of JD and quickly sniping out quite a few units here, as well as no villagers. A single one died this whole game. Oh my goodness.
Numidan, this castle in the back, which doesn't actually buff any economy. This is a please don't kill me keep. The TC fire should be enough to maybe scare Myriad back and reset him, but the difference in numbers tells the full tale. 11 to 35 military. The sacred site timer is still ticking. And the army size isn't scaling. Numidan has got 100 food income, no gold left. He can only build horsemen. Horsemen that will be worse than the Japanese ones. This looks pretty cooked.
But he holds strong behind that keep. He says, I got farms, don't you worry. The problem is just every other resource that he could have potentially have had access to is no longer an option. Oh my goodness, KB. Myriad just looking like an absolute god here. Now that was pretty great movement, but now the question is Numidan just going to keep making horses and hope for the best? Or does Myriad also do a little bit of a switch here? Because all of a sudden, Myriad can now go for Mounted Samurai again, and Numidan doesn't have an answer to any of them. He doesn't have gold access, there's no orbs. It's just going to be a really tough time for him.
I think you just pony it up. The whole idea is just get more units to just flood in, right? And like Arbitrary is the only way Numidan can trade efficiently now. He can't go for a melee army. So you might as well counter the one threat that's going to be coming out to you. And also good ranged armor just for diving castles like this. Dives in anyway. And this looks like a breakpoint. Myriad flooding through. Barely any resistance left from De Francais as Numidan may have started this series off fast, but Myriad game to game to game continues to look better and better as the series goes deeper.
And that was a pretty potent attack. A few villages going down, but most importantly, most of the units going down, and Numidan still struggling to get any sort of it. Now the guild hall, the next target, and this one is going to sting when it goes down.
Okay, other thought for you. Jean is back. We can do it, guys, except the Onimusha are all still alive. And they're the thing that kills Jean.
Well, she makes riders. Right.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Yeah, you get 3 riders. The 3 musketeers. Here to turn it around. Can't live without him.
I love the fact that with these Onomushas, he's just trying to fire at anything that comes into range. Myriad really utilizing this unit like an absolute champion. And the guild hall now paying the price. Oh, he got the food right as it was about to get destroyed. So he does have a little bit of food in the bank. 520.
Oh, 520. Myriad makes more than that in 20 seconds. Sorry, a bit of a negative Nelly. It's a rough position. If Numidan pulls off a ton around here, I'd be impressed. And yeah, that should be probably the most convincing detail. Myriad has just started adding in trebuchets. He doesn't even need to meat grind his way into a castle anymore.
And with all of those Onomushas, they are just able to snipe anything that comes close. Numidan realizes this is not going to be the game. I take him down. And Myriad, honestly, looking at the French variant and saying, I don't care about knights. Let me show you how to do this. So wonderful, wonderful play here by Myriad. I'm honestly so impressed with him. I did not expect this whatsoever. I thought Numidan was going to raid him constantly, but no. Myriad was ready. He was ready and he knew exactly what to do.
It's Onimusha. It's like an interesting one because the argument is that Onimusha sought because Arbitrary are just better and cheaper. But the way he used the mat, you couldn't raid because Onimusha would receive any knights going in. You can't win the main fight because your knights struggle there. The fact that he went melee Jean just pretty much opened the door for this play. And it was a great read by Myriad to understand early how critical the horseback ladies were going to be to his success in the Castle Age.
Now, what I'm a little bit concerned about here is the lack of dead villagers in every game. I need more villager kills. But guys, Malians has been let through, finally. A civilization that is regarded as more OP than Malians is Sengoku. And you can see them sniping that out pretty quickly.
But do you want to know the hilarity of what's happened here? when Front Range came out, Numidan had a particular trick. He was the only player that really believed in this. It was Knights Templar in Front Range. And ironically, Myriad is going to look to crush his hopes of qualifying here with what was Numidan's original special pick.
So Numidan was the pioneer, maybe of his own defeat.
Yeah, he had like this intriguing idea because like the whole idea is you can pilgrimage to the north side and no one's going to stop you, and then you just kind of like arch your blob. You could play like French commandery. The like interesting thing here as well is there's actually a better way, which is Hospitaller, because what you can do, there's a lot of wolves in the hills of Front Range, and if you have the Hospitaller, you move faster with pilgrims, but then when they get hit, they move even faster. So like the whole idea is you get your gold in much quicker. It's much harder to raid you. Wonder if that's what he's going for. Like, I don't know. Was there something else? He could have had Iobids, actually. Like, Iobids could have made sense as a pick here.
I mean, KT, Myriad seems pretty confident in KT, though. I've seen him prioritize it a few times. But now, the House of Lancaster was just... You choose House of Lancaster knowing that it's going to get banned. So you know you're going to get the other civilization. So this was a very, very intentional one with it all. But Malians is a civilization that actually... You say that they're not going to do anything about it, and that might be the case, but not with Malians. Malians is a civ that just has too many units too quickly, and they should be able to do something about those pilgrims, at least from what I can imagine, right?
Like, in theory, you just build 1-2 Cypher and you stop the pilgrimage, right? In theory. And then the question is, like, is this going to be French commandery? Because French commandery is just, like, not that good anymore. I think part of it is because on land, most players are going 2TC, and Hospitaller feels a lot better for 2TC because your village is, like, very tanky and very fast. They move out quicker. They build the TC with more safety. So, yeah, like, I am curious because when I see 2TC builds on this map, it's very, very greedy. This map, unless you go very loose with your TC and that feels gambly, it can be difficult to justify. But I've seen, like, you know, Corvin's a perfect example of this. He does, like, these kind of wide TCs that want you to attack them, but he's still building workers while you're attacking them. So it's almost like you balance it with the fast techs afterwards in a world where your opponent overinvests in stopping your greed, and then you just get castled quickly.
We've seen this earlier, KP. You and I were both here in Twitch chat. I hope you guys were here when we saw English going for 2TC. I feel like we might not be ready for that type of gameplay anytime soon. Yet again, we need to take this slow, especially when you're up against a civ like Malians that loves for people going to TC because it gives them time to also do their own, shut down the things they need to get on top of. But
yeah, but remember that game was ended by a single samurai, and that's Myriad's smart. That's why he banned out Sengoku, so his game can't be ended by a single samurai. Flawless drafting, really.
My question about this last thing is Frisian marshes. We still see that Numidan has Macedonians and Zushi here. So pretty good picks. Oh, and Sengoku, of course, for Frisian. This does look like if he survives this one at least, that there is still a shot. Usually when you get to that last game, you don't have the picks you want for it, but Numidan still has a lot of good picks in his arsenal.
I think you Macedonian Sengoku, and then Myriad's probably going to be going for Iobids plus, was it Ellie? Sorry, Lancaster. Yeah, Lancaster. But let's see if we can get to that game. We head into Front Range. Myriad has gone to the holiest of orders. It's Knights Templar time, and it's going to be an aggressive opening. Rax Rush beginning to try and punish Numidan's Malians.
I like this. I like this a lot because, of course, with Knights Templar, you just want that extra bit of breathing room that you can get that pilgrimage up. But with this, you're getting exactly that. You're going to delay your opponent from being able to make those expensive units, or even just making those early cows that are so annoying to handle in the early game. So with Knights Templar as well, with you getting the passive food from chopping the wood, it just makes so much sense for you to actually make spearmen, because while you're getting the wood for the barracks, while you're getting the wood for houses, for anything, you are getting food at the same time.
And like this could even turn into like a delayed play on the board down the line. with spears assisting you to get out there, theoretically. He didn't go straight away for very good reason. Like, Malians are really annoying at just sniping you out when they reach feudal. Any injured villagers just die to a scout. So, we'll see if he goes for boar eventually. This type of map does force you to look for more food. You have very limited food access underneath your TC. You get starting berries, get about 8 to 9 sheep, and then finally you get the free deer. But after that, booted out of home, time to go get a job and find your own way through the world.
I love that Numidan is just keeping a very close eye on exactly where Myriad is going. Because now we see 2 spears, and there's the third I was about to say. But already Numidan is ready for this. You can see he's making that tower on the gold mine. And this is the natural response. When you're up against someone who's tower rushing, you can either just go for a good old follow-up with the tower rush, or you can follow up with few units, just go feudal, or you can tower yourself. But the thing is, when you do that, it very often requires you to make a second tower as time goes on. But with this, he's putting himself in a good spot, putting that sheep right under the tower so you don't get too much idle time when you are trying to gather food and need to pop in and out of the tower every single second.
This might have been an overinvestment by Myriad. He went up to 4 spears. Yeah, he just cancelled the 5th. Like, I think ideally you do 2 here and it's not too bad. But he went all 4. He checked the south gold. I don't think he scouted the north first off, so maybe he wasn't aware which side it was going to be. Yeah, he just scouted around that back, so he didn't actually double-check the back gold ahead of time. He's double downing. 2 more spearmen queued up.
Wow. And especially against the tower already, you're trying to get a little bit of idle time from the eco, but you have to be able to get something real out of it. The villagers now moving out to the boar.
Oh, spears. Wait, is he legit going to try to zerg him? I think he is. It's been a while since I've seen this. This used to be a really good strat in Mongol versus Malians. You just keep building spears. You never stop building spears. And then you just blood. And then, if they try to tech, you could think about tacking up with Deerstone with like 15 spearmen to just try and all in them. But I haven't seen this with Knights Templar. This is different.
And especially on this map. Ooh, that was a very, very close call for that poor villager. Ooh, ooh.
Wait. No, guys, please. The pig is agitated. The scout isn't getting close enough is the problem.
But he does get the boar. The problem is now those villagers are going to be very nice to raid for a little sofa a little bit later. Ooh,
or just a scout. Just literally upgrade the warrior scout and he kills everyone, right? Like, that's why people have failed big time doing this against Malians. We had some games like the KPMM just this week where I think Vortex had a game where he got like 3 kills on the ball play because of that.
So Malians, pretty great against half HP villagers. Or even in this case, 10%.
So you're telling me units are good against low HP villagers? Wow.
My favorite type of composition. Units against low HP ones. Anything you give.
He's just cheesing him. Like, look at what he's doing with the spears. He just hid them all behind trees. And now he's going to outpost rush the wood, I think? To stop archers.
Oh, no. Oh, no, but there's a lot of villagers here.
That has to be what he's doing. Yeah, but there's a lot of villagers, but there's 10 spearmen. The villagers don't matter at that point. It's just, it should be about the archers. Instead, he does go for the gold. What?
He goes for... Oh, with enough spears you can burn down the tower. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, but now Numidan's getting archers because he has wood, which kills spearmen, and Myriad is still H1. What is happening in this game?
Myriad thinking that with being 2-1 up, he gets to take a little risk. Ooh, Spearman gets a little poke out. He will get that pit mine, but there will be archers taking up some damage here right after. The thing is, KT does age up pretty quickly, right? So they should not be that far behind in the end.
But the thing is, you age up quickly for a reason, remember? Your opponent's now getting extra economy, and when you age up, you're going to get less economy. So this is very expensive for Myriad, and also not calibrated perfectly. He's floating a lot of food. Build more spears. It could fix it.
Morespears.com. Now, he's trying to move these low HP spears away, and luckily, they might have a chance of surviving very, very long, getting healed up, or they're just going to be cannon fodder. We do see now these guys are finally getting the pit mine, but at what cost? That is a very expensive kill. Spearmen do need to move back.
So that's going to be -3 spears in that trade for pit mine, which means you've now lost more resource than your opponent. I mean, actually, like, Numu is being a bit greedy, but I think it's because he just built the walls, so these guys have to go all the way around. Oh my god, what a scramble of a game.
And now with the Kingdom of France landing pretty soon, he's got a little bit of resources here in the bank. And I guess the question now is, what does he do with this? What is the plan now with your food advantage? Do you just go for a fast castle?
With this economy, sure. Like, why not? He's got 700 food. And he just hit feudal. And it's straight away going to be a sanctuary play. So he is playing for the White Pilgrims. But the thing that I find weird about this matchup is choosing French. Aren't you just a worse Mali in that situation? Like, you have Chevalier, but they've got Sofa.
And Numidan now getting a lot of breathing room, already having 4 cows at the ready, trying to get that economy. And this is looking decent for Numidan. I mean, when you have this many cows this early on, it feels great when you can respond to most of what your opponent is doing. Now, he isn't constantly making units. He knows that this investment from Myriad was significant, and he needs to scout before making any decisions here. The first pilgrim is going where? Is that
Should be north. Yeah, it's not. Oh,
there he is.
Yeah, but the spawn sucks. I just noticed. You're meant to path your side defensively, but apparently, to quote a word that Myriad likes, his mountains are quite anemic.
Now, Myriad has all these spears, and he's trying to run around finding a goal for them, but the composition change is about to happen. We see a few more horses joining the idea, but double stable coming out from Numidan as well. And so far, they are going to rival this pretty well.
Yeah, and it's the comp you want. Like that's the difference. Like, Chevalier can kind of be useful when you go castle, but you know, it's not like being French and building knights and going castle. You know what I mean? It's not the same feeling. Whereas building Sofa as Malians in feudal and going castle does feel as good as being French and spamming knights.
Now
Eight
that
cow
pilgrim,
already as well. Jeez.
is he going to be able to get a kill here? What is the movement speed on those guys? It's just like a knight, right?
Yeah, it's just knights. It's a Timu knight.
Timu knight. So far, it's all a little bit faster.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like
Aw,
stat-wise,
those guys.
it's kind of depressing if you click on them both. 'Cause I'm pretty sure Chevalier are weaker than Sofa.
Let's go see.
14 damage, 160, and then Sofa have more health and more damage because they have 17 HP. 17 damage rather. Same health, but they have more damage.
Ooh, that does feel pretty bad, especially considering the price. Oh my goodness. Okay, so with Sofas now, we have a pretty awkward position here, I guess then. And Myriad just making more and more of them, but he does access the ball. The thing is, you have 11 cows. It's going to be very quick for you to match those numbers if given the time.
I do like the
cows,
proxy
stand
base though.
corrected.
Like Myriad, that was very good for him in Vaultland, remember? He just had the full production. He's doing the same here. Like that is your advantage against Malians. The thing that makes Malians a questionable pick at times on this map, you have the infinite food in your base, yes, but boar is really good on this map, and you literally can't go boar.
And even if you move out, you're going to need to deal with constant raiding, apparently, especially if your opponent is going for something a little bit mobile that can match your Sofas. That's the thing. I think the strength of Sofas are the fact that on an open map, there's a lot of places to raid. But with here, you're in a very narrow hallway. So it just doesn't land the same, right?
But you move out fast, right? Like you still feel kind of clumped, but you are now branching your economy. Like he's moving out to the tree lines on the left. He should be moving out to the deer on the right, the boar on the forward. So like there is a world, but what Myriad is doing is he's starving the opportunity. You can't go raid when this is happening.
And now, with all of those Sofas being inside here trying to respond, it just means that you don't have any pressure in your base either. Now, those spearmen actually doing a little bit of work here, burning down. And luckily, those are feudal spearmen, so love that. That's great. We don't have Dark Age spearmen.
I'm wondering, like, in hindsight, how important these spearmen were to the plan for Myriad. Because it's like, you do this to bait archers. But was that really advantage when your opponent was going to go heavy cav as a follow-up as well? Like, I'd be curious to pick his brain off this one, because I was scramble-brained about the idea with the early game. And I don't think I was alone in that. But if he wins off of the back of it, you can't fault the brains of a champion.
And honestly, Myriad, he needs to get a little bit of a W here. And honestly, from his play, I'm excited to see what this looks like in a proper fight. You do see the Pilgrim just delivering without any opposition. We have 5 on gold still, so there's gold for days. We can get every single upgrade we want. And, of course, now the question is, what does he do with this? Numidan is...
Well,
He is?
Yeah, like, he's got the second boar slave. He's going to keep pushing. It's not greed. It can't be greed. Not against Malians. You know they're building cow. But it's very difficult when you're diving this TC. The Onion Knights, they're not very tanky. They're not French Knights. They don't do as much damage. The Sofa line, it's thickening out here. Numidan, close to having the military lead. He's also playing from behind on technologies. Undermesh is still not in for him. So technically, Myriad should be trading better. But looking at the night count, I'd wholly disagree. Numu, he has exactly what he needs. He cuts past onto the archers, chases them away. Myriad, I don't think you stay here any longer.
Myriad's advantage does not seem like it was exactly that against the Sofa composition. Sofa composition just looking so good, going past everything, getting right on top of the archers, and Myriad now having to replace all of this. That boar advantage he had is gone. All the food has been lost. Just all in that Chevalier fight that he just had. The Sofas are doing such a good job here, KP.
There's
How can
so
you
many
kill
more
any
coming.
of those? Oh.
You build more spears. Myriad was just thinking ahead of time. There we go. I think he might be up Craps Creek about paddle at this point.
Now,
I think he's just crept onto the second boar. But if he somehow exists there, I will be baffled. Look, no, there's no way. And oh my god, that cancellation. The ruins. If you check Numa's vision, he doesn't have a scout, but he's got archers near.
oh my god. That lucky boy. That lucky boy.
I mean, I wouldn't count him lucky yet. He still has to defend the army diving the left side. But for now, yeah, he doesn't even try for it. GG comes in. The mystical, confusing Spimmin build will not deliver a victory. Our brains are correctly scrambled. Just none of us sure why. It's going to need a fifth.
Honestly, I am completely lost from that last game. That was wild. And finally, we get a game that ended in feudal. Wow. But the economy count with all those cows very, very quickly stacking up here. Military value lead, as we can see as well. He was in the lead. That fight he just took, it was under the TC. It was Sofa supported. I have no idea why it was just so devastating.
It's the TC. He kept baiting him underneath the TC in conjunction with the fact that Sofa are just better Chevalier. And then you consider defender's advantage on top of that. Like, this is the thing that I think really tilts people about Malians. Of all the civs in the game, they're right up there in I can sit in my base and not do anything and be okay. You know? Like, because other civs have to start thinking about food. This civ doesn't. They just add cow and it's there forever. And it's a scaling lead. It feels like an efficiently accessed TC boom. That's the problem. Is like Myriad chose this concept of aggression, whereas Numidan just took a chill pill. And the chill pill is stronger, apparently.
Oh, but you can see that TC fire just completely deleting one horse at a time when he overstepped just a bit too much. And that adds up. That makes a massive difference here. But KB, look at that draft for the next game. We have Macedonians seeing the light of day against Aeobids. Now, of course, you don't want to let House of Lancaster through, but it does give you a pretty powerful pick like Aeobids to take on to Frisian marshes. And this is okay both ways. I think Myriad is pretty happy with what he's got here. But Macedonians, I don't feel like we've seen enough to really know where they land on Frisian.
You can kind of fish. It's just a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Usually, you just try to play fast tech. If he does Varangian, I don't rate his chances here. Like, this actually might be one of the worst civs to do a Varangian cheese against, because they go for the healing, and then they can just build Desert Raiders, and Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor. It's comical how plastic you feel against healing and melee armor. So
when you have healing in feudal.
Yeah.
It does scale things a little bit differently. Yeah.
It's a tiny bit. It's almost like I saw a chat earlier going on with the JD games, like, oh man, I maybe should try more hero units. And some people against it. It's like, to be honest, there are certain inspirations we should take from hero-based games like Warcraft that are probably a good idea. And one I stand by is like healing being infinite is kind of crazy. I almost feel like healing should have a mana system. And Iabids is one of the best examples of why.
Okay. Well, the one thing that people ask about with the Macedonians, though, is the fact that we get so much free units, or so many free units, out of that early game landmark. When you go for the Hippodrome, things spiral out of control pretty quickly. But at the same time, like Aeobids, they do get that infinite healing in feudal if they decide to go for it, which, why
Also,
wouldn't you?
Like, you're thinking Ridari eventually, and I have camels. And you'd think that's good until you math it out. Because Ridari, for some reason, no one has an answer as to why, are the best castle knight in the game.
Okay.
Just flatline stats out the gate. They are faster knight, they have a faster attack speed, they have higher base damage, they have high health. Then you add in all the techs from Arsenal, which scales their health and their armor. Then you eventually pay 1,000 silver to get +3 damage. Like, anyone, like, here's the thing. I heard some, I was in my chat the other day, and someone came and was like, I can't win with French. How do I win with French? I was like, you don't need to play French. You just need to play Macedonians. You just want to go into a game and only build heavy cavalry and win. Macedonians were built for you. All they need is the Hippodrome horsemen and all that crap into Ridari, and Bob's your uncle. You'll be conk free before you know it.
I'm glad that you're coaching people in your chat as well, KP.
Really just trying to... You know what we need? We need to do that. We need to inflate the ranks. And then we need to get like the AoE2 ranked ladder for Road to Wololo type effect in there. So then everyone just complains like, I was this close to qualifying for Londinium. And then some stupid guy who only plays Ridari came into my game and built 50 of them. 50 of them!
May sitting there with his Delhi-only play on the Road to Wololo, ready to take on everyone. But then someone bans out Delhi and he's like, oh, what now? So I can definitely see why we have a qualification system for that. Thank you very much, Wololo, for giving us a qualification.
Yeah, can you imagine they just put a little asterisk in there, like, must at least have civ diversity of this percentage?
Yes.
Like,
oh, that's what I need. So now we are on our final map. Both of these guys, they want this. This is your qualification to get into your next event. But it's also risky to play next week because there are still some pretty big names that want to qualify. And Numidan, for example, if I see him on this, I feel like Numidan is a name that I will see in the main event. But Myriad as well. Both of these players, you have a very close cutting angle there. But next week, the person who doesn't make it, they're going to be matched with someone else who barely didn't make it.
And then there's also Corvinus to consider, right? There's Elyona, Sass could be in the running there, MSN, Scarlet Devil, like, and, Jiff. There's a lot. There's going to be some people weeping that you'd expect to make it to the event that won't. So this is critical. Get it out of the way now. Who's it going to be? Myriad with the Iabids to try and qualify for the road to Red Bull Wololo. Numidan is spinning up the new groove, though. Macedonians, are they F tier or secretly S? Let's find out.
Now, Myriad going for that cheap dock, plopping it down. Same for Numidan, also going for that early dock. Both of these guys not rushing anywhere except for to morefood.com. Myriad, now, you have those... Ooh, okay, now we flip them around. Myriad, now, we do have those cheap docks, so it is a little bit less of an investment. While for Numidan, it does add up a little bit more. But we'll see how many fishing boats he decides to invest on eventually.
We're almost there. The Iabids are in the red.
Oh, we found it.
There we go. We switched around. There we go. So it's going to be the Macedonians in the red to the north side, and then Iabids in the south in the yellow. And it is double pond, i.e. they're both playing out onto fishing. Pretty cool idea here. Like, Iabids don't typically spear rush, so you can just do this. And this supplements one of the big problems with Macedonians. If there's a clear weak point for this civ, their economy sucks. They literally have no clear eco upside and also steer very hard into gold to justify the best thing, which is silver. So that's where the Ridaris always come in, really, if you think about it. Like, Ridari, Varangian, the cheesy strategies almost feel required because for the civ to get access to the best thing, which is silver upgrades, they have to harvest gold.
And now getting that little bit of an extra eco, you don't need to You don't need to focus too much on getting elsewhere on the map. This is a very interesting position for me because I, as a player, and I don't get to ever play against these civilizations too much. I don't think they're too popular on ladder, but when you see them in tournaments, it's just like a whole different feeling between the two. Ooh. And I love the fact that we can just see camels in action and see what the water economy does to that level of production. Because with Macedonians here, we've seen them play in feudal, and I think that's the only thing that people have experienced as much. Feudal Macedonians is insane. Like you said about the silver just goes out of this world once you get enough of an income here. But Myriad already going for yet another dock, ensuring that that production is going to be disgusting. So between these two, I just don't expect a feudal game to go too well for Myriad if the time goes on and Numidan is given enough breathing room. Like you said, with this dock, they get rid of that weakness in all of it.
How is Castle any better, though?
Okay, you have a good point there.
Imperial, on the other hand, that's pretty sick for hybrids, right? But Macedonians is a tempo-based type thing, and it doesn't even require much tempo in the early game. Hippodrome's going to be coming through. Interesting little thought here. If Myriad's game strat is to blob up docks to survive, what, pray tell, is the effect that the scout gives from the hippodrome?
What is
torch damage? So it encourages horseman spam because your torch damage gets buffed by 35%, which is a pretty good answer to mass docks.
Especially if you need them to die very, very quickly and don't want to be dealing with boats on the water. Now the boats, when you get a military boat to defend it, we've seen that a lot against horse groups because they take so long to actually take them down. But now that you mentioned that, KP, it does seem a lot more viable.
Yeah, and it's just like that then forces spearmen from hybrids.
Now we can already see that early game split here. With the Imperial Hippodrome coming up, we have 6 on food and 3 on gold. So, from your experience, do we have a lot more focus on upgrades for Macedonians? Or is this purely... Yeah, what is the usual composition we see out of early game Macedonians?
So
just the horsemen?
Yeah, so like the way you open it is really effective to just add in 2 horsemen straight away. Because the timing. The scout comes out in almost perfect unison with the second horseman. That damage between the 2 horsemen and the scout is enough to 2-hit kill a villager between the 25 damage per strike round. So you can easily just snipe workers here or there, but it also just here, the idea of just scaling non-stop makes sense with the extra food income. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see if Numidan goes more than 2 horsemen, he's probably committed. If not, then it's just a sneak out into castle.
Now, with logistics still being a minute and a half away, this is a lot of breathing room for Numidan to do some real damage. We do see that second horseman coming, and he hasn't queued up another one just yet, but he has the resources to do so. Not clicking it up, though.
Stronghold time. Okay, he's committing. He's going to he's going to diversify. So I would expect horseman Bogmaffer here. Because it's like if your opponent goes spears, he's screwed. If he goes desert raiders to contest horseman, he's also screwed.
So a little bit of good diversity. Very nice. Now, he instantly goes for the dock, though. So just like you said, the horsemen, they will make this a lot harder, especially with that buff coming in. And that bad boy is on his way as well. So these fishing boats definitely have not had the opportunity to get that value out. Now, both of them torching this down.
Oh, it's even better. It's Agimaffer. He's going for spears. So I thought, like, actually, did he scout? Is this a reaction or was this intended? Because if he scouted the gold play where there's an outpost, he knows there's no contest, which means Bogmaffer's useless because you can't burn buildings. He's just going to blob and take out all of the food.
And that could be the answer. Even if your opponent does go for a bunch of archers, this is still something that's going to pay off so quickly. Now with that extra buff, oh my goodness, it's going so fast. Even if he tries to build a military ship the moment that age up comes through, it's just not going to be fast enough. They are going to be a little bit too slow for this. Yeah?
It's like +3 damage on your torch, I think, roughly. Like, basically, for every 3 units, you've got an extra torture. It's really strong. It's a type of thing you don't really see Byzantines use, even though they have a unique tech for it as well. But you just get it for free here. It's just the scout comes out, and you want that scout because he's giga stacked. He has ridiculous health and damage. And now it just enables these type of strategies beautifully. And on top of that, just scaling into Adgamafa increases your attack speed as well. And what on earth are you up to, sir? There are spears. So he will back away. What do you do with the silver?
He just cancelled his one military ship on one of those docks, thinking that the rotation was going to be to the top, but now coming to the bottom, he needs a little bit of time to get that boat out. Now this should be able to stop.
Yeah. So like, but if you see that, you just go to the other pond as well, right? So like, forcing archer ship investments is pretty nice for Numidan. You could even have considered a hero siphon, but he's going to stick to it. Okay, there we go. Just back away. I was going to say, like, that does feel like a lot of damage to be taken here. You can, like, wait until you're at 20 torches and then just come in.
But now that rotation towards the top is going to be so simple, and it's a massive investment for Myriad to just keep that alive. And behind this, now we've got the archers coming in too. The diversification of this composition is going to be so easy for Numidan, as he is just stacking up that silver too. We're already at 356 silver. So the upgrades, I'm excited to see what he goes for first.
He sees the other dock. I mean, burn that too. Great! Look, I thought I didn't have any other objectives. And forces another archer ship. However, watch how quickly that bar goes down. I don't think that archer ship gets out.
That is insanely fast. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
and even if it does get out, no. We do have the backup though. Ooh,
he will have to fight.
Arriving.
Yeah, so it does get the protection. So we'll be able to spawn the archer ship. But you can still kind of set this on fire quite easily, so it feels like Myriad's going to have to stay here. Nimu, with the Bogmaffer arriving, I don't think Myriad can stay here.
Now, with that healing, though, it does change it a little bit, but the archers are going to be joining the party pretty soon. Numidan's army looking pretty stacked at the moment, and now we have to keep in mind the next thing that's going to be produced from there is the Radari, and that thing does not...
It's disgusting.
Yes, it's so disgusting. There's nothing you can do against it that makes logical sense.
It has castle stats, but it doesn't. It technically has imperial stats. It's a better castle Radari. And then also speeds up all of your infantry. And then if you ever get a runestone, God forbid, you're moving at 1.6 movement speed with infantry. Two-legged cavalry, basically. Oh, look, another archer ship required. This is expensive.
That is, and only for a limited food source. So, sure, your units are going to be a little bit damaged, but they can quickly rotate elsewhere. And you can see it's barely doing anything. We do have a wheelbarrow coming in from Numidan as well. And, again, no information just yet on what that silver upgrade is going to be, but we have a reinforcement coming in hot, and Myriad is going to be doing the castle thing with a lot of camels. But the problem is, are those camels going to be able to do anything about pure amount of units here from Numidan? He's getting a transport... Oh, never mind. It was a transport ship for a second, and I was a little confused there.
Hey, these melee units can't kill me if I'm on a boat. Yeah. Genius move there. But Tech Up's going to be prepped soon by Numidan. I think he's suspicious now. He hasn't seen the army get any bigger. Look at what he's been doing. This is impressive. The way he's been spreading his economy and forcing these... What now feel like silly investments. Necessary, but they feel silly when you add them up. Like, free galleys... The idle time involved in that, and like also having to get the outposts up with the gold, it doesn't feel great. And even reinforcement wing, it has to be said here. You know your opponent wants Radari. What are Desert Raiders realistically meant to do against Radari? Like, you think they win. They really should statistically, but the numbers spit in your face. Just raw HP alone, actually. And it's the hero siphon time.
The thing is now, we do have a ram coming in. And with this ram, you're going to shut down those towers so quickly. Question where the next gold is going to be. There is no next gold for him. It's right there next to him. So this is not something that he's going to have to fall back on. The 600 gold he has now, that's all. That's all he has. He has to make something work with it. So,
30 seconds out. And also keep in mind, if you try and defend this area, look at his buildings. The hero siphon counters your army. Because you're going to dive into burn damage with the spears. He's just letting it go.
Yeah, it's no choice. The hero siphon going straight for the docks instead, as that ship is not going to do much damage to it. But just like that, getting more and more damage down. The Golden Horn Tower coming up, securing the stone and the gold here at the front. But those units need to be so careful.
The dervish? You could just run them down. With the movement speed, like, you can just run them down. Yes. Okay, Myriad is paying attention. Because remember, he's got the Radari champion now. So when you charge with Adgimafa, they run quicker than the camels do.
Now, with this type of pressure he has on every single angle, Myriad is probably feeling that pressure to try and make something happen, but I don't know if there's anything he can make happen, because the moment he moves out of his base, those horses can so easily just rotate and go on his army, or just go straight and clean him up because of that movement speed that you mentioned earlier.
He
Now-
also asked the question around food. Like, where is he going to be getting food? Because he just ate the home berries. The Gulam strat is intriguing as well, by the way. Gulam is such a polarizing unit. In the perfect situation, they look broken. Most of the game, they look questionable. And if your opponent is just straight up Radariing, they should look incredibly questionable.
And we can see him now trying to get all the upgrades he can before taking that fight, backing off, not wanting to overextend here just too much, but Myriad being desperate to take the fight right now because he knows the longer this goes, the harder it gets. So he gets the Kara Siphon as well. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah,
No
he'll
more
rebuild the
docks to be
docks
burnt
now.
down.
But you see, like, normally there's going to be a bit of punishment on the chase there. But that's the effect the Radari champion has. His army was quicker than Myriad's the entire time.
Myriad kind of feeling stuck here, you can see. He is just making crossbows now, and at the same time, crossbows are not going to deal with the majority of that army. The Radari, they need an answer, but there's going to need to be a lot more crossbows to answer for them.
He's building
So
more Gulam.
So armored units, definitely not going to be easy for Numidan to clean up, but you need a pretty big mass for them to really matter. We do have 2 relics on the way from Myriad, and that's going to be a pretty happy gold income, especially with such an oppressive opponent. But
But
we'll
look at the
see when-
upgrades. Like, seriously, like the level 2 armor is no joke. Macedonians just get so tanky with this. If you click on a radar, you'll see the number. And that's where I'm like, Desert Raiders is your solution doesn't make much sense. You think it does, but it won't. That's the scout. There you go. 252. Let's go up to 270 on a night. And those nights will be quicker than anything Myriad has. I've seen this before. Like, I had literally a game on this map in one of the KPMMs last year. And it's like, oh, yeah, he went pure Desert Raider camels. He can beat Radari. He didn't. The Radari still won. The unit makes no sense.
we just need to get one big fight here from Myriad to change all of our minds with the Radari the camels
want him
performing
to.
miracles.
Because also,
No, he-
look at the silver. I think this is immediate Rom Fire, which is the +3 damage.
Now, he does have a little bit of an army lead here. And I feel like with the limited amount of Radari that his opponent has, maybe this is the one time to make this happen. But at the same time, is this going to be enough? The difference is in favor of Myriad for now, but for how long? And will they actually be able to take down any of these horses? Now, we have a lot of spears here as well. The relic making its way back home. But the spears do look like they might get a little bit of a connection. The archer's
that's-
barely ticking.
That's interesting. Numidan's prioritizing ranged upgrades. Against when your opponent's going Gulam, I don't know about this. This is like a good thing for Myriad, actually. Because he's only really scaling Gulam. What is Numu's thought process here?
Getting that second mangonel is going to feel pretty good when you're up against a bunch of archers on the other side, but he does not have
lot of
any
Radari.
vision. And this is going to be a nice little surprise.
Comes around the flanks. He's trying to fish him wide. Spearman line is looking good for the moment. Everything else is being targeted. The Gulam are actually absorbing the shots right now. So the Mangos will start deploying their shots to the backside of the fight. The Radari start to sneak in. They'll be able to find their way under the siege now. But Myriad, hold on a second. The spear count has barely moved. The Radari haven't been able to snipe him. The archer backline fails him. Numu's ambush completely backfires.
I am shocked at the amount of damage that Myriad did in that game. The camels really debuffing absolutely anything that dares look at them, even just a bit funny, but that tower is going to get spicy pretty soon. He needs to find an answer to that. And he doesn't realize it's about to be upgraded. So with those upgrades, this is going to be a little bit of a strange movement, as there actually will be a pretty good answer to the spearmen that he has here at the front. The archers, he's trying to be careful of this. The second mangonel now finishing. He needs more spears for the future here, and that's exactly what he's making.
It's all about the archers right now for Numidan. He realized the overcommitment was expensive, but the plus side is he did get something out of this. Look what's on the ground. He didn't have runestones ready to go on that fight. Now he does, so he can kite. The only threat to him is these Manjaniques. So Myriad needs to guard these like they are made of pure gold.
And with the amount of spears he has, he should be able to do so. He needs to double up on that a little bit. A few more warm bodies on the front lines. But the crossbow numbers from Numidan is going to start increasing as well. So those ghulams that were frontlining before, they are going to slowly start to melt. I think Myriad is still in a pretty decent position here. He tries to get a little bit of a sacred site grab here on the side, but does need to back off. Don't want to lose those anytime soon.
No, I'm impressed. I think Myriad just there was the micro in that fight from Numidan. It felt like there wasn't much target fire available to him on the spears, right? But now we're getting to more open battlefield. On the approach is different. Like he full on blinded himself into that fight around the stealth forest. You see how different it is when they're fighting at range. It's a little bit scary for Myriad. And the Bog Mafia are definitely not something to turn your nose up at. We have to remember they also have a piercing ability that allows them to ignore 2 armor on targets they're attacking, meaning Ghulams do take a bit of damage from them as well.
These mangonels are desperately trying to get a little bit of damage done here with that tower just firing right at them. And we do see the cannonball paused for our enjoyment. Probably for a little bit of a game issue right now. So guys, take a moment and appreciate those mangonels. But while we're looking at it, that relic difference is going to matter the longer this goes as well.
Yeah.
Because the golds will expire eventually, and the longer this goes, like you said, Aeobits is supposed to be better in Imperial, right? Late Imperial.
Oh yeah.
Or what are you meaning?
It's like immediate Imperial feels better, I think, and then it's like, because the problem for Macedonians is they don't have university techs. And yes, you have all these extra pips, but the cost of them is kind of insane. You just end up spending way too much. The one upside you have is like when you hit Imp, there can be a tempo timing around cataphracts. But unless you've been playing a long castle, it means you haven't got infinite silver set up to then afford all those key upgrades. Like the problem I run into with Macedonians is the deeper you go, the more expensive the upgrades get. And that basically compounds the problem of you being one-dimensional. You'd think the solution is, okay, well, I'll go for the cheaper techs on the other rung. But if you're doing that, you're essentially saying my unit, which is currently strong, I'm not investing in. It's a very weird thing where you constantly feel like you need to be double downing on what you've already invested in.
Now, Numidan, he is going to reach a point where he needs to make a move on these mangonels because the numbers are just increasing significantly. Like with these 3, sure, the tower is doing good work at keeping them at bay, but at some point you are going to need to move in. And the question is just, is Myriad going to have enough of a front line to stop this from being devastating? One thing I would say is the fact that most players lose against Macedonian and Byzantines under those towers purely because they underestimate the ability of those mangonel shots coming right from the towers. But it feels like Myriad is prepared for this. He just pokes in, pokes out, just to make sure that he does not take enough or too much damage and just gets the shot off.
It's the Manjanique scaling you have to remember here. Like when both armies get really big, this is Iobid's ace up their sleeve. You get 5 Manjaniques, you scud the whole army. You can't dodge the damage. And it doesn't look like much, but when you collect all those health bars together, you realize you're losing units every shot. It's just a damage scale point, right? It's like when all the dragon fights. The first fight looks really good, and then the second one, you go, why did everything die? It's because the eventual damage has finally hit you in the face. And that's something that Myriad understands really well. He rates Iobids incredibly highly and plays them very well. So definitely not a game to write off yet. And I've been impressed up to this point the way he's played it. Like the Gulam against Radari actually really did save him here.
So
And
we just
wait,
got
oh.
we just got word that we have a stepbrother situation.
So
and,
the
Manjanique is stuck.
Yeah, it wanted to return to its being as a tree. It
Too
can't
much wood.
move.
That poor guy. He
Is
really
it that
wanted
one?
to
Are
be
we
part of this
sure it's
fight.
that one? Or is it one of the ones in stealth? No, those ones are fine. Yeah, they've been shooting, haven't they? It's legit the... This is where you just like all chat type, can we fight over here, please? Question mark. Like, can you just come closer? I'm a little bit stuck.
Oh, this is such an unfortunate situation. Because a lot of times when you're a TO, it happens that you just get into a situation like this and you're like, okay, what are we supposed to do in this scenario? Is this
Yeah, like no one's far
Yeah.
enough ahead. And like, do you remake? No, that seems stupid. It's like if there was at least cheat consoles or whatever with an admin in lobby, you could be like, okay, delete the Manganique and I'll just give you the cost of it. And then you're like, okay, or whatever. But there's so many potential solutions we just don't have in AoE4 for this.
I feel like this is one of those instances. You delete the Manganique, right? And your opponent has to donate an equivalent amount of resources to your army, and then you resume.
Yeah, or you could be like, we both delete a mango.
But not both of us having... Oh, never mind. Numidan
No, he
does have a
does.
mango.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
skilling into them. I think his goal here was like, okay, I'll go double down on gold because I want silver anyway, and then I'll get more mangoes than you, and that will be my anti-siege. Because like diving you with these Ridari clearly doesn't work very well, judging by the last fight.
So the real way to unlock this mango is to go chop down the trees. So we need Myriad to send a bunch of villagers to go chop down those trees, release the mango, set
we
the
need
mango
Numidan.
free.
We need Numidan to also send villagers to the mirrored tree area to chop down a tree, so that it's fair. Gotta
That
balance
makes
it.
sense.
Gotta balance it.
Okay. So, yeah. Oh. We have a little bit of an unpause. Little bit of a hit. Game
I think he's
paused
like, can I
again.
move? No, okay. It's like, you know what this is? He's like phoned up the admin and it's like, have you tried moving it? Yeah, we've been trying to move it the whole time. Okay, can you try again? Okay.
He's like,
it doesn't
I'll just
move.
build another one.
Okay, can you try building another one close and then maybe it jams it? Now I have 2 Manganiques stuck. God damn.
It feels like they just agreed on a little standstill here. It definitely feels that way. But
What's the reasonable agreement? Okay, you'll have to like ignore your Manganique, but I'll let you build up to 5. Deal. No one said anything about how many he could build though. Numidan now having 5 mangoes. He's gonna have like the double outpost, and then he's gonna have the extra mangoes.
Sorry, brother.
Maybe don't build them too close together, by the way. Like that's actually really bad against Manganiques.
No, this Manganique, I love the fact that he's just not attacking in this moment. This is the awkward stance here, but we do have a villager forward. So guys, there is a chance that that tree will get chopped and the mango will be released. So now, oh, another one, but they need to be careful. What if the mangonel gets stuck on another mangonel? That could be the
Then maybe
real-
instead of hating each other, they'll love each other, and then they'll come together and create another mangonel between them a few years down the line.
So the mangonel cycle of life. He moves it out of range so it doesn't stick it into the ground, but will also have vision. Very nice. So Myriad very confidently going into darknesses here. I must say this is a pretty tough situation for him to get past, because every single time the surprises are the things that kill you. In this case, it was a surprise. Numidan was the one who was going to be in danger the previous time. But now let's see what these mangonels or Manganiques can do. Let's try to decap the site.
6
for that extra
sites
little bit
are
gold.
going to be very frustrating, but just as frustrating. Do you see that tech coming in? Often forgotten about. Ruinous Blinding. It's a debuff to anything that Bogmather attack. It's actually really effective here, because I believe you can use it to trigger on the Manganiques to make them worse, because it debuffs their damage. But also just the Ghoulems. The Ghoulems, like, they're very much about that whole double strike, maximum DPS. They're going to lose 20% of their damage.
You can see he's trying to just get the tower down without committing too much or
can we just-
committing a shot.
Can someone please just release that mango? Okay, do we need to get like a social media campaign going? Free Mangi?
Ooh, the boys are coming to
Numidan's
free
like,
him.
I'll free it for you permanently.
Free him up this world. Mangonels
concave.
try to just...
He's going wide. Runestone's being dropped everywhere. The crossbows. I'm gonna start sniping on the flank. But Manganique, look at the damage! Big hit there. All of them low. Reload shot coming through. We've still not freed the Manganique, but the Ibids might not need it. The mangoes just don't really seem to be holding a candle to this. And the Manganiques get the snipes. All siege from Numidan is now gone. Ridari countdown to just 10. And they're barely here. I think Myriad might have done it despite the Manganique. He looks fine.
He's stuck. He's trying to manually fire with him, as we can see.
It's like just a bit closer. Just go on. Maybe walk over this way.
Oh, poor guy. He's really trying to get him out. Mangonels here, they do need to be careful because those Mangonel towers firing back is a little bit dangerous.
There's still 10 Radari, right? So like slow pace approach this, but just use the Manganiques to snipe the tower. They're really effective at that.
Don't stop producing spears. And that's exactly what Myriad did here for a second. He needs to be careful. 2 villagers now ready to move forward, show their faces, look menacing. But I think they just came to chop down a tree. These guys look like they were on a mission.
This is also interesting because, like, think about the way this plays. I said that the Radari are like insanely tanky, but they don't heal really, and that's the problem. Whereas the Dervish army, look at those health bars. Myriad rejuvenates between fights, even the siege. So like there is an issue of health here over time. Numidan wants hard commitments, not trickle trades. The Manganiques, they say screw it. They see a clustered target. They take it. Ram moving in now to try and deal with the Mango Towers.
Oof, those Mango Towers. And luckily, a Trebuchet has joined the ranks of the army as well. And the Manganiques just doing a ton of damage with those fireballs, trying to get to the back line. They are moving a bit closer.
Front line. Where is it?
Seen, KB.
No, he's getting in. The backline, like the concern is, does he have enough to finish off the fight? It looks like it. Yeah, Numidan. The double down works. He realized he didn't want to trickle trade. The reserve Radari crushes him. Myriad's orphan Mango finally gets to fight, but it doesn't seem fair anymore. Completely outnumbered and outblasted.
And just stopping the production of spearmen in that moment, I think, changed the whole pace of this. Myriad looking so strong after that last fight, and unfortunately loses that last part. And that feels so tough, because at the same time, as a pro player, you're sitting there and you're like, oh, why did I have to get the bug now? But all in all, it doesn't feel like that Mangonel that got stuck was the deciding factor here. The factor was we didn't have the protection of the rest of the siege. And sure, you may have killed a few more units, but this is a really tough spot for anyone. Because it can throw you off completely.
And this was like, there's multiple angles to it, right? Like for a start, what I said about the health bars, like the whole idea in that strategy is you wear them down over time, and the bigger they build, the worse it is for them. -1 Manganique at that point, that was, like, when it happened, I think it was a third of his army on siege, right? So that's like a 50% decrease in your timing attack. And then that loses potency as you scale, but you could argue your kill point gets put further back because of that.
Yeah.
And you're against the timer. It also allows more time for your opponent to set up the outpost defenses. We saw how good those Mango outposts were. Like, they are actually pretty toxic to try and dive. I don't know if there was like some gentleman's agreement that Numidan couldn't have her on fire, because I don't think he ever got it, which is crazy because that's +3 damage on Radari, which made him weaker on the push. But it's a shame it happens. Don't really want to discredit Numidan, though. Really, really impressive display there. Myriad is going to have to try again. It's a rough one. You have to give props to both the players because this was a 6 set.
But honestly, after watching this performance by Myriad, I don't think he's going to have a problem next week. Oh, we'll see if anyone else tries to make it a little bit difficult for him. But yeah, definitely well played by Myriad, and Numidan going to be qualifying as our 3rd player for today. Scandinavia still holding strong.
Yep, there's only one opportunity left to stop the Nords from dominating on the road to Red Bull Wololo qualifiers. One man stands in the way of the Nords' domination. Can Scatterbrain deny the clean sweep, or is Voldemar destined to join his northern brothers in the main event? Stay tuned when we return for the final series of the first qualifier. It's almost
Hola!
over. Woo. Oh, you got the one. Have you? Go.
No,
Go.
no,
Hola.
I was just saying hola because
Why are we
someone
saying hola?
because we had someone counting in Spanish in the call right before.
Oh.
So the
Okay,
brain
like,
just switched off.
The
It
problem
was-
is, the problem is they can't hear him, Mom. They can hear you. And like, hola. Oh, it must be Lucifron versus Vortex. And now everyone's like disappointed because they love Voldemar and Scatterbrain.
Luckily,
I don't even-
Twitch got blessed with that. I really hope they can hear that. Otherwise,
Yeah, I'm not sure they can. Like, that's
Yeah.
why I didn't react to it again. Like, you got to get used to this with Cal. He
you
does
gotta
this.
get used to it. Got it. So he can troll you pretty easily. All right. Well, ladies and gents, we've got a matchup here, an age-old one. I don't know. Back in my day, we were playing Malians versus Delhi all day long, and that's exactly what we got. Finally, Delhi on Dry Arabia. What a day to be alive. So, Lancaster not seeing the light of day.
Malian versus Delhi. Isn't this what you have to look forward to if you get back up to Conk and you queue into May? Like, this is just going to be, like, the whole experience for you?
I think I've only gotten him on ladder once. And let's see if Voldemar is as good of a Delhi as May, because apparently May getting number 2 on the ladder with Delhi. Voldemar has some
Yeah, he
big
keeps doing
shoes to
this.
fill.
Well,
So-
Voldemar got top 10 with Delhi only, I think it was. He done this challenge, like, last year. Yeah.
Wow. That's
hated
not bad. Oh, I can imagine. I can 100% imagine that. Now, Dry Arabia with the civilization, I mean, there's not much to say. We've seen them all there, but for the rest of the draft, we'll take a look at that after the first game as the timer is running out. But I want to point out we had some different bans this time. And when I say some, I just mean China. That's it. That's the only other difference. Wow.
Yeah, they trumped it up. There's a full China ban going on. It makes sense. Like, Voldemar loves China. People call it a signature civ. I still think it's a bastard for him. Scatterbrain also, respects and understands the Chinese value. But like Macedonia's getting picked again, Sengoku makes it through, Knights Templar being drafted, and all that
Woo.
sneaky Ottomans, it crept through.
But this time we do not have front range. So only Frisian marshes for some trauma. But let's go with our Malians versus Delhi. Now, our final Scandinavian player for the day, Mr. Voldemar, you're playing on the Delhi. Hoping to see some big plays out of him, but the Belarusian man, Scatterbrain, maybe joining his friend Anatan there in the top 8, or in the top 16 in that case.
Yeah, like what we just call him Little Anatan, right? He's playing as the Malians in this one. Delhi versus Mali used to be really good matchup for Delhi. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think this is more of a like skill-based matchup, like 50-50, maybe like 10% in it. So pretty good way to start the series overall.
Now, with these two, you usually don't deal with any, feel like, Dark Age shenanigans. It's just straight up, go by build, make units, start to do stuff. So, not going to be expecting anything crazy. The only diversity we might see is the early game cow deciding how many cows we're going to get, exactly how many goes in the pens before we start making sofas. Is it going to be a sofa opening? And so on. I feel like the early game for this does feel pretty standard and already figured out by this point. So we could take a moment to look at these spawns to just see what the rating potential is going to be of them. So we do have a front-ish gold for both of them. I say front-ish because Scatterbrains can be shut down significantly. I say front-ish. Everything is front, actually.
Everything is front. Yeah, like it's
That's
a really
tough.
crap spawn.
That's tough. It's not like Delhi, where all of them are still front-ish, but they don't matter that much.
But luckily, Voldemar has these ginormous sheep that are gradually going to attack his base. Look at the size of them on the minimap. They're gargantuan. They could actually crush the entire Delhi Empire.
So who needs gold when you get crushed by the sheep, right? So with the amount of food, I can't wait to see that little thing pop up. That's what I was a little bit afraid of. Here, Scatterbrain going for his second sheep now. Not feeling too good. Dry Arabia strikes again. Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, also, it's just Delhi, Malian logic. Delhi should be getting more sheep because they eat berries. You, on the other hand, love those doner kebabs. So it's kind of your own fault. Oh,
I already
hold on.
dropped some off. No. I was completely wrong.
not just that, he has the edge. Yeah, he has the edge, which is even more impressive.
Especially
Dry Arabia striking again.
with all the nicest little surprises. Wow! KP, are you seeing that's a Dome of the Faith and a Monster
Wait,
Quarry? What? That's
What
crazy.
innovative builds! I've never seen this before.
Is that a
Holy
guide?
crap!
Is that a Beastie guide on YouTube? Or maybe a Voldemar guide on YouTube that we're about to go look up?
I think after this one, they'll need to post a new build order because we have never in the history of Age of Empires 4 seen this.
Now, with Voldemar's gold stacking up, we're going to be expecting to see a cow. Oh, Voldemar's cow. Oh my goodness. Scatterbrain's gold stocking up. We're going to see a cow or two coming out. And already, I have lost my mind just looking at these flags all day long. I'm actually quite surprised how much stamina you need to keep the conversations going, KP. I don't know how you do it every single day. It's intense. It's like it's your job or
monologues.
something. Okay.
Yeah, it's just he's got monologues. Like, all right, it's really time to talk about the cow economics in Europe right now. I mean, the price of beef is just going through the roof, which is impressive because cows statistically are one of the heaviest animals. I don't know how they go through a roof at all. You need a pretty powerful trebuchet to achieve that. Speaking of trebuchets, not the quickest way to try and end a game in Castle Age. You know, the thing about Castle Age, it seems to be where most players are trying to go, but inevitably on your route there, you have that kind of tickling, that ickling. Do I go 4 TC, 5 TC, 6 TC? Then you realize you don't want to be in gold anymore. You want to be conk. So you follow the meta. You don't do any TCs. You fast castle and then you pick up the relics. And then after that, you realize that actually you should have built a feudal army because feudal pressure is really good. See, it's just random rambling. That's just literally what I do for them.
Wow. That was actually quite impressive. I'm really surprised you have so many thoughts going on at the same time. And that's not a diss towards you. That's not me.
It's more like the ADHD brain of like, no, it's not the many thoughts. It's just like there is a single like conveyor belt of thoughts that pumps out one at a time. And you know what it is? It's like you play those little jelly bean games. You just like you don't know what jelly bean you're gonna get next on the taste. That's what's happening.
So that's KP in a nutshell. Got it. Okay. So guys, apparently just tune into the inner voices. So
I'm a dog hearing loud sirens. That's all it is.
We do see our first Ghazi on the map. And KP, I know you don't want to get too excited, but that's not a stable opening. That's a barracks,
hold on.
guys.
So yeah, it's the fourth goal, right? Like he's freaking out a bit. You could have technically went Sofa and poke raided a bit because your opponent has fourth gold too. The only issue is like Ghazi a little bit faster, so it tends to annoy the crap out of you. But presumably this is going to be Donzo Sofa versus Ghazi Spear.
Okay. So we're still seeing same old. Okay, but we do have 2 Donzos in queue. Great, love that. Scatterbrain already has that second gold pit mine up and running, which means he's going to have that trickle, really feeling nice. But the Ghazis are going to be able to raid around just a little bit. Now, there's no outside sources where you can actually do the damage you want, but we can see that those Ghazis are doing the damage they want, and it's right on top of the scout. When you deny the vision, there's not much more to be said about that, and that scout has just overstayed his welcome.
That is true. In the events that you're attacked by someone much bigger than you, the most effective course of action is to rip their eyes out.
You were wrong, KP. I just want to point it out. So,
wait,
yes.
He's going archers? Okay, so he's reacting to the Donzo dude. Well, we had this earlier, and we saw it was Donzo Sofa versus Ghazi Spears, and I'm pretty sure Malians came out ahead in that. That was the Kilyadi game.
Okay,
So Voldemar of a different mind.
Voldemar taking a note from that, ensuring that he does not make those same mistakes, and going for his own archers. But the thing is, when you're up against Malians, it already feels so tough going for archers, because they just have so many answers to what you can produce. Now, this archer's already coming on out, and we're going to start seeing those sacred sites being captured shortly. So far, being the first horse on the field from Mr. Scatterbrain. Another scout also in production, as without vision, you are just a mere blind man.
Yes. It's the Kill Bill scene. Your eyeball has been ripped out. So, like, the problem here, like, conceptually I get it from Voldemar. If he hides the archers, this can be really good. But, like, the risk is if it gets seen, great, we're doing Donzo Javelins. El Clasico, right? Very strong with feudal age. Like, this is kind of the contradictory point. Whereas, what I've been seeing recently is, like, a lot of players prefer to just melee blob. It's just less micro. The fights are just kind of, like, dented approach, whereas archers requires pristine fire in the chaos. So, you know, even if you're a very skilled player, if you're equally skilled, the argument is that just going melee blob feels better.
Yeah, why would you even think about going for the Donzo or for the Javelins? Because with the Javelins, you actually need to use a little bit of micro, when you can just make more Sofas, and Sofas will be able to deal with all the archers you send their way anyway. So...
Same with archers on the other side. Like, why would you bow with archers instead of Ghazi Spearmen if your goal is like an all-in? I think Voldemar's thinking a lot about how he breaks the base. It's like, if it's out on the map, you could be like Spear, Ghazi, just push him back home. But if you want to get in the base, you're going to need archers as well.
Now, those villagers are already snacking on all of the food in the base. And to be fair, that's perfectly fine. But now we have to ask ourselves, how long are we going to be able to go on the map against Malians before this becomes a little bit impossible? So those villagers eating up the sheep, great and all, but I'm just wondering, when you're playing against a civilization like Malians, do you not want to just prioritize being able to get the berries while you can?
I think the problem with that is like you're up against Sofa, and if you do that, you're then going to have to leave units home to defend.
Okay.
He might start doing it now that he's got a few spearmen in, and inherently usually drop outposts 1 or 2 for each berry patch, which he's currently doing. The Sofa are rotating a good time to actually find those workers on the berries, and he has this shift back because of it.
And very quickly, just a little bit of damage on a villager, and also a tower getting shut down. Doesn't get the cancel instantly, so this means that that is not going to be refunded at all. And the Sofa's trying to do a little bit of damage, but they need to be clear here. They need to kill this, otherwise it is just going to be a healed up Ghazi a little bit later, but they are just that bit more slow.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very fair, does it? But then again, you know, you've got Sofa, which are trading well against the Ghazi. With the Tricom coming in, I'm wondering what Scatterbrain's reaction is going to be. It feels like he's just getting ready to be full greed.
The problem is, he's not making anything. And right now, you have 900 food. You're not using your macro perfectly. Against someone who has a... Oh, you have a lot...
I'm in like scout counting mode. He's spawned 3 scouts and lost 3 scouts. I would not... You couldn't pay me enough to be a scout in that Malian army right now. He also hasn't upgraded them.
Oh. Well, you need to keep in mind, he probably isn't going to pay anyone to be a scout in his army, as now he's just making Sofas. He's like, okay, this is not working out with the scouts anyway. I might as well just stick with the dead ones. Now, the archers, though, they are going to be a little bit harder to deal with now with the amount of, or the lack of Sofas that we have here on the spot. Now, the reinforcements are arriving from the back, but these guys are quite low, so they are going to be able to be picked off with the right amount of numbers here. The Ghazi numbers are looking pretty scary, but the archers are trying to do their best at getting rid of these Donzos. They do pick off 2 of them, but this is still a very scary fight for Voldemar to take in that spot.
The interesting part is that Scatterbrain is so fixated on stopping that central sacred site instead of just the flanks. Because, like, the thought here is, yes, you're going to give him a little bit of gold, but you have cow. Problem is, he's only got 3 cows. He's not scaling.
He's eating cow. He's not camping cows.
Oh, he's ejected the extras. Oh, my God. Like, yeah, this is dangerous. Like, he feels threatened.
That is just a hungry boy. That poor... Oh, no. All those cows, they thought they were going to be happy on farms, but there's no such thing. Oh.
But this is a strategy. Like, this is done a lot by B as well, who Scatterbrain scrims and practices with. The whole idea is, like, it can win you a game or recover a game. It's that injection of food in a panic. It's kind of like when an Altman player picks the Janissary button. It's like, this is my clutch up. But looking at the raw count, I don't know what it's meant to do for you fast enough here. This is a bit of a dicey position. Good idea coming in from Scatterbrain. He is going to send the Sofas out to try and cut some reinforcements.
The problem is with those moving out, it's just going to make sure that the whole base gets destroyed. He does pick up a spearman here, but a lot of damage here on the Sofas as well. A few Donzos also paying the price here at the back, and he's just trying to reinforce in his base. Now, this is probably the best he can do for now. He doesn't have a lot of archers to make this happen, but the Sofas now, they can go and look for some villages as well, ensuring that all of these units need to go and respond. Houses falling very quickly.
He's only sent the spearmen back to respond. So he needs a second wave of Sofa here to beat this fight. Like, there's a weird divide and conquer strategy that works here for Scatterbrain. He's going to be raiding towards the berries. Voldemar, all man reaction speed there. 5 extra workers. We'll be able to get through most of them. 2 are going to be going down. And the Sofa barely take any damage. This is actually a pretty good position for Scatterbrain currently. Like, considering how things looked a moment ago, he does now have the ability to chase back across the map and cut this army down.
And this feels like a pretty good spot right now for Scatterbrain to be able to do some damage. The Sofas are there on the front with no spears to support them. Ghazis are going to try to make a little move backwards, but very, very quickly getting plucked off. No spears to reinforce this army, and the spears were critical as part of this composition. Them chasing the other Sofas, just quickly giving Scatterbrain a little bit of breathing room. The surround came.
Voldemar. Wait for it, though. His spearmen are coming in just behind this. There's a bit of a gamble. Scatterbrain does try to fish for an easy kill. Gets out just before the spears arrive. This is a really chaotic approach to the fight from both sides. Like, neither one has a safe flank with the way this is playing.
Now he is trying to get that gold economy up and running again. The second pit mine has been doing work this whole time, but the cow numbers are not increasing. He is just making units with everything that he can. So far, eating up every bit of gold that there could be. So this passive food is not going to be trickling like they usually do for Malians. Oh, the Sofa's also getting a little bit surrounded here by Voldemar's Ghazi Raiders, but doesn't notice and doesn't pick off too many.
Yeah, very slow reaction there. That would have been a fish that would have gotten probably 3 Sofa kills at least, which is a huge edge to start building. Need too soon because the Sofa can become quite threatening. The Spearmen are catching up now. Scatterbrain going to have to kind of cover fire a little bit on the retreat. Otherwise, it's going to start hemorrhaging infantry. Body blocks against the tree line. That does buy a bit of time, but a pricey endeavor to keep the infantry alive. More Sofa going down. And Voldemar back full in the face of Scatterbrain on the edge of his base.
It doesn't feel like Scatterbrain is confident enough to be able to micro this, and putting in and out, the spearmen are just able to get through and get on top of these Sofas. We'll see if the archers are able to put them down fast enough, but the Sofas are taking a lot of damage here from the Ghazi Raiders. Villagers also paying the price here on the left. We're not taking a close look at them, but you do see a body here and there from the Ghazi Raiders. The Sofas do break through, and the Ghazi numbers were not enough for now. The push is happening. The thing is, this is not a normal Malian push. This is a Malian push that just want to fight, but with no backup economy. So you can't just fall back on all those cows that would have been in the pens by now.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of spears really missing from the equation here. Like, he's got 9 spearmen. I think he might have been holding a few back towards his economy just to protect them. So actually a great hold by Scatterbrain. Kind of a crazy one with the way that played out as well, because it looked like Voldemar was about to break him. Even got a great step micro where he initially just pulled the Ghazi back an inch so that they weren't being contested by like spears anymore, and then it let his own spearmen through onto Sofa. So it looked like that was going to edge out the win, but Scatterbrain still remaining competitive here. Like, the military count is very deceptive. You have to remember there's 13 scholars. This would be the point for Voldemar to leverage that. There's no text left for him to get.
Now, with this army, he's got all 3 sacred sites, so the gold trickle is going to look a little bit nicer, but we already see siege engineering being researched. So, one thing about the latest patch that I'm feeling is when your army is dealing with rams, they used to not focus fire the rams and go for the units instead, but all of a sudden, it feels like even the ranged units are sometimes just derping right into the rams. So definitely something scary to consider here when those rams start joining the party, but the Sofas are on the opposite side of the map, trying to get a little bit of aggression. So hopefully for him, there's no spearmen here to defend, and that is the case. So he's going straight for the tower, forcing the army to either attack or move back, and it looks like this is going to be attack.
It's going to be painful, though. 1 Sofa down already. Now, this is the thing. Double tower doesn't really care about feudal Sofa, unless you bring a lot. Scatterbrain, he brought enough to encourage Voldemar to go in. Dicey defense opportunity now for Scatterbrain. He only really has archers here. Villagers being scrambled away from the tree line. Nice choke point hold. This is the only way you can really defend this, because as you were out meleeed, if you go any deeper, it'll be a surround. So Voldemar will have to retreat. But now, after seeing a fight like this, confidence has to be searching for a castle play. He did bring the scholars to the front line finally, and he even bloody blocks with them. He's just looking to use their HP to last longer here. And it's going to work. So, nice reset. Sofa just came back.
Stopping that pro scouting as well. Now, the Sofas do get on top of the scholars, but the scholars are taking a lot of hits to get picked off. You see the archers just trying to get on top of the spears. He's trying his best here. Sofas focusing on a few of those scholars, and pretty nice to pick up, but at the same time, it does give a little bit of more breathing room for the rest of Voldemar's army. There's more spears being reinforced. problem is just, is this going to be enough? Scatterbrain does pull back, but this time he does have a few cows in the pen. It's still just not...
He has deer too. He has deer too. So, like, his food income is ahead of Voldemar. Like, the problem for Voldemar is, like, I'm wondering now, is this Scholar timing this pull a little bit late? Like, the problem is the Sofa count is really threatening at this type of stage. Remember, Scholars suck against Knights, because the burst damage makes it hard to heal, but also you aren't tanky yourself. Like, it's one of those weird units where, when you think about the dynamics of Feudal, if you take Heavy Cav out of the equation, you took Horsemen, you took Archers, you took Spears, Scholars are a little bit broken, because they just don't die. But against Knights, they evaporate.
Now, the eyes that Voldemar has at the back of his head, they are so important right now, ensuring that he picks off any raid that comes his way. Those sofas have been annoying, but they haven't really done any damage. He just needs to make sure he gets the low HP ones who overextend just a bit. We do see, with the amount of food income here from Scatterbrain, it does feel okay, but at the same time, he can't make anything with the food. Because you are in a position where you just have food, you have nothing else. So all the villagers out there at the back on the deer, they need to get on something else so that he can start producing absolutely anything.
Yeah, hit me. He could sell a little bit of food to get the gold balance back in, which, when as a Malian player, need to do that, right? It's kind of a weird position to be in. The Sofa Wave, I mean, it's pretty big. It is cutting reinforcements now to slow Voldemar down. Voldemar really just kind of stuck here. I feel like if he has to go home, doesn't look good, because you can see Scatterbrain would be ready to pull on a Tekka.
And with all those spears moving back, again, it leaves those archers exposed. So, but he moves
wait, what?
into the spears.
That was an A-click. That was an accidental A-click. I think he was clicking back towards the base with A-click behavior and just headbutted the spear wife. What?
And very quickly loses a ton of them that were so expensive to reinforce with. Now, 5 cows for him to put in those pens, but still not a constant production of units here because he's just pushed off of all his gold. For this forward spawn, the gold feels close to impossible to get. And honestly, there's not even like a sneaky gold that makes any sense. So this man is in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, we called it at the start, right? This is like a horrible Malian spawn against a Delhi player. And Voldemar's now flexing why. We have got the Sofa just waiting at the back for a dive in. The Spear Wave is still big. Really big, in fact. He needs to get the perfect split, which is hard to achieve here. He's going to dive in aggressively with his archers to try and get a trade out. Voldemar will have to reset Scholars again. He just body blocks it, so the archer shots need to be fixated on the spears one by one. But the Scholar losses here for Voldemar
Pretty big.
pretty much sacrifices the potential for a castle play.
Now, losing all those scholars, it feels pretty tough, especially when you're not getting all the gold trickle from these sacred sites. But the fight comes back in. The archers are target firing all of these spears. We see the spear numbers plummeting, but at the same time, there's not a lot of surface to go around, and they're not that replaceable. Scholars trying their best to heal absolutely everything, but so far fighting back so well.
Spear line spinning, though. This rate is just going to be archers left there on both sides, but the Sofa count is still so high. Voldemar needs to sack his spearmen quick just to get trade outs. This is looking a bit bleak. Sofa Wave mostly cleared out. Only a handful of spears left over, and now we're just down to a naked archer on archer spat.
Now, the difference is between these two. One of these civilizations is going to struggle aging up. Actually, I was going to say both of them, because right now we see the cows again being consumed. So much food income. And Scatterbrain...
He's rushing gold, though.
Yes,
Like,
he needs this.
look at the economy. I wonder if like this is a weird game where Freeborn wins you the game.
I was about to say, is this a Farimba? Is this the one instance that the Farimba would be the better choice? And when you don't have the cows, then yes, that is the instance. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's pulling back all his villagers. He's getting
No,
Fulani.
it's going to be Fulani anyway.
That's going to be an empty Lani. That's
It's a classic.
Fulani at all.
I've seen this before. It's just like, it kind of shows you how bad Farimba feels in the eyes of players, right? That like, this should be the game. You have no ranch cows, and he still goes Fulani.
Yeah, he feels like he might have an opportunity there to get the Fulani eventually. Now, these archers are not doing the greatest job at trading out. He needs to pull back. He cannot bleed any more units because all of this is a limited resource. He's the one aging up now. He's the one who's going to get his upgrades so quickly, but he needs to have units for those upgrades to actually work. Villagers are pulled off of gold completely. He knows that he cannot leave them this far forward. Now the archer upgrade instantly being clicked up. This
And it
does
takes
land
30
pretty
seconds.
quickly.
And
Trying to
Voldemar now
bait
trying to
this
follow
out.
suit.
The sofas, though. AP, this is a very, very tough spot. He only has a handful of sofas, but he's got the upgrades to go with it. Pretty soon.
Yeah. There's a lot of spinning, though. That's the problem. You can't just, like, hard commit, necessarily. You have to try and thin the spears. But this is going to be a big deal. Really think Scatterbrain should be looking to ranged armor, too, considering just how many archers Voldemar has. And Tech Up is now on the way. House of Learning just 30 seconds away. Unfortunately, learning is going to be slow. Now, these people, they haven't quite figured out grade 4 reading yet. He sacrificed the scholars last time. He should have like 20 at this stage. Only has 7.
And that amount of scholars just results in very, very slow researching. We can see these sofas edging forward. He wants to stop this army because the problem is when you're playing Delhi, your upgrades take forever, even just your veterancy. So these sofas are now Castle Age variety, and they are going to hit like trucks.
One war elephant to rule them all. That's the idea for Voldemar. Men at arms as well to just stick out his line a bit against this many archers, make it hard for them to break through. It's Scatterbrained. Just play it wider, right? Like, think about the food state of the game. At this point, deer plus 2 farm clusters. That's really what Voldemar's got to work with. Archers are going to hide in the choke point in the gold. Not ideal. He's outnumbered, and you'd think that archers win, but that's not the case. Feudal archers will just still overkill you here, so Scatterbrain has to step back. Voldemar will survive.
But Scatterbrain also not sitting in that Malians economy where you just can remake these constantly. You see the sofa production is limited. And now the elephant joining this party means that this is a ticking time bomb. And it looks like Voldemar's army is going to be strong enough to push this back just with the presence of that elephant. You see more sofas in queue, more archers in queue. And the farming eco is set up for Voldemar, which is actually pretty crazy considering you're playing against the man with sofas.
I'm deeply concerned that Scatterbrain still has not got cow going into the Fulani. He's in such a panic. They get ejected. They don't even move over to a mill before he eats them. This is a weak Malian eco. You can see by the fact they're at 465 food income. Voldemar is doubling that. And really just think about what the answer to War Elephants is. An answer that Malians... No,
Right?
it's crossbows, right? Like, crossbows is the best answer. But you can't build those as Malians.
And he realizes this. He knows I need to find a way to do some other damage. So with these sofas, the problem is they now get spotted by these towers. So this is not going to be a surprise. He's going to know to move those villagers from the farms. He's going to know where to react. And apparently the sofas just decide, hey, the mining camp is the target here. Trying to get the army engaged, pulling them back, and giving him a little bit of breathing room, possibly, to stay in this.
3 relics already as well for Voldemar. So the pressure to find more gold, not as panicky for him. I mean, everything leans north side, which is good. He's walled the south. He wants to focus his north side because it's also the weak point for him. It's where Scatterbrain could technically sneak in towards farms. Wouldn't even be surprised if at this pace he just switches over in a stone. Like, castle drops makes a lot of sense next, especially to secure the 8k on the north side.
Now, castle drops will be pretty phenomenal, especially if you consider that his whole eco is pretty much set up. But he also has 3 relics. This man is going to get to a point where he is perfectly happy just sitting back in his base and letting the eco do the talking. He knows his opponent is not in a position to contest this. But the archers do have poison arrows. It just doesn't feel like it will be enough against 4 elephants coming his way. And that's a lot of elephants, KP.
It's also the men at arms on top of that. Like, there's just so many armored things here. It's like kind of screaming Musafadi, but what idiot builds Musafadi against 40 archers?
Now, those Ghazis, he's only got a limited amount, but it is going to be enough to scare him off significantly. We see the elephants trying to get a little bit of a connection. He realizes that is a bit too many. Archers need to be kiting backwards. Sofas need to run for their lives. With these poison arrows, he might be able to pick off a few units, but this is not a fight he's ready to take. You can see, not
just
confident.
that. You've got Pakes coming in soon, so you're just going to get outranged as well. So, like, the way you lay your fight, Voldemar won't be ranged with any marches. That's another big problem. Scatterbrain, he has a finally added in cow. We're up to 11 out of 20. He's scaling the Fulani. It took a while. It's now half Lani status, but it took so long that Voldemar has got about 30, 40 farms now.
And that's a pretty comfortable spot for him to be in, especially considering he is just making very heavy units when it comes to the food. But now the elephants are looking angry. Sofas are running for their lives, and we do see the villagers all idled out trying to run away. These archers, they do need to fight, but the problem is these units are going to get right on top of them. We see those archers just firing down right back at them, and there's no sofas to actually stop them.
You're running out of places to hide. Like, this is the problem. War elephants, the way you deal with them is you keep them defending. Keep raiding, keep raiding. And that's why Scatterbrain is now trying to intercept. Like, this is the only way he's going to reset the problem. Unfortunately, there are a few elephants already moving back. More spearmen coming. He could just push with the 3 war elephants. Like, Scatterbrain's archers still don't clear that threat quickly.
Now,
Wait, is he getting a castle?
Where?
Scatterbrain is gathering for a castle drop. That's how risky it is.
Yes.
Wait, 62?
Wow.
Oh my god.
When he puts his mind to something, KB, he does it with full commitment.
Are you saying that he's not scatterbrained when he puts his mind to things? He's gathered brain.
Maybe this is the throw-off. He actually calls himself scatterbrained, but he's not. He's just one solid brain working together. What is the Palace of the Sultan doing at this stage of the game, 28 minutes in, with all of these elephants already on the field? Well, Voldemar says it's time to get this bad boy up so fast. Should be able to get us around here.
We found a fight.
The elephants? Wow, that takes a long time.
Yeah, just imagine if the whole army's there. The crazy part is Voldemar, because he's teching, he took that strategy of like, hey, if I tech, I can't attack. He bailed on them. He just left them to their own devices, so he didn't even try and guard the retreat.
Now we do see Voldemar hitting that Imperial Age, which means he is going to have a lovely time with moreelephants.com. Now, honestly, if I'm Malians, I know I have a very short time frame to end this. He doesn't have a lot of scholars, so the research, again, will take a while. But at the same time, they will eventually come in, and they are free. So you need to do damage, and you need to do it now.
Let's see if he's able to get in fast enough. So he's starting to save up a little bit himself. I mean, you could just reinvest into military. You've got a long way to go until you're capped out. But there's that castle. Originally intended to protect him against the elephants. Instead, it'll be used to try and slay the Elephant Nation.
The Elephant Nation might be able to resist quite a bit here, as they have a lot of choke points, and the Sofas don't seem to be able to get on top of any of these units. Neither will these units have the ability to kill anything, as they're not kiting, running backwards for their lives. But the keep is there to protect.
Hey, Mariko, do you want to see what Delhi balance looks like? Let's have the observer just hover on any of those technologies. Oh god. That one's not too bad. Real tech speeds. Whoa.
The
point is, he only has 9 scholars. Like, it's really bad.
He does have a little bit of time needed, and only 4 of them garrisons, so that just means those guys are not going to be able to inspire and make these faster anyway. Scatterbrain getting more and more gold, and almost having a full, as a 3/4 Lani at the moment.
It's filling up, though. The tank's almost full. I mean, compared to where he was when he first built this thing, like, it is infinitely more impressive. And on top of that, we've now got Trebs. So Scatterbrain is just going to anchor himself here. It is a full commitment. He's not rushing the Imperial, but if he reaches 200 pop, that does give you a follow-up play into another castle.
The problem is just, you're expecting him to go for that, but what does it give him? Is he actually going to be able to do anything with that castle age? Yes, maybe a little bit of a gunfire that can deal with the elephants, but at the same time, is that something that people even have the opportunity to? With all those archers from Voldemar's side, it just feels like Voldemar is in a pretty solid spot. I say that, but there's no gold on Voldemar's side.
No, there's problems here, right? So he's going hand cannoneers, but look at what Scatterbrain done on the 8k gold. He has vision there now, so if there's a sneak out, he'll know straight away with his faster army to block the play. And not just any control, it's a castle drop on the 8k.
So this means that Voldemar does need to take a fight pretty soon, and he needs to make it work. You do see the elephants going to trying to stop that tower at least, and they managed to do exactly that with the archers' support.
Krebs trying to knock down the buildings and just process how this came to this point. Scatterbrain, he put over 2/3 of his economy on just stone gathering to get to this stage. He's still an age behind. Bombards have started to arrive. But Voldemar's game doesn't feel secure yet, and losses like that is just going to start to give a slipping feeling.
Now, Scatterbrain slowly pushing through everything, and Voldemar's waiting for the moment he attacks. But most likely going to be trying to wait for that Imperial Age click up from Scatterbrain, knowing that he has the resources spent elsewhere. You see the bombard just doing some work, but the villagers are there to prepare it. And they do have a little bit of stone as leeway.
House of Learning still somehow has not learned every tech. It kind of says everything it needs to about the state of scholars in this game.
Only 2 garrison. Give him a little bit of time.
Yeah, like we're slow readers. But when I read it, I get it, you know?
Imagine sorting a library. This is basically it. 2 scholars at a time. But a huge one. And that's exactly what these guys are trying to do. We do see 2 of them now coming out. So this is going to mean that keep does fall a little bit quicker. But it also means that Scatterbrain might need to take a fight pretty soon. Fort of the Hunters coming out now. And going to be right on top of the base.
Vision's important here. Voldemar, does he see it? I don't think he does. I think he's just out of range. So he's been like, yes, I've re-secured my tree. What's that thing? He's getting closer. He still doesn't know, though. This is not fast on the kill. I believe Banker Repairs is in. So tech up completes. Voldemar's like, wait, what? I gotta push now. But he pushes in and immediately discovers the Imperial landmark right on his doorstep.
And this is exactly what Scatterbrain needed. A little bit of an overcommitment here so that he can try and pick off a few units. Voldemar is going to be able to replace these units, as we do see he has a lot of resources there in the bank, but are they going to arrive here quick enough? Villagers desperately trying to repair this. So far should be able to get on top of the bombards now. They do feel a little bit stuck there. The archers...
They're stuck?
Yeah.
What?
Very much.
Yeah, they're trying to burn through the wall. Archer's going to get the body lock spears as well. I mean, the Trev, they spent the whole time trying to snipe bombards. I wonder if just sniping houses would have been better. Just try and pop lock him. Elephants are now starting to break in. We talked about this being a big conundrum. You don't kill elephants quick with this comp, especially tower elephants that have additional ranged armor.
And these guys are really trying their best to do something to them. The archers want to focus fire anything they can, and they do eventually get an elephant to pay the price. But this was actually so expensive of a loss for Scatterbrain. He sent in all those sofas. And
look at the military count. Like, Malians' key goal is keep the Zerg going. It's still a 30 military lead. And a lot of that is sofa.
Oh. Let's see if those sofas are actually going to be able to do anything or get stuck behind something yet again. But with them moving away, this is open for the...
He went so wide. Okay, so retreat through, mangoes and choke points. Now they just elited up. He's going straight after the farms. He's just trying to deny the ability for more elephants to ever exist. But the question mark is now, who deals with the current elephants?
Hoping that this is going to be a keep answering to all these elephants. Sofas, again, being pulled back, so it feels like he's trying to commit to the one, but having to pull back for the other. Not too sure. And now, finally, we see where the name comes from. KP, I think, finally, we can call him Scatterbrain.
He's
scattered.
Yeah, but not till it wins yet. Like, keep in mind Voldemar's goal situation. This comp that he's building into, hand cannoneers gradually, mass men-at-arms, elephants. The gold has to come from somewhere. He's running out on the 4Ks. The 8K is blocked. If Scatterbrain just scatters this game into the hour mark, there is a big concern about how Voldemar is going to achieve more resources. The other thing I'm wondering is if Scatterbrain is trying to play a long con to get into adjustable crossbars. If he is, he might want to do a better job of protecting those mangoes.
Now the bombard that he has, the mangoes are trying their best, but that singular two bombards he has, they need to start firing at these elephants. These elephants are just living their best life. A ton of villagers have already been unoptimized here, I would say.
Why are elephants like why? Just but just
they've got upgrades now, KB. They've got
Multiple.
upgrades. Yeah.
Okay, no, they haven't got biology. Biology is still 15 years away. You just hover on biology, Delhi look balanced. It's okay. Wow, look
We
at
have
that,
time.
20 minutes.
We have time.
All
It's
right.
free, Casey.
He's still winning without it.
Oh God.
I think that's it. I Scatterbrained, a valiant attempt. I think the idea on the siege was cool here, but like he didn't get into bombards until the elephants were right up his nostrils.
Now, losing that landmark just means that these elephants are going to have a very good time walking into the base. Now, these sofas are trying to look for damage, but just like last time, they seem kind of lost. Now, the whole group all fighting together, trying to pick off a few vills, but even if you pick off a few vills here, that's not going to change the situation at all. There's 12 men-at-arms in queue waiting to pop out, and you have zero answer to that.
Can't be scattered if we stick together, boys. Yeah, the problem is there's a push towards his base, and well, if you're going to kill his economy anyway, why would Voldemar ever come home? Just keep on pushing. Bombards are spawning. If Scatterbrain can get like 5 of these together, my concern is there is now 40 men-at-arms and hand cannoneers. You don't have answers for those.
Oh, the elephants. Oh, the sofas are doing their best, but look at that. That is disgusting.
And they got him. Technically balanced.
Technically. And apparently, with all the scholars he's got, he's just sent them forward to heal those elephants up, because that's all you need to keep going. A lot of alive elephants pushing through the map. That keep no match for a good old elephant. Bombards trying to sneak in, snipe down an elephant, but sniping is a very strong word for that scenario.
Tickling. I think tickling is more accurate. And it's like you're trying to snipe them with like a .10 caliber. It might leave like a scratch.
Scatterbrain already under 100 population, and Voldemar still being completely pop-capped. We can see this is just a matter of minutes before the two will call it quits. Scatterbrain, though, he still makes sofas. Ooh.
Sorry, you're just so funny. You're like, oh, he's going to call it now.
Oh, is Scatterbrain known for staying until the very end?
I think both of these players are known for ending games very deep. So, still got gold. Still got passive ink. I mean, remember, Malians is that sick. You should know this better than most, Warman. Oh no, half the economy. Still got cow. Forever.
Are we gonna eat those? But usually you need villagers to go alongside it to be able to produce anything. And he's just making bombards. He's like, hey, maybe if I can just one shot these elephants one at a time, there is a chance. It's not a very big chance, but it's a chance.
Siege and Sofa Brain coming through here. I mean, it's basically your best hope. The workers are rushing out for more gold. I think actually you need more wood at this point.
And we have a lot of sofas just pushing these poor gulans around. They just want to go kill cows. Come on, man. Now you're just pushing them around.
Why does no one ever use march, like, you know, force march in these situations? They never do. I don't know if he has force march considering his research speed, actually. He might not.
The elephants are trying to close in on these bombards. They know that's the one counter to them. More bombards. So let's see if they're going to turn around, snipe another elephant. Up. And
we almost got him. We took out 3 of his legs and his trunk. He does still seem to be moving, though.
What's pretty crazy is the fact that 4 bombards can't take 1 elephant. That's pretty wild. And these hand cannoneers are making everything disappear. Oh, we see everything just being pulled backwards. Elimination victory on the way. Looks like these bombards are not long for this day, as the sofas are trying to be a front line. Bombards trying to move back, sniping one.
Insta-kill them.
Oh my goodness. I keep
it's okay,
saying
guys. We've almost killed a second elephant. Oh, there we go. Okay, maybe get the 3rd elephant now. Oh, we're 1 shot away. Can't quite finish off. Bombard is now turning onto the TC. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain's bombards scattered to the winds as the elephants have started to reach them, looking for their vengeance to prove that they are the ultimate predator in this jungle. Hand cannoneers clearing out the repair crew as the town center no longer has repairs actively coming in. This is the end. GG called. It took 42 minutes to get to this outcome, but we can confirm that due to natural evolution, elephants do beat cannon.
And that is just because elephants went through evolution. And elephants, I was going to say cannons are man-made. I almost said elephants are man-made and cannons went through natural evolution.
I don't know if they're that close to extinction that we have to help them with the breeding process that much yet. But maybe they'll go the way of the panda in the future, but not today. Voldemar able to eke it out in the end. I mean,
You just see how obnoxious it is, and he still didn't even have biology at the end of that. Like,
It was only 18 minutes away, KP. Calm down. We need to give it some time. It's free. Remember, it's free. So
that's true. And just without it, still the elephant's done that.
that's pretty wild. Is there any answer to elephants in the late game then? No. No, never mind. There is none. I just realized that answered my question. More cannons. More cannons. More
Technically
cannons.
crossbows, but like you just should have gunners at that point. Like gunners is like your, because the problem is you don't have crossbows as Malians. Like the snowball factor comes in castle because you literally do not have the good counter to the elephants when they're small in count, and when they get big in count, melee answers suck because like you know when you see people argue the solution like, oh yeah, you know, like a tower elephant isn't OP because if you build 10 horsemen and surround it, it just dies straight away. Okay, I want you to think of the surface area available when we go from 1 elephant to 2, and then 2 to 3, right? So like that's the problem. It's the same reason why Sipahi is so good in Ottoman comps. Is like twice as many are fighting in melee. So you know that I think that's the problem. Mali, they do have a way of winning against Delhi, but I almost feel like you have to be the more aggressive party to do so.
This was an interesting one. I think Scatterbrain's had a timing there where he most likely could have won the game, but Voldemar, he pulled back, he held on, and then pushed only when he had enough units here. So the Sofas also here, when they were trying to go onto the bombards and got stuck, I feel like that was also quite a pivotal moment here, because this was just the fact they can't pass through. And then when they finally got there, they turned back because that's where they were needed at that point. So a very important part that you have to notice about pathing all the way through. So
I'm pretty sure he can get through there. I don't know what happened. I think he just didn't try to double click through. Like it might be the stealth bug or whatever. Like sometimes a forest like that's been cut through, you don't have vision in, so he might not have realized he could walk in. He just thought there was a wall. But yeah, he's a critical moment. It, like loses that castle, and once that happens, everything just kind of snowballed from there.
And this was pretty rough. I feel like this is one of those games that just exhausts you and makes you realize that whoever makes it through here, they are not just the better player, but also the most emotionally strong player out of this, because this would break me. Either way. Doesn't matter if you win or lose this. This game had no winners. This just had exhaustion.
It's just like, I thought Day was going to be reasonable length, and then I remember these two, and I'm like, oh, this is probably actually like a 9 or 10 hour stream day.
And we just want to again say thank you to Chum for jinxing this for us the moment he said, oh, this is going to be a short day. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, all gathered around the jinx coming through. But guys, we have Kawasan coming up, and we finally get to see more elephants. Wow. So, KT versus Tuklak. How are we feeling about Tuklak?
The Tuklak's an interesting one. They're pretty good on shared pond maps because the fishing boats like means you can't be Dark Age rushed. I think maps like Frisian, for example, really good there. Spearman can't really deny you. Knights Templar, just as threatening, of course. A map that has favored them. Like, arguably, Knights Templar has been seen as a top 2 civ on Kawasan for quite some time. The one that is stronger got sniped out. Zushi is filthy. The Meditation Garden strategy is very, very hard to contest. Basically, they just rush a Meditation Garden. They get about 150 food on average in the center, and then they double dock drop and then just contest you. So yeah, like removing that was very smart. The Mongol snipe out, an interesting one here. I think like Voldemar was weighing up the potential that he would have got his Zushi through. But Zushi versus Mongols really sucks for Zushi because you can't do that meditation play.
Now, what do we expect from the Tuklak on a map like this? Because I know a lot of people are saying that Tuklak is quite good on water anyway, not just because of the Dark Age rush, but also just the economy. And because Tuklak really struggles once the food runs out. And on water, that's not really one of the biggest concerns, right?
Yeah, they get also 5% more food on drop-off on fishing boats. That's a default factor, so it's already a nice little booster. But we'll see how it wants to open up. It's time for game number 2. And by the end of this one, we'll probably have the longest series of the day. Scatterbrain with the Knights Templar, Voldemar to the Tuklax, and it's going to be Tuk Tuk time to go straight into the docks. Imagine Scatterbrain is thinking similarly. Yep, villager already walking out.
That one is a pretty interesting path going all the way from the top there. Oh, or you can see it walking straight to the middle. And I'm pretty interested in why that could be. It looks like the villager is turning around towards the other dock. He's going straight for Voldemar's lake. Oh no.
You can, if you're quick.
Yeah.
Just like the fishing boats, like if there's 3 fishing boats, they'll come snipe you. If there's not, then whatever, I'll get it up. And then you can play double dock still. So like, because remember also, Knights Templar have a quick tech timing. So arguably they should be able to reach Feudal faster than you. He thinks he's not seen though. Like right now, Scatterbrain's like, I'm so smart. Voldemar's greedy attempt at a ball pull has revealed that he's seen now though. I don't know if that was worth telling him.
Now, with him having that information, sure, he's going to be able to react and know what's going to happen on this water. But we know that Knights Templar does really, really well on water, with them getting that little bit of food extra with this. We'll see if Tuklak's economy is a bit of a match here, as the fishing boat is coming out too, to try and snipe a little bit on the villager. It does take a significant amount of damage here.
This is the fishing boat factor. He's going to get it up, but it is going to cost him the worker. But Voldemar's going to want to move with the fishing boat.
Oh, he didn't move ahead of time. That's so greedy. Voldemar's
Oh
shot.
my goodness, the villager
No!
makes it out alive. The scout is down, the villager's alive, and everyone is in shambles right now, except for Scatterbrain. Twitch chat, I know you guys are in shambles, but Scatterbrain, this man's not. He's like not even close, baby.
I think that the rough part is like for Voldemar, he'll know that if he just was less lazy with the fishing boat, he gets the kill. You want to shoot, move. Same as you would with a galley. Just always get closer to guarantee the hits. Pretty rough one. So, Scatterbrain, it's still -1 worker. But he's now going to be starting to prep for the tech up. It looks like he's not going to be fishing at all, which makes sense considering your opponent's fishing boats can shoot. So he'll probably just go for like a fast tech into an archer ship here.
And now when you have to contest your opponent here on water, and I love seeing this. I love the fact that he's just going for this as fast as possible. Voldemar realizing he will most likely lose that water, understanding the difficulty of playing against, and him getting that second scout now just means that he is going to be an extra villager behind compared to Knights Templar. Now, Knights Templar already has a few less villagers, as we can see, but just the way the civilization crumbles. So, well, the Voldemar scout does not feel like it does too much damage just yet. But you see that scouting pattern from him? He's keeping it pretty safe. And that villager just chopping wood in the middle of nowhere. And that's the beauty of Knights Templar. You just get to be anywhere you want.
Yeah, like if that villager ever gets seen, it is going to be the true -1 there, right? Like that's what I was expecting to happen afterwards. I'm like surprised Voldemar didn't circulate back there. He probably just assumed Scatterbrain would go all the way home, which would make sense. But this greedy mother ducker has hung around. I'm expecting Hospitaller here could make a lot of sense, actually.
And Dome of the
Or do you
Faith.
go...
Ooh, see, this is... Ooh, he changed his
Okay.
mind.
He's going to go Kingdom of France. I wondered because, like, Kingdom of France, Chevalier aren't too bad against Raider Elephants. And also, there's potential against the Heal Elephants if it's just like a cheesy comp without spears.
Now, with Dome of the Faith being built with 6, we do have a pretty evenly matched timing for the age up, but there is a little bit of a pop cap issue we had there for a second. Happens to the best of us, Mr. Voldemar. But Scatterbrain facing that same exact thing, but now luckily with him aging up for Kingdom of France, his TC does not need to be producing anything. Now the fishing boats are making a difference here for Voldemar. So we do have 5 versus 2, and because the age up is going to be so evenly matched, we're going to be in a situation where Voldemar can actually probably try and contest that water that is about to take place. That big fight, 300 wood now for Scatterbrain. He's ready to make ships and more.
Yeah, meanwhile, Voldemar a little bit slower, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing an immediate Hulk here. Would make a lot of sense. Just it's got to be your assumption. Because, like, your opponent's either going Hulk or is going Galley. Like, Galley is good for harassing your eco. Hulk is the more safe. Voldemar agrees it, though. He does go fishing, which suggests... Galley, which suggests that he's building fishing out of the other dock.
Now, Scatterbrain might just be focusing on having control of this one pond, which is probably a pretty safe bet for him. He needs to make sure he does not overcommit or spread himself too thin and not be able to secure either of these. And I think that's something he's aware of as well. Again, these players are not necessarily the ones that play water the most, but from all of these, I feel like Scatterbrain might have the most experience. Oh, Voldemar has the most experience.
This is kind of comical. Look at the demo ship timing. He baited him in. This is actually sick by Voldemar. Scatterbrain, he needs to be ready to man the sails, but the fishing boats can stop him from activating that. Fishing boats are going to be pulled for the repair, so we'll dodge out in time. You can get a little bit suspicious there. The demo does still connect, though. Scatterbrain baited hook, line, and sinker.
And that shows you the Danish man born next to the water just knows exactly how to pull out the Belarusian with no natural shoreline. Out here in a position
I mean, that's
he
just...
does not have an answer. Yeah.
Gotta bring up the state of their naval territory, haven't you? Poor guys.
The demo ship also. Oh, explodes all the way at the back. And Scatterbrain all
It's
of a
the
sudden
damage, though.
having...
Like, look at the fishing boat damage.
It seems trivial, but remember, it's low in Dark Age, it scales per age. So they're hitting for, I think, 6 each. So just 3 fishing boats, that's like half the damage an archer ship puts out anyway. It's surprisingly effective.
Now, he does keep going on this, and Scatterbrain now getting his own demo ship that should be able to connect over here, but it is rallied incorrectly and goes to the side, which means that
Oh
he's
my
going to
God.
be able to escape it at least for a little bit. Fishing boats repairing
Now hold on,
as
there's
much
something
as
more
they can.
important. Scatterbrain is getting ready to go into the other pond, and Voldemar's been patrolling with a fishing boat on there the entire time. So he can't even get in and start setting up economy. Hulk. He's starting to slide these fishing boats down, though, which is more than Voldemar's achievement. It feels like he's failing to finish off that repair crew. He has got double Hulk now, though. This demo ship critical to Scatterbrain holding on this pond.
And the double Hulk is coming out to Scatterbrain as well, and that demo ship is looking for a solid connect, but he does have to pull back as the galley smacks him right in the face. Now this galley is getting dangerously low, but the fishing ships are
Archer
trying their
ship.
best. Just not enough.
Demo has access. It's going to go in. Doesn't get the snipe in time, so it ends up losing one of the backlers. Second one now half HP. Scatterbrain's going to pressure that fast. The demo flops to Voldemar, so it looks like Scatterbrain has now secured the pond.
Now, Voldemar doesn't make anything more. I saw something there in the queue. Quickly cancel it, and we have 5 on gold, though. So now, with Voldemar having all of these on gold, are we expecting him to just go castle? Especially with the food income he has. He's doing okay. You know, the food is not, it's 277, but at the same time, he does have fishing on the other pond that he should be investing in fishing on the other pond. Oh no, I just realized
Yeah, I
that
think
was
you
his
have to get an
fishing economy.
Yeah, like remember,
Oh, no.
he was like trying to block. He was trying to win off of the pond opening. He didn't want a deep game. So this is now actually pretty worrisome. I don't think to the point like Fast Castle, you get that much out of it. You could try for like a Tuklakabad fort strat, but still, it's just...
Not worth
The
it, yeah.
castle landmarks of Tuklak is underwhelming, and the idea of castling only gets much merit when you have an army, because your veterancies come in so fast.
And you do not have a timing for this right now. So he does secure this, and Scatterbrain still on 2 fishing boats, so not reinvesting into that either. But, oh, I was about to say, but he gets himself a little military unit on land as well, but opts for the scout just a little bit before that. Wants to make sure he knows what he's attacking.
And Rax fell up as well. Remember, he still has the potential to go Elephant, so this can turn into your classic cheesy healing comp still. Scatterbrain already prepping his knights to be the golden answer to that. And he is going to be double downing on them with the second stables coming through.
Now, with those Raider Elephants, I haven't seen them in action enough, but I'm really excited to see how they land. The thing is, with a spear backup, it does feel pretty good. You get into a position where you can deal with most of what your opponent can offer. And Scatterbrain feeling confident enough now to try and plop down a dock on the side of Mr. Voldemar as well.
Yeah, so the Raider Elephants, actually pretty impactful here. The Chevalier should be able to beat them, but the Spim is now going to force you to transition. And where that becomes a problem is that Raider Elephants are really good at accessing archers. Unless you add Spearmen, you can't stop them, because that trample ability that lets them walk over your entire front line and straight onto your archers.
Now the question is Scatterbrain even going to need anything like that? Because he says, I just need horses to raid. So we'll see if he's actually going to be able to be out on the map and do exactly that. He does extend here a little bit, takes quite a bit of damage here, and that must feel pretty tough. He also has one pilgrim out on the map already, ensuring that he gets that little bit of gold trickle as well, especially with him having a bit more control on the map.
Walls coming up as well. There you go. Archer switch. Adding racks as well. I think this is the correct call. You need that 1-1-1 build. The other problem you have is, like, if you just try to lean too hard on cavalry here, you're actually not that fast. Usually when you're horsemen against raider elephants, even if they're charging you, you keep your distance. But raider elephants are by default about the same speed as knights. So when they charge onto you, they do get that ability to gap close.
Now the spears also joining that composition of Scatterbrain. He knows he needs to find a way to stop these. And even though he wanted to go for archers, he cancels those and just says spearmen all the way. The wall here ensuring that he doesn't get punished for any of this. And that is key here. Those elephants are going to take a while to get through, but he does manage to kill off the scout of Scatterbrain yet again.
As we know, so far in this series, Scatterbrain doesn't really care for scouts. The Malian game made that very clear, and he continues the trend in this series.
The elephant does take a bit of damage here, as the spearman does make a little bit of a connection, but they will be able to back off. And keep in mind, Voldemar has the option of still going for those healer elephants. So this should still be an interesting play. And KP, do we still see this a lot from players? Or has the nerf been that significant?
It still happens. It didn't really change enough. The requirement to kind of counter is the issue. However, with the way this is playing, like Voldemar, if he doesn't go elephant soon, it won't make sense. Because the archer count gets too high, healing doesn't really matter. Like if you're at 25, 30 archers, that's when it's like, okay, it's a bit weird. You'll essentially be in a position where you need to double down on raider elephants instead to resolve the archer threat.
And here he goes, elephant coming out, first one. Just going to be making sure that this army stays healed up, at least when they go in for a little charge or two into that spear mass that will eventually form. But the archer mass is the priority, like you said, KP. With the amount that you need, you can snipe out pretty quickly once the healer elephants start to become a issue. But it looks like there's going to be a semi-connection here if we could follow. But the elephants run away, and the knights are not going to be able to catch up too easily.
Just baiting him upfield. If he comes too close, you can turn around with trample, and then the second wave takes over. Here we go. If he goes beyond the outpost, this is very dangerous.
He realizes, pulls to the side, ensure that he does not just get caught out. The archer is going to be trying to a little bit of damage here and there. They do spot the healer boy and goes for the villagers instead.
That's a deep dive, actually. A little bit dangerous there. Then again, the raider elephants, Voldemar steered them a bit too wide. So Scatterbrain won't get punished for it at all. Good positioning overall. Fishing eco is neck and neck here. 16-14, so they're keeping competitive on both sides. But neither feels confident about the age up. Instead, they're both being forced to keep reinvesting in the feudal.
Now, is this the moment where you feel like you have the control and shut down the water, instead try to burn a dock here and there? Or do you just keep that mobility going and running around, trying to snipe off a village or two that might be too far out? Scout, though, knows what's going on. He's not going in blind.
Yeah, I think the idea of like Scatterbrain trying to take down the docks, dangerous because of the healing factor. Like you'll take some damage from some backstab, maybe not ship coming out. Your opponent doesn't ever have to worry about it because they always have rejuvenation. Scatterbrain instead is going to try to slay the fishing. He goes for a dock drop, and not just any dock. These are the impenetrable docks of the Knights Templar. A hell of a lot more tanky than your standard ones. Good old Arbus. That archer ship, though. Oh, come on. No, wait. The villagers pulls away now. Now, remember, he's got Hospitaller, so he's a little bit more tanky. So we'll cost him a few. The fishing boat's not able to heal it. Voldemar a bit greedy with the repair attempt. And the raider elephants! What?
Voldemar just focusing on getting that ship healed up, loses his whole army, a significant portion of the army, running in, trying to do that little bit of a counterattack as this was going on. The spearmen just in the right position. Scatterbrain now. Yes! This is a pretty good spot. There's no more elephants. There are none.
That is the opening that he needs. Look at his macro. It's castle age time. Like, Voldemar just gave him the keys to the kingdom.
And this dock feels like a bait here. It's just forcing him to invest more onto the water. We see another Springald ship also coming out. So Voldemar just slowing himself down to try and ensure that this water is safe. Now, Scatterbrain might be going for castle, but he's not letting up. He's not making it obvious. Moving out, ensuring that Voldemar feels like he needs to keep producing to stay up to date with this. But behind this, Scatterbrain is in an amazing spot. See him stopping production completely on all of his units now. Waiting for that age up. He does need a little bit more gold, though.
Demo ship's trying to creep out. Good hold by Voldemar, but the effort it takes. Remember, these harbors, they cost more, but they have a lot more health. It's a lot of wasted effort there. And the Angevin Empire solves everything. Like, Voldemar's army does nothing against mass heavy spears.
And nothing he can make anytime soon, because as we can see, he's very, very far from going for an age up himself here. And these archers are just looking spicy. He pulls back as he's about to age up, with the horses ready to move forward here, but he wants to get those upgrades to ensure he does not take an unnecessary trade, instantly prioritizing the archers as he knows he just has more of them, and heavy spears following suit. Oh, that's going to be
a
hard,
lot of them.
KB.
Yeah, like, this is the thing. Kawasan's such a good map for this civ for this reason. Usually, Angevin spears, too expensive. This map, infinite food, fishing at that, he's going to vomit out so many. By 20 minutes, you could easily see 25 Angevin spears.
One villager stepping out too far. Villager kill count evened out, but this is not an even game whatsoever. You can see the healer elephant moving a little bit too far forward, soaking up a few of those arrow hits, and the raider elephant trying to get a little bit closer. The archer's still not doing a lot of damage here, as they are still in feudal age, but it's about to hit, and then this will hurt a lot more.
It's just buying time. Just trade out, wait for the better army to come. Angevin spears can lose when it's just 5 of them against an army this big, but 10, 15, 20, that's the big question mark. Scatterbrain, going to brute force it now. Force the spear to the fourth side. And on top of that, remember, the Chevalier, fairly tanky at this stage. Will get bursted down eventually. Maybe an overly ambitious timing for Scatterbrain, but he knows that behind this, he has got better units. The problem, however, a trade like this will encourage Voldemar to now go castle.
Yeah, this was a very, very enthusiastic engagement. With those archers, he was not he didn't have veterans yet before actually committing to this. And
I wonder why. Like, what was his goal with this?
he just thought that the heavy spears would be enough. But those heavy spears, they still take a lot of damage. With enough archers, you can take them down. It just takes a little bit more firepower. Now, he hasn't made a move for the relics either, even though he's been in castle for a bit. So, finally getting those up and running, making sure that he spends everything on units. But now the veterans and the archers, you don't want to fight this.
No, this is dicey now. Like, I think Scatterbrain, he was panicking about the age up. He thought he read the timing. He read it wrong. And this is now bad. Because remember, Tuklak take 5 seconds to upgrade. That archer army is going to pose a real threat in 5 more seconds.
Tries to get another village or two, gets 2, but now he needs to back off. Like you said, 5 seconds, all these units are going to be upgraded. The heavy spears, though, they do a bit of damage here. The archers trying to focus fire as many as they can, but Scatterbrain still has those heavy spears, and they are doing some good work. We do see the healer elephants soaking up quite a bit of this damage, but some of these raider elephants also being in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, it's starting to get the effect of the Angevin. This is the thing that I'm surprised he didn't wait for when he had the bigger army. He just thought he could block the timing entirely. Archer mass on the back, still looking pretty good. Now Scatterbrain, he's at risk of doing the same thing he just done. Trickling spears in. He needs to slow down, temper himself here. He's got Templar bros coming through and slipping in. Villagers are getting out. This should be the break point. A little bit uncomfortable for Scatterbrain, but the economy is still good enough to keep the critical pump going. And Voldemar, he needs to quickly get a solution to this. Crossbows just got queued up, but the first one isn't even out yet.
You see some idle villagers there standing at the back as a horse had slid through and gotten onto that whole economy. So now these guys diving the TC, but again, it could be a little bit optimistic here. With the crossbows coming out too, but still very low in numbers. He needs to be careful. And those archery
Look at
ranges
the
are
idol.
very far forward.
It's ridiculous. On that tree line, he must have found 30 workers. Look at them. Like, it's just one Templar, bro, here or there. It's actually crippling Voldemar. I mean, Scatterbrain, that dive at first looked questionable. I wonder if, like, this went fully according to plan in a weird way. Like, Voldemar then techs and then puts himself in a weird bind. When the archers at first look so good, but the longer this goes on, he's lost that tempo. That 5-second window to upgrade was great initially. But now the question mark is, how do you get an army out fast enough here?
Especially with your archery ranges being this far forward, it's like every single time something will pop out, and you see the front archery range producing, but every single time something pops up, it's going to get taken down just as quickly. One of the archers getting out and sniped down. Oh,
yeah, other food for thought is, look at the food income state of things. Like, it just went from 300 up to 1,000 again. I think Voldemar's been over-gathering his pond, whereas Scatterbrain has been balancing it out. It hasn't been burning through as quickly. So remember, the deep water, it is infinite, but it needs time to replenish.
Templar Brothers actually doing quite a bit of work here, absorbing most of the shots and looking
just
pretty
one more
decent.
elephant. Hold on a sec. I think Scatterbrain has overstayed his welcome again. Just think about what happens when one war elephant comes out here. Angevin spears in choke points aren't really going to overwhelm. Like, that's all that Voldemar's waiting for. The one elephant to save him for the second time in this series.
It might actually be a pretty good answer. The problem is just the food income is
Here we go.
plummet.
Oh my god, look at the damage. He half HP'd a Templar bro straight away. So he's trading out with everything else. He's trying to seclude the war elephant, so he's got no assistance. He's still finding workers. However, somehow, there was a creep out. Voldemar shifted onto the gold in the wood unnoticed.
Now these elephants are just pouncing around are actually going to do a little bit of work. He does pick up a healer elephant here. Just doesn't look like Voldemar can keep producing without losing them instantly. We see another one getting picked off, and they are so expensive to replace. The war elephant needs to stay alive, but the spearmen are obliterating them. 1-1.
Thank God. I was about to get PTSD. Oh, well, actually, it'd be post-traumatic elephant disorder. Like we saw some things in game number 1. It felt like he was on the verge of maybe slipping it through again, but Scatterbrain's slippery slope of spearmen will bring a bitter end to the Tuk-Tuk dynasty.
So does this mean KT is still broken on water from this one instance? Well, who knows? With all that dock cost, it definitely kept him busy.
Yeah, it's more like Scatterbrained OP on Broken on Water like that. Like, he played that opening really well. Voldemar, it looked like he had a huge overwhelming edge, but it just took one moment of pressure play. Like, Scatterbrain pushed him into the corner where the demo ship play wasn't available, and then just contested the archer ship so his own demo got access. And that's classic Kawasan in a nutshell, right? It's like that type of slip-up gives one player a whole pond advantage.
It was pretty wild with what Voldemar did here in the early game on water anyway. This was wonderful, though the previous one was wonderful by Voldemar, but Scatterbrain just pulled it back on top of him, and that was phenomenal here. Do you see, with this dock though, he did lose quite a bit here. I don't know if this was worth it, but it definitely got Voldemar to reinvest significantly.
Yeah. Yeah, and meanwhile, while he's investing, you're going for the all-in. I mean, there's just question marks about the approach Scatterbrain took after this, right? Like, he could have kind of harassed the goal without hard committing the way he did. This also was a very questionable moment for Voldemar. Just gets distracted. That's such an expensive loss. Remember, these radio elephants almost the same price as a knight. So just envision 5 French knights going down. It's the same thing. And then, yeah, this was the weird part. Like, he engages before the veterancies kick in. He had Chevalier upgrade, but Archer upgrade only came in there. At that point, he's lost half of his archers. And that kind of gave Voldemar access. The renewed assault got weirder as well, because like it almost felt like he just kept sending in small groups of spearmen instead of resetting and saying, okay, let's bring the big wave in. But I think that's what Tuklak does to you. It's the veterancy in 5 seconds. It makes you feel like you always need to be going.
And he should have gone, just not in that moment. He could have waited a few more seconds and just executed it. It's so much harder. But at the same time, I feel like Voldemar not losing those raider elephants early, he might have been able to clean him up pretty quickly. So it shows you what 1 second of misfocus does to you and quickly can turn a game in the favor of the other player.
Yeah, I think that like if I had to highlight any moment, obviously the opening like loss on the pond, I don't think that was the worst thing. I think the worst thing genuinely was the raider elephants going down. Because if Voldemar had them at this stage, he's still raiding. He's still out on the map. Like, that's a difference. And then Scatterbrain has to react to that, right? So he has to leave some spearmen at home, or he needs to like find a way of killing them instead of diving the base. And it gives Voldemar breathing room. Like classic strategy when you're behind on military is raid, because you can't win the main fight.
Now, both these guys are showing us a lot of fire and focus for these games, but oh my goodness, this is really showing us exactly how you can exploit your opponent's mistakes by just overwhelming them. So, we do have our next matchup here on Frisian Marshes, and ladies and gents, we have Zushi, which is actually a civ that does pretty well over here. Not as great as Lancaster, but Ottomans also not something that anyone wanted to deal with. So we have Mongols versus nice little Zushi gameplay. And this matchup, I don't really see it that much. How does it usually play out from your experience?
If it was on Kawasan, a pretty fun time for Mongols. I don't think it's an unfun time for Mongols. It's just a different style. Like Shushi's a little bit weird because it's a map about fishing and getting advantage there. You can go fishing, but the pressure play is what I'm worried about. Like Mongols could just open up with spears here. So yeah, this is like I'd say Mongols is in a better position on this map. It's not as egregious as it was, because remember the old Frisian had trade in the corner as well, which made it feel even worse. Like the best I've ever seen Shushi look on this map. It's not that they can't get wins, but the best idea I've ever seen was like an old school Jiangnan build where you just build loads of stables.
Oh, I remember those days.
But like the problem with that build is it's very hard to know when you're meant to go. We had a game, I think it was Dragavan done it. He built like 30, 40 horsemen. He never went. He missed his window and then just ends up losing the game because like it's very hard to read when you can kill someone in Frisian. Usually the way you win Frisian is just by pushing them into the corner and leaving them there for 5 minutes. Which is contradictive to what you want to do with horsemen.
Now, with Mongols here, we do have a civ that does really well against civs who are on an open map. And I feel like this qualifies as an open map for Mongols. Because, of course, you have your Kashyyyks that you can go for. You also have a little bit of a Mangudai play. Very nice. That could be something quite fun, especially on the woodlines here. But at the same time, they take a while to get going. So now with Zushi, you also have something that can age up pretty quickly. I feel like Zushi just has so many answers, but at the same time, Mongols, they also have choices. So I'm excited to see which way it goes, but I see that your mind is already made up. Yeah?
I think like what Voldemar might try and do here is like a Chug spear push strat. I think that's the best. Like, don't go docks. If you go docks, I think Mongols are gonna have a party on your corpse.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But with you not spawning with as much food, you definitely feel that pressure of, hey, I need to do damage early on, and I don't have anything to fall back on. Whereas Mongols, when they are the ones in control, this doesn't fall on them. They get to dictate the pace of that game. But I like the idea of the 2-spear push. That does sound pretty interesting, especially when you're up against someone who likes when you give them just a little bit of breathing room to get their comp going. But
yeah, it's like it's a gamble logic, because if you don't open spear straight away and you like wait to inform the player a bit too much, there is a risk that the villager just walks out, builds the dock, gets back. The whole idea is if you send a spear out straight away in Frisian and you arrive when the build begins, you can kill that villager. They won't get away. With a little bit of micro, you'll always kill him. So like that's the key thing. You want to try and starve out the dot play. Depending on the gold, like maybe there's a good old-fashioned outpost rush to be had here, to be honest with you.
That sounds disgusting, KB.
Yep.
Do you mean this,
baby? Whoop, whoop.
That just feels wrong on a map like this, especially because Mongols, they are so great at doing so, but it also depends on the spawn. Very often you have golds that can spawn one dot away or one resource away from one another, or they spawn right next to each other. So that is the magic here. If they spawn next to each other, the value you get from this. But
yeah, and the thing is, it's like old Frisian used to, you could actually get screwed by the RNG. Like someone could get back gold behind their TC, and you can win. But that doesn't happen anymore. The new Frisian got changed specifically to stop that, from what I've seen, ever happening. There's always exposed golds. It's just a case of whether both of them are on the same screen.
And in that case, Mongol will have an absolute field day with you if given the breathing room. I do see that the map we have here in front of us, I would love to see if it looks exactly that way with the red spawn there at the bottom with the double gold, because that would be the ultimate curse already predicted for Voldemar. So ladies and gents, let's go look at those spawns and see what the opening is going to be all about. And we have double gold for Voldemar, already cursed by the picture beforehand.
Okay, hear me out.
Yeah?
Hear me out. Here you go, guys. Voldemar, Zushi. Do not gather more goals at all. Tax your way into the Second Age Haven, and then Meditation Garden drop both the golds.
That's pretty five-head. Oh.
You can do it as well. Like, because Zushi don't need as much gold to tech up, so you just tax your way through. Scatterbrain has scouted it. How does he want to proceed? Like, look at the spawn for him. Yeah, his golds are pretty far forward. Uvu really tight with the tree line is nice, and it will be an immediate dot play. This is the beautiful thing about Mongols on these type of maps. When it's hybrid like this, like, maps like Himiyama, the logic is that you cannot dock because I will build spears. And now, instead of building spears, I will dock.
And with Voldemar, you're already playing against an opponent that's scouted that aggressively, so you're expecting him to pull some shenanigans. Forces you to, scout a little bit differently from what you ideally would have. See when those spears are going to be landing, or whether it's a dock that will be landing. So, it does feel pretty good here with him already going to be having that little bit of food eco in the early game. But now, the question is just, if Voldemar sees that Scatterbrain is going for a dock here, does this give him enough breathing room to just go for lances straight up?
You need limited food in the corner, right? That's a little bit dangerous, especially considering that the Keshiks, they're not as good as Castle Lancers, sure, but it's a competitive element. It's the same logic as like Roost Knights against Castle Knights. Like count beats quality. So I don't know if you can be that greedy about it. By the way, have you noticed like how Scatterbrain has evolved through the series? So
In what way?
Game 1, he kept losing scouts non-stop. Game 2, he also kept losing scouts, but less. Game 3, you know what's better? To have free scouts. That's right. Scatterbrain has solved the problem. You don't need to buy new scouts if they just respawn for free.
That's
Mongols, baby.
pretty smart. That's pretty smart. So now the Khan is actually going to be his biggest weapon. It's the scout that never really dies. Now, the Meditation Garden was definitely a choice, though. It makes sense.
Yeah.
You get stone, you get berries, you get a lot of wood, but that gold is still going to be a really big question mark for us.
Yeah, this is now a clear target for Scatterbrain. So Voldemar is going to have to invest in feudal to protect himself against this. And the Khan has already snitched, so he knows exactly what's up.
And that's a lot of sheep on his side. Oh my goodness. Scatterbrain is going to be eating for days, especially considering that he also has a dock that is very happily just providing a lot of income. Now, 2 fishing boats for him, not investing in any more like we saw in the previous sets. Only 3 ships going to be going onto that pond. Villager production looking steady, and the stone income is looking pretty great from the Ubu. So we are going to be able to get that double production up for something, and we'll see what that is going to be. Now, KP, I want to ask, that spearman play you mentioned earlier. So I want to ask about double producing villagers. Are you seeing any players do that?
It's rare. It's so expensive. If you think about it, Mongols are meant to be a tempo civ. So the idea of doing that contradicts it, because your tempo now, you've improved your economy. But the ratios are really off. You pay, what is it, in stone, I think it ends up being, is it 2.5 times the cost of a villager? Or you could just 1-to-1 get military units for stone.
Makes sense. Okay. So we rather want to get that tempo up and running and actually do some damage. Now we do see the dock coming out from Voldemar as well, as he knows his opponent has done something similar. So he does need to be careful here with the Mongols, because the mobility is going to come in there for the Mongols to do some real work. Now the spearmen already running around to just make sure that nothing stops him. And the second dock also going to be coming up for Voldemar. But it will be a stable, and that means 2 Keshiks with double the fun.
Indeed, and spearman count is going to be low for Voldemar because he's choosing to be greedy instead, right, with the docks coming through. Second one now going online. Khan's just going to thin the health bar there. Not sure he'll be able to get the Keshiks out quick enough to really do anything with this. And keep in mind, Scatterbrain is not extending his own economy, so his reaction should be one of aggression in the face of Voldemar outscaling him.
Now, the villager is going for that third dock, so Keshiks might make it on time, just not the time we would have expected. And that villager just completely overextending himself, and that Khan could be doing a lot of work against him. And that's exactly what he's doing. Now the Keshiks are going to be making it out any second now and heading over to that ville. He might be able to get that dock up, but at the cost of his life. Yeah.
It's Zushi build speed, right? Like, you're not stopping that at all.
Oh.
Zoom, zoom. That's what I meant about, like, the opening. You have to be there earlier than you theoretically should with Mongols to kill the villager if they go straight away. But notice we still have no mining camp at all. Voldemar's strat doesn't involve Chuk.
He is just going to make sure those Imperial officials are bringing in the gold they need. Villager does move back, but the Keshiks will pay him a little bit of a surprise. Ooh, we see the Khan trying to do as much damage as he can, but that might be the life of the Khan if he's not careful.
If he uses the movement here, there we go. Nicely played. Moves across, gets the chase. That's going to be a double kill.
Ooh, they get the spearman first and the villager second. They just want to make sure that this guy is screaming for his life before they end it. Now, another fishing ship coming out of this dock. Pretty big investment here for Voldemar on getting this up and running.
Yeah, you could arch a ship, but against Keshiks, it feels a bit sucky. Because they'll just start healing, and you'll only be doing half damage while losing the dock. So, wouldn't be surprised if Voldemar just doubles down on spears instead to hold this.
Now, with the Keshiks going to be needing to run around to do damage, this is not something he minds. He's doubling down on this, as we see that second stable coming out too. And him also going for his own 3 docks. Now, with 3 docks, this feels like something that's sustainable. The thing is, the Keshiks are going to be annoying because they do have the leg advantage. So, going to be able to charge in, do some pretty good work, and heal back up if they are allowed. And that's exactly what they do here. Does need to be careful with these, but that's the beauty of the Keshiks. They can now go and attack and ensure that they heal back up, and won't mind taking them into spear battle anytime soon.
And this is where Voldemar want to be careful about extending docks. Like, this is the nature of this map. Cavalry feels really good, because the more docks you build, the more I can spread myself, the harder it is for Spearmen to be the counterplay. Spearmen are good against heavy cav when you're condensed, like if you're just corner spawn. Yeah, just got to be mindful of that if you're Voldy. I mean, Scatterbrain is looking for the bait point, I think. Like, once you see about 10 spearmen, you should be looking at an aggressive switch into archers.
It died, KB. The Khan is dead.
Oh,
the Khan
but once
is
again,
dead.
Scatterbrain, genius, because he will get a new scout for free.
It just, what did it cost? His glory?
Nothing. That's the Khan for you.
Beauty. But he tries to micro these. Ooh, and he does exactly that. Beautiful work here on the spears. Them falling like flies. He did lose a Keshik earlier, but no other lives were lost in all of this. Already looking like some really good trades here from Scatterbrain.
Love
Perfectly
that.
wonderful. Wow.
Just leaves the injured to heal on the dock. Because the spear count is now low again for Voldemar.
And 9 Keshiks from Scatterbrain pretty soon. This is just going to get worse and worse. 4th dock on the way. And Voldemar is seemingly changing up the strategy of this, as we see now the tower coming up on gold as well, just ensuring he does not die to it pretty quickly. And honestly, that might be on the cards here, because he's just making more and more Keshiks.
Yeah, very greedy as well from Voldemar. Went second to Rax instead of just like sacrificing some of the wood drop off with supervision to go for increased production. It's like his timing to get more spears out isn't as fast as you think here. He's prepping horsemen because he's assuming, like, oh, I've been baited into going spears. He's going to build archers, right? No. Scatterbrain is playing poor man's French right now.
The crazy part is what just happened is Voldemar did not drop off with any of those ships. So all the food that he would gather from there...
Okay, Keshiks maybe not the best positioning there. The scout blocks them out, but will go down. The Spearmen are going to lose now, but... Micro-wise, Voldemar took quite a lot of heavy cav with him. -4 Keshiks in that fight.
That definitely did not feel worth it, but oh, Scatterbrain wants to keep going. Another Keshik will be paying the price as we see him trying to micro around, but definitely not coming out ahead. He's making more Keshiks, and this is just a full committal for him. And honestly, I did not expect the man trying to counter Spearman with just more Keshiks.
Like I said, poor man's French, right? But he has at least got good economy. He's set up on 3 4-pawns now. So there is a way this works. It just feels so obnoxious and in some ways unnecessary. But like the problem for Voldemar, he's looking at this and he's like, okay, he's gonna build a new unit type, right? So I'm gonna fully diversify because that's dangerous. This is where Keshik only can theoretically win, is because Voldemar is building too wide for no reason.
Expecting someone to go for something else? That's crazy. When you have access to semi-knights,
Right?
Wonderful. Now, Scatterbrain can use these Keshiks, a little bit more aggressively. Voldemar now is starting to tap out these fish a lot quicker than expected. The problem is, that's going to mean that the food is skyrocketing, but it's temporary. Very, very temporary. And these guys are going straight for the base. All of a sudden, they're not that scared anymore.
And she's running around circles trying to keep everything away from him. But importantly, he scouted out the Chug.
Oh.
So he scouts the Chug, the horseman, and now he adds in archers. All right, this is some unhinged Scatterbrain stuff right now.
He's just keeping us on our toes, KP. We cannot predict what this man will do. You know, sometimes when you give someone the cast a curse, I feel like this could be the Scatterbrain curse. He is the guy who will make you look like the dumb one, because he knows exactly what to do, what is unpredictable, and we will never guess.
I think he's just like, hey, I've got so many Keshiks, you really have to double down on spears now, right? So like, archers make sense. It does make sense that he's making a transition. I think it's more he's forced to add in archers because the spear count. Not, oh, I saw Chug and the horseman, and this feels like the right step. And the Chug, oh my god, he blocks the gold. Look at the gold state. Scatterbrain, I mean, maybe it's a good thing for him. He can't afford more Keshiks now.
Yeah, finally, he has to double down on the archers, but there's a lot of spears here, and they are going to need a lot more archer fire than 4. So those 5 villagers in a little bit of danger here might be able to pop out and repair that, but it's going to be pretty close. And with the Juganuk here, you don't want to risk that. The archers need to target fire all these spears, but the spearmen are doing such good work.
Gets the repair. He gets the repair, though. He buys a little bit more time, and this time Voldemar will commit the torch properly. So finishes it off, forces him away. Voldemar, I mean, this is looking pretty damn good right now. Also, remember, Scatterbrain, he didn't go for the home tree line. He went for the secondary. It is a lot thinner, meaning he will run out of wood quite fast here.
Now, the Keshik count is still pretty scary here, and with the amount of spears, this is not going to be a great fight for Scatterbrain to take, but the archers, they're trying to do as much as they can. The Keshik's now rotating, though, going to be picking off some reinforcements or just going straight again for the docks, ensuring that Voldemar does not have that food access. But the army is heading up itself as well.
Yeah, look at the
So
macro.
this-
Like, this is going to be Lancer spam, and Scatterbrain has put himself in a haphazard position to deal with Lancers.
Now, the problem is, you might be able to deal with lancers, but not if they're this injured. So, we do see the fishing boats
So maybe
gonna be coming to target.
we heal ourselves on this little dock over here, or
Take groups of spearmen one at a time. Very nice. He picks up another 3, and demo ship. Perfect defense.
these Keshiks is like watching someone at the airport where the phone battery's down to 10% and they're desperately looking for a charger port. Like, oh, maybe I can plug in here and get a little bit more bar back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
And they're doing a wonderful job at that, shutting down some of the fishing ships. But to be fair, a lot of these were going to get deleted soon anyway. So, in a way, they're just like a little healing potion for him right now. And fishing boat stays alive. 2 of them live to tell the tale. And then, these Keshiks need to back right off. The front ones could potentially turn back and try to charge in on the horses. They try and thin that pack, and they should do it pretty quickly.
He needs to tech up faster. This like the thing is, this is Mountain Academy, which means that you can prime your production speed. And with the dock play, Voldemar will have the food necessary to do so. He's also now rushing relics. First monks on the way.
Now trying to get every advantage he can because he knows the late game might be where this is at. Both of these players just playing a constant late game situation. The archers now firing these horses, and I mean, now the spearmen are the only things in their way, and with the amount that he has, this is going to be a very quick cleanup. So the Kashik's feeling a little bit more confident moving out here. Those lances, they need to land somewhere, and I feel like this needs to be an assistance kind of situation. Where are those lances?
I think they're getting ready to raid. One's going into the
for the
gold now. Yeah. I mean, like, look at this.
Oh,
It doesn't take any
single
damage.
tower.
Even double tower does nothing to this thing. He's already got undermesh.
And Scatterbrain is going to be able to age up pretty soon, but at the same time...
Oh,
Now see.
we'll get denied.
This would have been
There's a little bit of time for the tower defense. That'll be the instant GG for the day if that happened. But the lances, there's not many of them, but the whole idea is like you can't burn the tower if they're here. See? Like you try, you get hit. And then you have to turn, and it means you're not burning. So Scatterbrain, he does create the space now for a castle play. I am worried to what the Keshik count is going to look like on arrival, though.
The problem is the Cruelty is going to make sure that these guys are going to have a bit of a better time against these lances, but at the same time, you still need a little bit of time to get those upgrades going. So more fishing boats coming out here from Voldemar, but the Keshiks.
Yeah, and he also stopped in the stealth forest, so heavy losses there. The Cruelty factor is interesting, because now if Voldemar just preps Dally horses, his DPS is just as effective in the fights.
And that Cruelty is about to hit. The
That's right
problem is
there.
there's no gold. There's no gold in the bank. This is not going to be something we can deal with. I mean, never mind. There's gold in the bank. Thank you, Mr. Observer. Appreciate it.
Yep, but there's not an army. So you just built a Cruelty. Now this works if there's an army standing there. It's just the archers and spears. Voldemar needs to stop A-clicking. Like, probably right now. This... Maybe he wants to camp the gold. Counter-offensive coming in. Has got the hand-can slit defense from the TC. And the Keshiks, I mean, you see the aftermath of those earlier hits. Health bar is just not that pretty.
Now, it does look like there's a lot of villagers that died here from Mr. Voldemar, but keep in mind, most of those are fishing boats, so they don't quite hit the same. At the same time now, this is a pretty scary push. I don't know if this is going to be scary enough. We do have a lot of spears here in the mix as well. The Jugunu into target fire. The archers don't have their upgrades yet, but they are target firing every single spear they can.
There's like no spears left, and they just dragged south side. They went to the wrong side of the TC, so the Lancers are in. That's unfortunate, because he would have been getting extra bonus damage against Cav from the Cruelty also. So Lancer's just going to brute force through. The Chew could actually just chase north now to be the perfect divide here. More Lancers are on the way for Voldemar. He's also playing out onto Deer, so it's a food burst, but a big one at that. Over double the food income of Scatterbrain. Veterancy did just kick through. He has got the Deer Stone Yam. That's really important to actually stay in range of it. Otherwise, the Lancers can't easily be kited.
Now the Lancers do get fired every now and again, but the Jugunu are still doing some good work. The TC fire also helping a bit, but the villager, that TC was idle for ages. The overwhelm coming out here from Voldemar, just ensuring that Scatterbrain makes these small mistakes, puts him in a pretty good spot here. We have a few more spearmen going straight to the villagers, and a few more die here by the hands of some spears, but the Lancers are not done just yet. Still has a few Keshiks on the way, but he needs to find a way to clean up these Lancers, and he needs to do it quick.
Wave 1 complete. Can you survive the next? More Lancers are on the way now. Other thing that's deceptive, Scatterbrain, he's got 5 fishing boats that just don't have anything to gather anymore this whole time. Like, that's the thing. His eco count has been deceptive. It's been a bit of a lie. If you check the starting pond, for example, he never killed the fishing boats. So some players like to get rid of it so they don't have an idle warning, but Scatterbrain left his alive, despite the fact there's no more fish. So, yeah, go starting pond and you'll see. It's like, he just literally just deleted them. So now, all of a sudden, you're starting to see Voldemar with the eco lead.
Now, this does feel so strange when you see that villager kill situation, but Voldemar knew exactly how much he needed to invest to stay ahead with this. And honestly, now with these Lancers, he can probably make sure that this snowballs very, very heavily. The Khan died a little bit earlier as well again, and it just shows us Scatterbrain, his real civilization was Mongols all along. Now, the Kashik numbers, they are looking good, but against those Lancers, they are still going to struggle significantly.
It's map control, right? Like, this is the big problem he now has. Relics are being picked up. This is a 4-relic game, easy peasy for Voldemar.
On top of that, now fishing's going to be a bit threatened. Like, you're switching crossbows, but you're going to need to play wide. That's the danger point.
Now, when we see this from Scatterbrain's side, we know that he is just going to have a plummet of food income as well. I'd like to take a look at whether he's investing in any food under that TC as well, but it looks like the army is just gathering. He's going to need to be careful on that gold. We are about to have a Lancer raid right there on the gold. No protection either. And
The Keswick's nearby.
they are going to be aware of this.
Yeah. Like, the crossbows here as well. Voldemar shouldn't really want this fight. Now, this is buying time. Jadnan's coming through, right? He's looking for that permanence economy. And it couldn't come any later, really, when you consider how quickly the berries are running out in that corner.
Now, with the Zhangyan coming out very, very slowly, this just gives him a lot of time to keep making units in all of this before that transition starts. Now, with the amount of Keshiks he has here, he probably needs to find a way to, again, land damage. Because the difference is now Voldemar killed a bunch of villages of his, and he hasn't been able to do the same. But overextension has been very apparent from him here, so pulling back, probably the best choice for now.
Yeah, Voldemar has his own crossbows, right? Like, so he's getting that contest going. Also, Spearman. I really like the Spearman here. Just think about it. The crossbowmen that Scatterbrain's becoming very reliant on don't get bonus against them at all. The Cruelty is still an annoying factor, though. Like, I think Voldemar wants to be a little bit slower about how to end this game, because that is a very frustrating landmark to dive into. I mean, you saw what happened earlier with the combo of Deerstone and Cruelty.
And this does feel like you were against a pretty heavy landmark that you just want to fight rather than Imperial. And I feel like a lot of players usually want to outlast that. Now, with Voldemar here, he's got a lot of spears, so he's not going to have a lot of fear when it comes to dealing with these Keshiks. Now, the spears are just running around trying to end the lives of it, but crossbows are getting caught out, and yeah, sure, they counter lances, but not in these numbers.
Not without the front line, they don't. They just got left abandoned. Sick read. Voldemar saw the Keshiks upfield and immediately springs into action.
Finding that Cruelty and absolutely obliterating anything and everything around it. Now the Keshiks are going to try to get a charge off. They do get one off, and a few of them might fall, but it is not enough to make up for those massive losses that just took place.
Yeah, good read there by Scatterbrain. He did at least pull 2 Keshiks to chase that one Lancer heading towards the gold. But this is the problem I see. This farm transition is the killer. If Voldemar gets away with this, I don't know what Scatterbrain's going to do next, because like he's already in a grim position. It almost looks like the strat is fast him, or well, not fast at 22 minutes.
Medium.
But, yeah. Medium rare, maybe. It's like, you know, it's so cold that it might still move. I don't know.
Now, with the amount of crossbows that he's investing into, this is going to be so necessary. But again, without a front line, and your front line, oh, I see 11 horses in queue, and that is questionable. Especially, again, because you're up against a ton of spears. Yeah. Your front line is supposed to protect your crossbows, not need the protection.
I just feel like he flowed too much on the macro, and now he's trying to compensate to fix it. But the Lancers are in the back again. They're just creeping in at this point, even on the gold as well. Starts to burn in. The Cruelty is not looking long for this world either. You see what I mean? The Spearmen, yeah, they can kill. They can get killed rather by the crossbows, but it's just wasted DPS.
Oh god, and the horsemen are being used as a front line. No kiting at all from these crossbows. Attack moving. They're just running for their lives, and now the Lancers have arrived. The Spearmen.
The crossbows are just frontlining again. Like, what is going on in this game?
He places the Cruelty a little bit closer to get that bit of healing off, but he's going to need a lot more than a heal to stay in this game after all those significant losses, because now you can see with the amount of villagers that have gone down, this is very much on the side of real villagers, and Scatterbrain being very, very far behind.
Just hear like a honk honk noise and the clown car turning up at this rate. I mean, the climber of this game, Voldemar, just a few Lancers really is what's winning him at like these type of moments. Also attempts to raid on the north side. You know, and we have to remember, you know, Scatterbrain is not all pasture income. A lot of this is still fishing that's running out, whereas Voldemar's already prepped the more dangerous economy for the late game. And Scatterbrain, I think he has to counter-offensive somehow. Like, if you just sit here, you're just getting punched until you die.
Okay, KP, calm down. This is not StarCraft. There's no counter-offense this man can land. We'll save him from this. He needs a nuclear attack on this base, and there's no nukes.
Just
in
grab some
AoE.
gold, and then there is. It's called Cargonet Palace. Just get some gold, and we're good to go, honey. Like, just go to the imp, send him all, Scatterbrain.
I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
I feel like it's what he should have done a few minutes ago, but then he built a quadrillion horsemen.
Ooh, look at all those towers. Wonderful. He's like, I am going to kill some villages of my own. But no, never mind.
no.
I'm going to run away.
Oh, wait, he still has spearmen against all these horsemen I built.
Wow, why does he keep making spears? This is so weird.
Yeah, like it's not...
Oh, wait. This is my moment, KP.
Oh, yeah?
I don't understand. I don't understand why you're still making all these spears. Very good. For
Why?
him, but not for me.
Why you make spear? Why? I have range. I have a horse in spear on the horse. Why you build? Why?
Oh,
Stop.
no. Oh, my God, KP. This is a little bit wild for me. I'm so impressed with your accents. 10 out of 10. Nice job.
Thank you.
But can't survive, not problem. It's not GG yet. We will go and I will not have problem later. Very good. No, Keshik, you do not need to die. Not like this. Oh, there's a horseman. Never mind. You can die. You're not Keshik.
Just say Tesla Trooper reporting.
Oh, KP, there's so many units. Voldemar is just...
At this point, it's just an avoidance game. You know, like when you play those bullet hells, like don't get hit, don't get hit, don't get hit. They're everywhere.
Oh.
The Zerglings. You said this isn't StarCraft. That looks like Zerg to me.
This is
57
StarCraft.
spears.
This is StarCraft. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I've cursed us with StarCraft references, and now Voldemar is starting to play Zerg. I feel like we're back in 2007, and nothing makes any more sense. Scatterbrained, now age 4. But you know, the difference is when you're going for the Imperial Age as Mongols. Of course, there's a lot of differences, but usually
You die?
have a tower or two.
Yeah.
There's usually a tower or two that helps you
Where is the
survive.
tower? But where is the tower?
Usually there's a tower or two, but in this case, he doesn't believe in towers.
Scatterbrain's like, hello, comrade. Welcome to Motherland. We're ready for fight. Why is there so many of you? Soviet do mass infantry. This is not your strategy. Please leave. Oh, he's moving away from the auras again. This is historically not gone very well. Scatterbrain, the only time he looks competitive is when he uses Deerstone. The Yam, gone, doesn't bode well, and he just goes straight after the Cargonet.
Woo! Those bad boys are going to be firing. The problem is there's crossbows. They will be able to actually kill those eventually. But look at these crossbows. They are doing as much work as a man can do when his empire is dying. Scatterbrain holding on for dear life. And Voldemar just making more units. And we just see more crossbows. Villagers keeping this thing alive. But look at those Mangadai.
Yeah, the hand cannons aren't that threatening. It's just not going to stop, is it?
Oh,
Wait,
no.
oh,
And he doesn't give up.
No, you need to touch it. You need to touch it more. I think that's game.
I don't know, Kevin. Scatterbrain also
You
doesn't
don't know?
He's like, six hand cannoneers in queue. He's like, I got this.
Oh,
I've got a lot of
course. Like, this guy brought a shiv and I have a gun. That does make sense. But, you know, like, if you've lived life in England and you've experienced London knife crime, you don't always favor the gun, to be honest with you.
Oh,
And they are
no.
trying to get to Londinium.
Now, he's really making him work for it. We can see every single
Why?
bit of firepower. Just
What is he
make
waiting
him
for?
tired.
He's had enough. Okay, we can put the Mongols to bed. Zushi comes out on top. Really well played game by Voldemar, just stretching him thin and running him dry. And Scatterbrain, maybe a little bit too much focus brained on the heavy cav in that game.
See, I think this works against a lot of players. When you're playing against a guy who just makes knights as French, that is absolutely understandable. We've seen this a lot in games, and it works sometimes. But Voldemar, he also has knights eventually. And apparently you can't just run yours into spears. I think that's the key difference here. You can make the horses, but don't run them into their counter. You need to use them on the rest of the map as well. So Scatterbrain, initial aggression, looking great, but just did not transition at any point after that. But look at these pivotal moments. Fishing boat, dead, looking okay. Keshix looking for a healing chance. That dive actually looked for a second like Scatterbrain has a shot at shutting down.
It was
at least a
shaky.
bit.
It's like this is the best example of how Mongols could have won these fights. Like, think about the variable that's different here that wasn't present in all the other fights. You noticed it? It's a very big thing on the screen. The deer stone. We didn't have any Yam extension, right? Like, the outposts on the gold was the only thing, but they got taken out. Like, after that, every time we saw Scatterbrain fight without that aura, I feel like he just couldn't kite. And Voldemar had a great read on that. That's why we saw him build 60 spearmen and just ape-click into the base.
Yeah, with spears being basically free, I think at some point you just feel like, hey, I can sacrifice these. They are just here to provide a little bit of absorption for my real units to arrive. And small raids like this, just ensuring that Scatterbrained is completely Scatterbrained all around this map. He really struggled to keep up with Voldemar's ability to just multitask. So initially, Scatterbrain looked like he had this, but Voldemar definitely outplayed him with the sheer amount of overwhelm. But we have Baldland coming up, and for once, no French-esque civ. But there's Byzantines, so there might be some esque in there with some Keshiks.
I hope not. I don't know. Kechix is like, against Achery is pretty rough, right? Because they have the spearmen with fast movement speed. Then just kind of bypass the castle. Like, curious to see how this one goes. You know, depending on the spawn, you have got the Dark Age Rush. We already saw this matchup once today. In fact, it was the Numidan Myriad game that opened the series, where the Achery Rush just got counterplayed by Hippodrome. You could go Hippodrome here, and in some ways it makes sense because this is the type of map where if you give map control across, things like Pro Scouts do enter the mind. But like historically, Byzantines has been a reliable civ on this map for semi-fast castle plays. Pretty popular one, actually.
The thing is, you have to keep in mind, this is not just a normal HRE versus Byzantines. This is the current meta where you do get rushed. So, depending on the berry versus gold spawn, we might have a different situation here for us. And this is something constant. Byzantines, they just get rushed. It's good. It's right there in front of you. You might as well utilize it. So I'm expecting Scatterbrain to be a little bit more aggressive based on what we've seen today. I'm expecting a lot more Dark Age shenanigans. It has to happen. There's just no way about it. Otherwise, something crazy that could take place, if it's not a Hippodrome, is a nice little fast castle into cheese, because Scatterbrain's the kind of guy who would cheese the crap out of anyone.
I think we go mine work and then we party hard. I mean, Scatterbrain is of the 3D clan church, right? So it's kind of a way of life. Actually, no, it's like a double dipping, right? So you've got the 3D clan logic of mine work, and then also he's Belarusian, and Anatan loves mine work. So if he doesn't go mine work, I'm pretty sure he has to basically resign from the clan and also revoke his citizenship.
His citizenship, yeah. And honestly, if you're Belarusian, you can't travel anywhere visa-free anyway, so... But it's better than having no passport, right?
Well,
I say this as a third widow who needs visas for everything. Guys, shout out to the UK for not giving South Africa visa-free entry, which means we can't go to Wololo. So...
Have you, like, just get a boat?
Just get a boat. Oh, yeah! I'm African. We don't boat that well.
It seems to work pretty well here. Don't know if you noticed, but we literally have, like... a lot of water around us, a lot of angles of approach. Just take any of them, really. Our navy's not what it used to be.
So, luckily, no boats in this game, as we are luckily on a bald land and not any boat lands. So, yeah, okay, that we derailed. I love it. Thank you, KP. Now I'm completely thrown off.
You know what? Interesting thought.
Yeah.
We could still have a boat game remaining. Scatterbrain just has to pick Macedonians on King of the Hill.
That's pretty 5-ed. If he gets there, though. Now, Voldemar, I feel like he's more a meta player. I don't expect a hippodrome from the man. A preemptive little mill on berries sounds a little bit spicy for the man.
Yeah, like, I think it'll come down to like spawn. If you get like a back berries, he might just be greedily inclined. And then you can kind of get away with that, I think.
So, going up into the final event now, we have had a pretty stacked bracket, and we're leading into possibly the last game of the day. So, expecting to see these players in the next week qualifier, those who didn't make it, there's a lot of big names that we'll go over after this. Yes, and then we'll see who the favorites are to make it into the final event. But it has been a pretty tight day, especially the second half here. And I feel like a lot of nerve-wracking games, play styles that we could see counter each other very, very well. But we're already in, and Scatterbrain is opening with a good old barracks. Love that for him.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Couldn't have imagined it. Our Dark Age rush against a Byzantine Black Voldemar. What? Okay.
Wow.
That
I'm in.
I wasn't
I'm in.
expecting.
I'm in. KP, this is exactly what we needed. This is what we've asked for. This is what the world demands.
What we needed was you screaming, "I'm in," over and over again.
I'm committed to this play. Spearman coming forward. Voldemar about to click his own little spear up, making sure that this is a absolute fiesta. So with one on wood, we are gonna need a little bit of an income here. He does see the barracks though, and we'll see if Scatterbrain commits to this even more, but I have no idea.
You don't really
You
need
just
much.
keep making units, right?
Yeah, you don't really need much in the way of like wood income as Byzantines, right? You just like the whole gamble here is that you're going to get more sheep. That's the easiest way to think about it. Like, because if you don't get more sheep, you really are screwed. Because like Limitane count will be lower. But I think the tricky thing here is like there's a timing around 4 or 5 Limitane. That's pretty good for you. But like I remember this when the Byzantines first came out. This was like why the Mongols laughed in their face because like the idea of people like, oh, my spearmen are better. But what happened is they built like 7 or 8 Limitane, and then they realized they were out of food. And the Mongols won. HRE don't have that stone deviation, but they do have mobility on their side.
The thing is, Scatterbrain reads that mobility and realizes he doesn't want to commit too much to it. This is a pretty smart move here. You understand that, hey, my opponent has already invested and he's already slowed himself down. So with him not knowing that I've stopped, I can just try and make this work. So
Just exploit it.
we see these villagers all the way to the back, getting that little bit of wood, but where is the mining camp? They spent it on a house?
Well, I mean, like that's a good investment, right? Or maybe not as good as gold. I feel like gold has a better way about it. So he's gonna probably have to idle here.
Yes.
It's gonna be there
We're
you go.
gonna have a little
we're
bit
just
of a long
gonna
distance drop.
get that stop and stare moment.
I've had that too many times. Disgusting. But Scatterbrain, he kind of has Voldemar exactly where he wants him. He's forced him to make Limitane, and now he just gets to do his thing. And he says this might work, so let's do it. 3 left on gold, though. So the moment HRE leaves something on gold, especially the number of 3, you usually expect him to just get upgrades right, or he can be sneaky enough to do some 3D stuff. And I'm really hoping for some 3D stuff, KP. I want a lot of 3D stuff, and when I say 3D stuff, I want a burger.
I think you just might work, right? It's
Oh,
like
we're just making more spears. Oh, you can just keep getting upgrades. You're right. You're right.
yeah, we just get a bunch of spears now, and then we just get knights afterwards with lots of like crap tons of armor. You know, like when someone just like you kind of like staple a bunch of like sheets of aluminium to something, like that doesn't look like that's going to protect you. Just staple a few more in there. Like H3 are really tanky with that type of strat. And the cool thing is like with this approach, you're going to build extra prelates, so you'll be in a great position to play for relics. And the thing you have to remember is Voldemar just went Limitane,
You could go javelin or longbows, but either one of them tends to leave you feeling more defensively inclined as Byzantines.
So in this setup, with him making more spears, we're definitely going to see a lot more movement out of this man. And especially with the gold and the berries being on the same side, you know the villagers are going to be edged towards there. So easily going to be able to pick up a little bit of a bit of damage the moment they step out here. We do see a tower pretty early on from Voldemar, and I guess this is pretty smart, because you know the aggression is coming. You've been scouting. You know exactly what's on your doorstep. So Spearman instantly getting their upgrade, and Voldemar going to follow shortly, but he only has 1 on gold, so he's not going to have access to all the nice upgrades that HRE has access to.
Yeah, the outpost is key here, right? The problem, though, is this system placement. I don't think it reaches for an Akratoy here. So, like, if he gets dove, it could be problematic. Scatterbrain isn't willing to commit into it, though. So, outpost will secure. Also, that guy was on a venture. A really important adventure. Top secret, though. He can't tell you what he's really doing. Stables plus archer range, so it's going to be all in commit. I really like mind work for this. You know, it's such a great tempo when you consider the 50% discount and 50% speed increase. And what?
Voldemar looked away. He looked away for a second, and Scatterbrained, surrounded and killed. That was pretty good. And now you already have a situation where one of the villagers is down. Yes, you sacrificed a spear, but that's so worth it. And Voldemar is going to keep making spears, or he's going to go for archers, which is naturally going to get countered by your secret horsemen you've been making at the back there as well. And I don't know if Voldemar knows exactly how badly this is cooking, because the second stable is also coming up. And honestly, I don't know if Scatterbrain has the income to sustain all of these production buildings, but he's surely going to try.
No, he's going to... Okay, he is seen. Good. Like, it's about to happen again. Scatterbrain is being a cheeky devil with this. Just, like, kind of creeping attention and then feigning and then switching. Double stables now. So this is a Mindwork strat into, like, the All Pikes, right? So, like, Voldemar seems unsure of what to build.
Well, with 14 on food, you usually are looking to make horses at this rate, but it
they're worse.
does not feel like the right answer here.
No, like you should just be sticking Limitane here. Limitane and Jav is like your best friend. Yeah, so he does. I think like longbows is kind of redundant. The javelins is like, okay, I just need something that protects my spears. This is a full defensive orientation for Voldemar, and it's not a bad spawn for it. Once he has those walls up, he's got back berries as well as the gold.
And that's exactly where those villagers are at the back, as we see 3 of them on gold there. But unfortunately for him, Scatterbrain knows about this, and the horsemen are already getting into their position. Now, with the Limitane that he sees, if he sees those numbers, he's just going to make more and more units. But that's the beauty of Scatterbrain's build here. He can turn into anything. He just added another archery range, which means a lot more archers that can instantly be switched into.
It's just the way you said he can turn into anything. It's like that. It's like little child going, anything? Like, yeah, anything. Like an astronaut? No, that's not real. That's not realistic. Maybe an accountant.
And now a scout pays the price. Voldemar, this is a massive loss, because this is what you need. I would say Scatterbrains is also a massive loss, but this man has been playing without a scout this whole series, so honestly, it is what it is.
I mean, like, how do you get better at AoE4? Become less reliant on things that are crutch. Also bigger crutch than vision, you know? Like, if you think about it, how else would you unlock your best self, like your daredevil self?
You need to go on your instinct, says
You need to feel it.
Scatterbrain. He built another scout, so his instinct is not the only thing he'll rely on, but at the same time, that man... Guys, bets in the chat. How long does that scout last?
How many scouts are going to die this game might be the better bet to make. It's early.
Now, it does look like those villagers need to migrate to the back berries. These horses are doing a very sneaky path to get to a dead end of a wall. But this army of Scatterbrain, it doesn't look like it's ready to push out just yet. He's stopped producing constantly. He's floating a little bit of resources. The macro is not all there, but the villagers on gold now is telling me a very specific story that I'm really excited for. A little bit of castle. Would that be delicious? Would you like that with your drink?
But the wood. Why do we have so much wood? Like, this almost looks like a
Production
ram
buildings
timing.
or something.
Yeah. It's a lot of wood, Marika. Like,
It is. I know.
it's the type that starts to lead to those, those like save the Amazonian forest groups forming. I don't know what you need this much wood for.
Well, clearly, you've never been on wood heating, as we have in the Balkan and I'm guessing the old USSR countries. You still have a lot of houses that require wood heating. And Scatterbrain, he wants to keep this army warm. As a motivated army that pushes out is just a better army. And with all that wood, now he drops off and he re-rallies those villages onto a different food source a different source. I don't know which one yet.
Are you sure that his mind isn't partially still in game number 3? And he's like, maybe if I went Mongol 2TC, it could have been different.
No, I can imagine that this now with the split he's got, it would feel pretty good to have a few rams, so it might actually be a choice here. But it could also just be a bunch of production buildings, because if you have too much wood, you turn them into production buildings,
but he
right?
already has a lot of production, is my concern. Like, he has double stables already, so that's great for knights. Like, it makes sense for the monastery, partially, but 500 is still a lot. So we should be seeing the tech up. Regnit's just a given. Voldemar, no points for guessing what he's going to build. He likes to win games, so Golden Horn Tower should be coming, but man, his system level sucks. It's really bad. His stone on the front side has been quite the conundrum. He hasn't been able to actively gather this whole time.
So this is just passive cisterns all around. It does give a little bit of a boost, but to be fair, he's up against the HRE that does not have an Arcane Chapel. So he's not under the same pressure to provide a boost to his economy as you would when you're usually up against an HRE.
Well, he does have 4 prelates, though. So he's been efficiently min-maxing that buff. And
You
now
hope.
he's got relics, because this is the beautiful thing about Minework, and why I sometimes question Arhan on this map, when you could have Minework instead. He now has 4 prelates that can already be in position, like a Delhi player going castle, to pick up all the relics.
But Voldemar is pushing out with this. He realizes, hey, these guys are moving in position, so I might do the same myself. The archers, though, in position to shut this down. The javelins quickly trying to rotate into this handful of archers, and Prelate needs to back off. So both of these players are reaching castle.
Yeah, but it's a free relic grab. It's Regnit's 3 relics already, and the 4th one is easy peasy. So, bit of a grim position for Voldemar, and this is like interesting now. Cataphracts are usually absolute bullies, but Barded Armor is quite a potent move for HRE Knights. Burn here. Maybe just run for it with the wheelbarrow. And he's going to hang around. Okay, Springald's coming through.
Now, this does feel pretty cool.
This is ambitious.
But yes, you need a little bit of reinforcement on it instead, aka I would say a little bit of a stone wall on my tower to make sure that it doesn't die instantly. But oh no, let me sacrifice a few units to the gods, because they were just being a little bit too, how can we say, a little bit too enthusiastic about this fight. Scatterbrain.
He like began that with like a oi, 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 into It was very quickly aware that was going to be a wasted effort. The good news is the tower went down before he'd wasted on a Springald emplacement, so now you can just set it up at home with the relic to garrison inside.
Oh, that's true. Oh, he needs to notice these horses, because what's about to happen, yes, is about to be a dead horse if he does not move back. Now, with the relic, this one can be repaired, though. There's a lot of units, so you don't get... Oof, is he going to repair it? Oh, he's not going to
wait,
repair
what? The 5 villages and the relic, rather. Big problem there. Voldemar, he may have just found the perfect punish point. I mean, forward food, like, what have you got left over? You got berries on the back. That's not a lot to work with. You're going to have to fight soon.
And cataphracts are part of this composition. Yes, you've got your knights, but you also have a majority of archers that are going to get sniped out pretty quickly. Javelin throwers now diving the TC, as you do when you're up against archers. And up against the TC, javelins love diving deep. But
yeah, they're like, hit me. Just keep shooting me the entire time. I barely feel it. Beautiful amount of armor on those obnoxious units. And I mean, this is tricky now. You know, Scatterbrain, there's enough jabs to counter his archer count. There's way too many Limitane for his knights to dive in. He's not counter raiding at all. Walls are already up from Voldemar. And he just rolled camels. Like, yeah, that's actually perfect. The debuff alone is worth it here.
Luckily for Voldemar, this is a very happy man to suicide a few units. Oh, the prelate.
I don't think so. That's not going to go home.
It is going to get quite close, though.
Oh yeah, just 3 more prelates to die, and then it'll be home. When you have
Now,
no active gold gathering.
Scatterbrain is in a little bit of a pickle here, and I think that's a bit of an understatement as well. With only 15 archers, you do not have an answer to these javelin throws. Usually, when you are up against javelin throws with enough archers, you do get to overwhelm as they need to micro, but in this case, there is just not enough units in this world to handle this effectively. You have a mill there.
It's kind of depressing for Scatterbrain, because like the safe relic I said he should easily get, Voldemar got there in time. He's been camping it. And then the relic in the base, like, it's only 2 relic Rignets. It's not crazy. The eco lead is starting to scale for Voldemar. Like, he's circling around the back. This is a big hit opportunity. The Cataphract's going to peel off. Still a healthy amount of javelins as well as the Limitane here. I mean, the knight count is not that great yet for Scatter.
The thing is, he is behind the base of his opponent,
no.
but it might just be worth it.
double
With all
cat.
the villagers.
I mean, it's more like cat versus mouse here. The villagers will run for it. That's now a 12-worker lead.
And a whole eco that's idle. These villagers are not performing a single job, except for 2 on wood. Sorry, I stand corrected. But this army at the back, even if they were all to die, it might still be worth it.
Look at the second wave. Like,
Now
they're
that's
still
nice.
going to die here. This is ridiculous. Cataphract's in. He'll trample through. The prelates pull to just try and provide a little bit of sustenance of healing. I think, like, here, you just could send the javelins away, send the cataphracts in. He's just going to hard commit instead, confident that he has the mass to fight it. I don't know if it's worth fighting them directly instead of just killing more economy, though. Cats, they still win. What a unit.
I don't blame the unit for this one, though. The Voldemar really did an amazing job here at healing back and overwhelming. Scatterbrain sacrificed quite a bit of units, and in Scatterbrain fashion, he decides, hey, you are going to need to work for this. If you want to make your way through into the main event, you need to kill every single one of my buildings. And don't you forget, I have emergency repair.
If you could just dive me here constantly, that'd be great. You know, right underneath the TC with the 15 garrison side, that'd be great. Oh, God. I think, Scatterbrain, he might have been bit by a feral dog. That's a lot of paranoia over one wolf, but it's mainly the cataphracts obviously coming in. The problem is, like, your gold income isn't good enough for mass night strats. I mean, that's before we talk about your food income. Like, both of the things are tragic right now. And Voldemar only really needs to block one of the two. Somehow he's blocking both.
Right now, Voldemar could happily invest in a little ram here and just finish the game in orderly fashion. But instead, we are chasing down everything because we can. There's no stress. Villagers are running in shambles absolutely everywhere, going around the back, going around the front. They are just looking for a safe haven. Scatterbrain trying to stay in this game for as long as possible and still getting his upgrades. Oh.
I mean, the hilarity is how good this just looked with level 3 system. I respect that. The fact that that should have been a depressing element of this game, but it's like it didn't even matter for Voldemar. I mean, Scatterbrain, the idea was really cool, these knights, but when you're going knights and it's a defensive unit, why didn't we just build spears?
I think in this scenario, I'm waiting to see if Voldemar just keeps making units. So he's like, I could just keep chasing bills. I feel like this is definitely a life choice for me. It's easy. I can go in every corner of the map. Ooh, there's a counter raid with the knights. So Voldemar has all the choices.
Counter raid is light. Unless Voldemar has fallen asleep at the keyboard. He'll realize. So he pulls away. At this point, I think Voldemar, like when you see a raid that small, you probably just split up and go everywhere. We have got tower defense strats coming in, by the way. And yeah, this is where your knights do look effective, right? With the barded armor, javelins do like no damage. You need to mirror with cataphracts. He's just ignoring the army.
Problem is, the army is not ignoring him. And now Voldemar, he is sacrificing quite a bit of units here, and he is fully focused here on the front, finally making a ram as well. So now he should be able to slowly push through all of these buildings that has emergency repair. But Scatterbrain, he's holding on to a dream. He still has all 3 relics. and hoping that that will be enough for this. Now, those towers are pretty reinforced, and they will provide a little bit of protection here, but those cataphracts, they just take so much damage before going down.
It definitely feels like he's sacrificing a lot on that back end for little return, though. Like, just starving the food would be a lot easier. Like, that's a very big commitment to defend the gold. Meanwhile, look at the berries. Like, where's their tower? You know, right now they are food for the wolves. Voldemar just needs to realize it.
No, he needs to get the.
Oh, come on, please. There we go. He sees it. He moves in. Jabs.
Hello,
oh, God.
boys.
Scatterbrain. This is starting to become an uncontestable lead. Almost 20 workers up now for Voldemar. And he does have the level 5 Sistine finally.
And he's moving out to the stone. He needs more towers to defend himself and make this game as long as possible. But like I said earlier, javelins, they love this type of play where they can go under a TC, absorb every arrow fire, and still come out alive. A few knights he has here at the back. He's going to try to kite with all of those. And we see him charging in, trying to get on top of those camels, but they are breaking through everything and anything. They're hiding right behind these towers, trying to get that spring golden placement to do some work.
More mining camps. This is all we're doing now, guys. He's a lumber camp as well. There's a straggler tree over there. This is our role now. This is our job. Voldemar, he's struggled to be a good sheepdog, but finally, he has herded him into a corner. Scatterbrain will try to make his escape again, but there's no doubt about the outcome anymore. It's a double up on economy. He's locked in sacred sites. Scatterbrain is just a case of how long do you want to get the crap kicked out of you?
Honestly, I'm just really shocked at how much Scatterbrain is holding on to this.
I thought you were going to be like, honestly, I think he's got 20 minutes in him still.
20 minminutes? Honestly, with HRE?
He repairs,
we have 30 minutes. Exactly. No, we got this.
It's okay. It's just 6,950 shots away from killing that TC. Got to keep javelining it.
Oh, that knight. He is just javelining it one at a time. You can see the TC fire on one of those very low HP javelins, but Scatterbrain decides, you guys, you all deserve the end of the day, and Voldemar, you are welcome to the main event.
3-1 to
ended
finish
finally.
A smart idea by Scatterbrain in some of these games, just understanding that the Danish electricity bills are substantially higher. So maybe he could just run the clock down until Voldemar runs out of money, but not going to be the case. Voldemar does get that money shot. 3-1 victory to go through to the main event for the road to Red Bull Wololo, where he'll be able to compete to be one of the 4 that will make it all the way to Londinium.
Now, with this game concluding, that means we are done with our first weekend of qualification. So let's hop over to the bracket and see exactly what was in store for us and who had some upsets along the way. So we know what's going to happen next week. So as we can see, some big names over here. Scarlet Devil not making it through, and MSN very much a contender for a spot for next week as well. There's a few other names here that could stand up. Sassy, another one. And Scatterbrained, probably next week, another big contender here too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a day of Nordic domination in the end. We wondered if they were going to pull it off. It wasn't as easy to do, especially that Numidan Myriad series in the end. But the Nords have achieved the clean sweep. A turn up from Finland, Denmark, and Sweden to plant their flags in that main event. I mean, I'm asking production. We need to try and get the perfect, like, I don't know if there's a Nordic national anthem. We'll have to try and piece one together. Because they've earned it today. What do you mean we don't? You've only got the...
I love how we're told they hate each other, but they all speak the same language.
Yeah, but it's like, this is not hard production. The common national anthem is that you play the Swedish, Danish, and Finnish national anthems all at the same time. No, the Norwegian one can't be there because they literally they didn't even make it to the finals.
It's okay. At least Cal made it all the way here.
He was here.
So, yeah, he's made it. Actually, Cal has made it further than any of the top players in AoE. So he makes it all the way to the finals pretty often. So maybe we do give Norway a little shout out. Just so you guys know, Cal is arguing with us here at the back about these things. So, yeah. But anyway, guys, you can still sign up for the qualifier if you want to take on these big names that will be taking place next week. So guys, get your action hats on and go take down Mr. Scatterbrain. Maybe you make it into the main event. You and all 3 your civilizations.
There's still so many possibilities, right? Like Scarlet Devil's still going to be there. MSNs, and I want to think about SAS, Downfall, Elyona, Jif, Scatterbrained, Core, of course. Core, who almost was able to beat Jif. Then Corvinus is also in there. We're going to be seeing the return of Myriad to try and qualify. It's stacked, but there's always a chance. I mean, there's always the opportunity to be an upset, and everyone wants to be that dark horse. But there's only one way to know if you are that person. Got to sign up. Reveal your Macedonian strats, your Knights Templar strats, cheese them all the way through, and then have them ranting in Reddit threads about how you should have been at Londinium. It should have been them, but you one-upped them. Isn't that the best feeling?
That was
right?
a great round.
Yeah, like
it's a great round.
You have to remember that you may look like you should suck in the early rounds against some of these players, but all it takes is a stupid cheese strategy or two to completely ruin who's meant to qualify.
I'm gonna practice this week. No problem, guys. I'll see you at the qualifier. As long as Deep Shine doesn't shine up, we're good to go. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. And next week, there will be more action. Now get your action hats on, get your popcorn, get your tea. We're gonna have a lot of games and ready to share it all with you guys. Thank you for watching.
All right. See you next time, guys. One more qualifier. 4 players still remain to be revealed for the road to Wololo. But all that to be resolved next week.